Chapter 727. Here, I've already written it. Louis reluctantly handed over a statement to Yushu, who was supervising him from behind. The uncut piece of paper was densely filled with small words. He personally recounted how he was cheated of a large sum of money in a brothel, how he ran to the Wangji Tower for extortion when he was short of money, and how he poisoned a small hooligan to death in his wine. He recounted the whole process of how he was cheated of a large sum of money in a brothel, how he ran to the Wangji Tower to extort money, and how he poisoned a small hooligan to death. Finally, he attached a debt note, stating that he had borrowed 100,000 taels of silver from Yushu tonight, and that he would return it in the future. One was a confession, and the other was a debt receipt, both of which had 7 or 8 bloody fingerprints on them. It could be considered as a signature, and there was no way to deny it. After Yushu checked that there was nothing wrong with it, she passed the confession to Shuirue and put away the receipt for the debt. Then she sneered and warned Louis, "I'll take it that tonight's matter is over. If I hear even half a rumor outside that's detrimental to my big brother and me, then I'll blame it all on you. I'll first ask my big brother to report you to the imperial court, then I'll take the receipt to the emperor to collect the debt. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I hear you," Louis said in a muffled voice. Since when had he been so cowardly? He knew that he would not be able to seek revenge on the two of them after he wrote such a thing today. His heart was filled with hatred, but he had no other choice. He could only hope to send these two devils away as soon as possible to preserve his life. Yushu and Shuirue looked at each other. Both of them felt that it was about time, and only then did they let Louis go. They stepped on the broken wood at the entrance and left this damned place. As for how to deal with the aftermath, Louis would think of a way to cover it up. When Yushu saw Jingku, she finally understood why Shuirue was able to enter Lu Yi's guest house so quietly. If she had not seen many guards lying on the ground on the way out, it would be really hard for her to imagine that this honest-looking man was actually a top-notch martial arts expert. The three of them met up in a corner of the garden. Jingku also took a few extra glances at Yushu, and he was also a little surprised. It turned out that Shuirue had broken into the prince's mansion to rescue her in a fit of rage for the sake of a beauty. He had thought that he should meet a beautiful young lady, but it turned out that she was a tomboy. He couldn't be blamed for his poor eyesight. It was true that Yushu didn't like to wear dresses or hairpins. She wore her hair in a bun and only drew her eyebrows without drawing her eyes. At first glance, her tall and straight figure did indeed look like a fair and handsome young man. "This is Jingku, brother Jin." Shuirue briefly introduced Yushu. He did not hide it from Jingku. He held one of Yushu's hands and took her out at night. When they arrived at the front yard, they saw Lu Hong and Su Qing standing guard at the door. Only then did he let go of her and change to a shoulder guard. When the two guards saw that Yushu was unscathed, they were relieved and apologized to her with a face full of shame. "It's our incompetence to protect Milord." Yushu waved her hand and said, "Let's go back first." Then she shared a horse with Shuirue. The group left in a hurry and hurried back to Wangji Tower. On this side, the people of Wangji Tower were gloomy, but when they saw that Shuirue had brought Yushu back, they rejoiced for the time being. Everyone had stayed up for half a night, and their stomachs were empty. The cook, Xiuqing, took care of cooking a large pot of chicken noodle soup and accompanied it with a few side dishes. She scooped a large bowl for Yushu first and carried it upstairs in the backyard. Shuirue changed downstairs. Xian Lishan took advantage of the chaos to steal a jar of good wine from the kitchen and sneaked into Yushu's room. He saw that she was holding a big bowl of noodles. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. He was so greedy that his stomach was growling. He said sourly, "After a night of torment, there were dead people and kidnappings, but you still have an appetite. TSK, is it delicious?" When the incident happened in the evening, there was a lot of noise in the front. He was burning the elixir in the backyard and did not pay attention to what was happening outside. When he was hungry and came out to look for food, he found that the whole backyard was empty. When he went to the front, everyone was there. Some were crying, some were anxious. After asking, he learned about the cause and effect. "I know that you are brave and careful. Nothing will happen. Come drink some wine to calm down." Xian Lishan poured a cup of wine for her. Then he took out a small bag from his arms. It was the size of a palm. He put it on the table and pushed it to Yushu. Here, this is the Tihu incense that you wanted. There are 10 pills inside. You can go back and try it. See if it smells the same as what the Exian family gave you. Yushu said happily, you really made it. Let me see. She put down the wine cup and opened the bag to take a look. The color and fragrance were the same as what Exian gave her. Except for the shape and size, there was no problem. It seemed that Exian Lishan did not lie. The secret Tihu incense of the Exian family was first made by him. Thank you, fifth uncle. She kept the bag like a treasure. She would try it tomorrow. If she could really make the imitation Taiching cauldron work and she could control the 6 lines mystical technique, then she would thank the heavens. Don't thank me. I have also benefited from you. I did not give it to you for free. Exian Lishan looked at Yushu. You borrowed the Zhugetong from me. It has been a few days. It is time to return it to me. Yushu laughed dryly. If he did not mention it, she would have forgotten about it. That day, she asked Jingchen to find out about Titian. She was afraid that he would expose himself, so she borrowed the Zhugetong from Exian Lishan. Jingchen knew that it was Yinhua's legacy and asked for it. She could not bear to reject him, so she gave it to him. That, fifth uncle, I want to discuss something with you. Exian Lishan said warily. Discuss what? Don't tell me you want to keep my treasure. No, listen to my explanation. Yushu said with a bitter face. I borrowed the Zhugetong for Jingchen's emergency. Blame me for speaking too fast. I told him that it was a legacy of Yinhua's son. You also know that the relationship between father and son is not good. This thing is just a memory. When he asked for it, I told him no. This is a gift from your father to fifth uncle Exian. I can't make the decision. He begged me to ask you on his behalf. No matter what your request is, as long as you can give him the Zhugetong, he will do anything. Of course, what she said was nonsense. She was already prepared to bleed for Jingchen. She did not expect that after listening to her words, Exian Lishan became silent. He hugged the wine jar and stared blankly for a while. Sigh. He suddenly sighed. I am sorry to Big Brother Yin. This treasure does not belong to me in the first place. It should be. Forget it, just give it to him. He held the jar and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He shook his head and walked away. He did not take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price from Yushu. Yushu was secretly glad, but at the same time, she felt a little depressed. She knew very well what Exian Lishan did not say. Zhugetong should have been a life-saving item left for his first wife's eldest son. But Exian secretly took it for herself. That day when Jingchen asked her for it, she did not notice that Shui Rui's identity was suspicious. Now that she knew, it was a pity. Why are you frowning? Shui Rui washed up and came to talk to Yushu. When he entered the door, he saw that she was troubled. Yushu looked at him deeply. She saw that his hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. Without saying a word, she went into the house and took a cotton cloth. She stood behind him, wrapped his hair, and wrung it out one strand at a time. When she did not see him, she missed him very much. But when she saw him, she did not know where to start. She had a lot of things on her mind. She wanted to ask him if he was Yinhua's long-lost son, but she was afraid that he would suffer in silence. Where have you been all these days? I am so worried. Shui Rui could not see her conflicted expression. He hesitated for a moment and told her, someone tricked me into leaving. They took me to a remote place and locked me up. They did not allow me to return to the capital. It was not far from what Yushu had guessed. She asked curiously, who was it? It was Yinhua. Yushu was stunned. Before she could think further, Shui Rui pressed her hand, took out the cotton cloth, and put it aside. He pulled her to sit beside him. Their eyes met. As they stared at each other, he gradually became calm. Shu, I should not have hidden it from you. The eldest son of Yinhua that you are looking for is me. He hid it from her at first because he was afraid to face it. He hoped that in her heart, he would always be the glorious young master Shui, and not a pitiful person who hid his identity. However, after he confessed to her, he felt indescribably relaxed. When Yushu heard the sudden truth, she was a little dumbfounded. She thought that he would not say it, but he said it so bluntly. Actually, I have guessed it. This time, it was Shui Rui's turn to be nervous. You guessed it? When? Yushu felt his palm was cold. She looked at his face, which had become much thinner these days. Even if she had some complaints, they disappeared. She pursed her lips and said that after he disappeared, she asked Feng Xiaomiao to help her find out who the Suzhou magistrate was in order to ask Yin Hua for help. She accidentally learned that the person was Shui Rui's father, which made her guess. Shui Rui could not help but laugh. What a lucky shot. Yushu said unhappily. You're still talking about it. I asked you to help me find someone, and you agreed. You lied to me and said that you sent people to Yang City to find out information, and I foolishly believed you. She was angry when she mentioned it. She loved to lie, but she hated it when people lied to her. She immediately reached out to pinch his waist. Shui Rui had just come out of the shower, and was wearing thin clothes. She pinched a piece of his flesh, and he gasped in pain. Hiss, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I also heard from you that Yin Hua wanted to find his eldest son, and asked you to find the Suzhou magistrate from more than 20 years ago. That's how I found out. I really sent people to Yang City to find out the traces left by my biological parents. Did you find anything? Yushu was distracted by him, so she put down her hand and asked him. Shui Rui's eyes were gloomy. Yin Hua's original name is Lu Yan, and my biological mother's surname is Han. Yushu understood the look in his eyes and comforted him. I believe that her spirit in heaven will see you grow up safely. She will be able to smile in the underworld when she sees you growing up safely. When Shui Rui heard this, he opened his arms and held her in his arms. There was warmth in his heart, and he had the courage to confide in a low voice. 3 years ago, because of the death of the 10th princess, the Shui family was in chaos. My grandfather made a slip of the tongue, and let me know that I was not the flesh and blood of the Shui family. I was adopted by my father when he was away from home, and he raised me as his biological son under my mother's name. I didn't want to believe it, so I went to ask my mother, which made her ill. She scolded me for killing my father and killing my whole family. I was devastated. My grandfather refused to tell me the whereabouts of my biological parents, so I ran away from home. After a few twists and turns, I went to Yang City, and I met you there. He tried to talk about the past as calmly as possible, but Yushu felt sad when she heard it. She reached out and hugged his waist, silently comforting him. She did not expect that he would reveal another unimaginable past. Speaking of this, I still have something to confess to you. Do you remember when you were living in the Ji family's ancestral house as a prostitute? One night, there was a thief in the house, and you rescued a masked man who was injured by a hidden weapon in the garden? That person was me. Chapter 728. It rained yesterday, so it was especially cold this morning. Shui Rui woke up after sleeping for less than 2 hours. Last night, he and Yushu talked all night and didn't go to sleep until the sun rose in the east. From Yushu, he learned that the Shui family's current predicament started from the Imperial Wanted Order. Tracing back to the source, it turned out that Jing Chun remembered the whole story of his assassination, and drew the portrait of Su Li, the second chief steward of the Shui family, which made the Shui family be suspected by the emperor. Not to mention that the emperor became suspicious and wanted to investigate the Shui family to the end. Even Shui Rui thought it was too coincidental. When Jing Chun was in danger, it happened that Su Li was ordered to go to Yang to discuss the marriage with the Ji family, and they were on their way back to the capital. Su Li was arrested and imprisoned, and then the suspect from Taisher Shiyuan disappeared without a trace. In addition, he was surprised that his grandfather liked a young lady from the right magistrate's mansion. Even if he had an engagement with the 10th princess and couldn't get a good match, he was the eldest son of the Shui family, so he could be a good match. In the end, the marriage was ruined as soon as it was started. Instead, he followed Su Li Bai to the south and stayed for a few days before leaving for home. Now that he thought about it, it might be a cover. His grandfather asked Su Li to go to Yang to discuss the marriage, but it was unknown if he had another mission. If it was really his grandfather who sent Su Li to stop Jing Chun from going to the capital, then what he wanted was thought-provoking. Younger brother, are you awake? Jing Ke knocked on the door and woke up Shui Rui, who was in deep thought. He pressed his forehead, and went outside to open the door for him. You were busy yesterday. Why didn't you sleep more and get up so early? Jin Ke looked at Shui Rui, who was neatly dressed, paused, and then asked, Little brother, are you going out? Ever since Shui Rui guessed Jin Ke's background, and Yinhua allowed him to accompany Shui Rui to the capital, he changed the way he addressed Jin Ke. For the past half a month, he had been addressing Jin Ke as Lord Shui. Now he addressed him as younger brother. Shui Rui didn't care how he tried to get close to him. Shui Rui's attitude towards him was the same as before. Let him follow if he wants to. But he did not ask him about Yinhua. I want to return to the Prime Minister's residence to report that I am safe. Do you want to follow me? Shui Rui said. Even if he wasn't allowed to go with him, he would still secretly follow behind him. Of course. Godfather asked me to stay close to you and protect you. Little brother, why don't we have breakfast first? Shui Rui nodded. He asked someone to come in and set the table for breakfast. While eating, he asked Jin Ke, Does anyone in the capital know you? When he returned to the capital this time, there was suddenly one more person by his side. Someone with ulterior motives would definitely ask around. If they found out about Jin Ke's background, they were afraid that there would be more complications. Jin Ke saw that he had finished his bowl of soup, and hurriedly took a big spoon to refill his bowl. He said, Don't be afraid. Every time I go to the capital to work, I always disguise myself. No one will recognize my face. If someone asks, just say that I am a wanderer. You were kidnapped in Fenghua Manor, and I saved you. Shui Rui disappeared for no reason, so there must be an explanation. This explanation was barely believable. After they had breakfast, Yushu was still sleeping upstairs. Shui Rui didn't allow anyone to wake her up. He called Lin Fu over and gave him some instructions. Someone died last night. Although it wasn't reported to the authorities, the truth couldn't be hidden forever. It was best for the restaurant to temporarily close its doors to avoid trouble. They didn't know how long they would be closed. As soon as Shui Rui left, Lin Fu gathered everyone in Wangji Tower and passed on Shui Rui's instructions. Everyone split up to clean up. Gui Lu brought a few waiters to clean up the upper and lower floors. Lin Fu brought Xiaoqing and Xiaodai to gather all the valuable decorations together and locked them in the storeroom. Xiaoqing ordered the workers to sort out the delicacies in the kitchen. They stored the ones that could be stored and checked out the ones that couldn't be stored for a long time. With this calculation, they had lost at least a few hundred taels of silver. Fortunately, there were still a few days before the next purchase. Otherwise, they would have wasted even more. The busy outside was in full swing. They moved quietly and didn't make much noise. Yushu slept in her room under the blanket and didn't show any signs of waking up. 3 days ago, Shui Lingnan entered the palace to persuade Emperor Xiaoqing to faint from anger. He was quietly sent out of the palace and didn't step out of the door. No matter who came to ask, he ignored them all. On this day, he heard a servant hurriedly report that eldest young master had returned home. He wasn't surprised and only calmly ordered the steward beside him to bring him to his study. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the grandfather and grandson met again. After more than 10 days and experiencing many twists and turns, they didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. Shui Lingnan listened to Shui Rui's story of being kidnapped in Fenghua Mansion and being trapped for many days before escaping. He was quite indifferent. Since you're back, go to the Supreme Court as soon as possible and report to them. It doesn't matter if you don't escape from punishment. It doesn't matter if you lose your position, but don't ruin the reputation of the Shui family because of you. Shui Rui had already learned from Yushu that he was suspended from his post. Even if he didn't care about fame and fortune, he still felt a little upset. He was a 2-rank jinshi and had a clear conscience as the Xiaoqing of the Supreme Court. Although investigating and handling cases was tiring, he never slacked off. He didn't want others to say that he relied on his family background, and that he did his best in everything that was within his duty. I'll go find Lord Gua and explain this matter. Shui Rui couldn't tell if Shui Lingnan didn't care about his kidnapping, or if he didn't believe his lies. So he took the initiative to bring it up. As soon as I returned to the capital, I heard that Governor Su was mistaken as a wanted criminal and was arrested by the Supreme Court. My disappearance was also publicized as an escape. Who has ulterior motives and used my disappearance to frame the Xue family? Xue Lingnan sized him up and said, "Who do you think it could be?" Xue Rui met his gaze and said, "That depends on what crime Governor Su committed." No one knew better than Xue Lingnan whether Su Li was innocent or not. Was it Jing Chun who misunderstood? Or was Xue Lingnan really plotting something in the dark? Hearing the doubt in his words, Xue Lingnan put on a straight face and said sternly, "We the Xue family have been loyal and upright for generations. We wholeheartedly protect the nation. How can we have the intention to rebel against our superiors? There's something fishy about Su Li's arrest and there's still no conclusion. But this old man thinks that the innocent will be innocent. Even if the emperor is temporarily deceived, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. There's no need to worry." Just from his expression and reaction, there was nothing wrong with the old man. It was as if he'd been wronged. Xue Rui lowered his head and said, "Even though that's the case, there are plenty of opportunists in the capital who see where the wind blows. When they see that my family is being suspected, there are those who would seize the opportunity to add insult to injury and create something out of nothing. We have to guard against them. Since I've returned to the capital, I asked grandfather to bring me to the palace to see the emperor. I'll report the truth and the rumors outside will be dispelled." Xue Lingnan frowned and looked troubled. That's how it should be. But the day before yesterday, this old man went to the palace to admonish the emperor. My words offended the emperor. I don't expect to go to the palace to see the emperor in the near future. What's the reason for this? Xue Rui pretended to be surprised. In fact, he'd heard Yushu's report last night. The truth was much more serious than what Xue Lingnan had said. Emperor Zhaoqing fainted from anger. The empress was furious and flared up with Xue Lingnan as the leader of the old officials. Once the emperor woke up, he chased them out of the palace. You haven't been in the capital these days and don't know. The emperor has ordered Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, to send troops to Dongying. This is not appropriate. In recent years, the Mongols have repeatedly harassed the border cities. It's precisely because of Prince of Dongjing that they don't dare to invade. If Jiang Huaying leads troops and the Mongols invade the pass, once Ningdong city falls, the consequences will be unthinkable. This is the first. The second is that the Jiang family has been guarding the northeast for many years. His Majesty has heard slanderous rumors and misunderstood the Jiang family to be disloyal. Thus he brought their mother and sister to Anling to impede them. Now he has ordered Jiang Huaying and Dongyue to send troops across the sea. Although the reason is not known to outsiders, Jiang Huaying will not be willing. You were once sworn brothers with him and should know his character. Let me ask you, will he obey or not? Xue Lingnan was agitated and his attitude was overbearing. In the end, he actually asked Xue Rui. He didn't know whether to answer or not. Grandson doesn't know. Humph, Xue Lingnan coldly snorted and said. You know what you're doing. It's fine if you don't say it. In short, appointing Prince of Dongjing as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Punitive Expedition will cause endless trouble. In order to change His Majesty's mind, I entered the palace with Grand Elder Zhang and Grand Elder Chu to explain the situation. Alas, His Majesty insisted and listened to the sycophants and refused to retract the order. Ai. Xue Rui noticed the lingering sound at the end of his words. He raised his eyes and asked, Who is the sycophant you are talking about? Although Xue Lingnan was a meticulous official in the court, unlike Prime Minister Yin, he didn't easily make enemies. It was rare for him to use the term sycophant to describe others. Who else could it be? Previously, when we were discussing who to send to attack Wei country, there were many different opinions in the court. Unexpectedly, during the few days when I was ordered to return home and not attend morning court, the Celestial Commissioner Ren Qiming submitted a memorial and laid out a bunch of metaphysical theories. He said that they were observing the heavens at night and divining good and bad fortune. He named Prince of Dongjing to lead the army on the Eastern Punitive Expedition. Ren Qiming is only an adjutant. How could he have come up with such a big idea? It must be Zhu Mujiao who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. How could Xue Lingnan not know? Seeing that Xue Lingnan was furious, Xue Rui thought for a moment and understood. Just now the old man said that the innocent would be innocent. Perhaps in his heart, he blamed the arrest of Su Li and the suspicion of the Xue family on the Celestial Commissioner. On the surface, Su Li was imprisoned in the Supreme Court. In reality, the Emperor handed him over to the Celestial Commissioner for private interrogation. Now he was locked up in the secret room of the Celestial Commissioner. Even an outsider like Yushu could find out about this. How could Xue Lingnan not know about it? The reason why Xue Lingnan sighed was because the Celestial Commissioner was worthy of his reputation as the #1 person in front of the Emperor. His Majesty indeed relied on the Celestial Commissioner. Grandfather, on the other hand, your advice is unpleasant to the ear. Xue Rui explained the current situation in one sentence. Advice was unpleasant to the ear. The Emperor would not listen. With the Celestial Commissioner on the side, Xue Lingnan could forget about stopping the Emperor from dispatching the Prince of Dongjing. Go to the Supreme Court first, Xue Lingnan said. As for the matter of entering the palace, forget it. I will arrange for your second aunt to enter the palace to visit your aunt as soon as possible. She will explain the matter of you being kidnapped. When she sees the Emperor, she will explain. The grandfather and grandson didn't have anything else to say, so Xue Rui sensibly left. In the days that he had been away from home, the people in the Fu were most worried about were Madame Xue and Xue Jinxuan. As soon as he left the main room, he first went to see Xue Jinxuan. After confirming that she had not been neglected while he was away, he returned to his courtyard. He called over the manservant Hataku and carefully inquired about Madame Xue's current situation. Madame Xue's body was still the same, sometimes good and sometimes bad. The medicine could not be stopped, and the medical treatment could not be stopped. Fortunately, the Xue family had a large business and could afford to support her. Jin Ke followed at his side. When Hataku left, he asked Xue Rui with a look of surprise. If you're worried about Madame Xue, why don't you go see her? Would you feel relieved if you sent someone to ask? Xue Rui replied. Grandfather doesn't like me to get close to mother. Without his permission, I cannot go to the rear courtyard to see her. Without Xue Lingnan's permission, he could not go to the rear courtyard to visit his mother. He could only send someone to ask about her. Hearing this, Jin Ke's brows knit together. It seems that the Xue family does not treat my little brother as kindly as I thought. Don't be afraid. If you want to see her, I have a way to help you cross the sea without anyone knowing. Jin Ke patted his chest in assurance. However, Xue Rui shook his head and refused. He did not want to see Madame Xue, not only because Xue Lingnan did not allow it, but also because he was afraid to face her. There were some things that could not be explained in a few words. Saying it was useless, so it was better not to say it. After returning to the residence, Xue Rui changed into a set of regular clothes and went to the Supreme Court to ask for forgiveness. When Xue Rui arrived at the Supreme Court, he saw Guo Huaiyan and explained to him how he had been kidnapped in Fenghua Manor. With Jin Ke as a witness, Guo Huaiyan did not criticize him. Instead, he tactfully told him that the Emperor was in a fit of anger and that it was not convenient for him to plead for leniency. He told him to go back and wait for news. Seeing that there was no hope of reinstatement, Xue Rui did not reveal any sadness. He respectfully thanked his superior and went to the rear courtyard to pack up some of his personal belongings. After bidding farewell to a few of his colleagues, he pretended to ignore those spying and sympathetic gazes and directly returned to Wangji Tower. After the beginning of winter, it was rare to see a clear day. Today there was a rare sunny day overhead. Xue Rui entered through the back door and immediately saw Yushu lying on a rocking chair in the middle of the courtyard, basking in the sun. She wore a loose blue skirt with a blanket around her waist. She took off her shoes and put on a pair of snow-white socks. She stood on the edge of the chair with her knees bent and her hands behind her head. Her eyelids were closed, and as she rocked back and forth, the light shone on her rosy cheeks, illuminating the haze in his heart. When Yushu heard movement, she yawned and opened her eyelids. Turning her head, she saw Xue Rui and grinned. You're back so early. I thought you would be back at night. How was it? Did you go to the Supreme Court? You didn't lose your position, did you? Xue Rui shook his head and sighed. Guodaran can't make the decision. He will still be suspended and investigated. In my opinion, he is not far from being dismissed. Yu Shu jokingly said. It's good that you are dismissed. It's too tiring for you to be the Xiaoqing of the Supreme Court. You have to investigate murder cases every 2 or 3 days. After a long time, your luck will be bad. She bent down to put on her shoes, hugged the blanket and moved out of the rocking chair. She stretched out her hand and said, "Lie here and rest for a while. Bask in the sun and get rid of the mold." Looking at the faint bruises under his eyes, she was too embarrassed to say that her heart ached for him. Shui Rui obediently lay down. The soft cushion on his back made him feel warm. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes and relaxed. Yu Shu stood by his side and watched over him for a while. Seeing that he was about to fall asleep, she shook off the blanket in her hand and gently covered him. Just when she was about to leave, she heard him say, "Shu, do you want to open a dai hall?" Huh. She turned her head and saw his burning eyes looking at her. "I will give you the Wangji Lu and open a dai hall. How about it?" Chapter 729. People live for either fame or fortune. Who wouldn't be tempted by something as good as fame and fortune? Opening a great exchange hall was indeed a proposal that tempted Yu Shu. Let's put it this way, for a master of changes, becoming a celestial commissioner was a lifelong pursuit, but not every celestial commissioner official had the opportunity to open a great exchange hall. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between a great exchange hall and a great exchange hall, the difference was 1,000 miles. It wasn't difficult for a master of changes to become a master of changes in the Dian examination to open a small great exchange hall. All they had to do was to report to the local authorities. However, to be crowned with the word great, there had to be 2 hard conditions. First, the person who opened the great exchange hall had to be the head of an aristocratic family. To be called an aristocratic family, there had to be at least 6 generations of masters of changes, and they had to be a high-ranking official in the Celestial Commissioner. Second, there had to be 2 great masters of changes in the Great Exchange Hall, and at least 6 masters of changes. Ordinary aristocratic families couldn't afford such a lineup. Only when these 2 hard conditions were met could they apply to the Celestial Commissioner. After a strict examination and official documents were issued, they could then open the doors. If Yu Shu wanted to open a great exchange hall, she couldn't fulfill the first condition. She was the imperial concubine of the Kunling Bureau, and could barely be considered a high-ranking official in the Celestial Commissioner, but her father was a short-lived scholar. How could the Yu family gather 6 generations to become an aristocratic family of masters of changes? So when Shui Rui mentioned it like this, Yu Shu examined herself and immediately felt that he was seized by a sudden impulse. Coupled with the fact that the Shui clan was in trouble, and the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion was forced to close its doors to avoid disaster, he suddenly had the urge to use the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion for her to set up a barter shop. So she just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Shui Rui saw that she didn't take it seriously, so he didn't rush to discuss it with her. Instead, he sunbathed and thought about the feasibility of this matter as he gradually fell asleep. In the afternoon, people came one after another after hearing the news. First, they heard that the 11th prince had caused a ruckus at the Wangji Tower last night, followed by Lu Jiong, Rui Lin, and the others who heard that Shui Rui had returned to the capital. He didn't see Feng Xiaomiao, so he probably went back to the barracks. As soon as Lu Tan saw Shui Rui, he sighed. "This morning, grandfather sent someone to my residence to report that you're safe and sound. He told me that you've been robbed. It's really fortunate that you're able to escape safely. I don't know which group of thieves had the audacity to do this." Shui Rui said. "They covered their faces, I couldn't tell who they were." Unable to get an answer, Lu Tan turned to Yu Shu and said, "Yesterday, 11th younger brother came here to cause trouble. I only heard the news this morning. You're really too strong. Cousin is not here, so you should look for me to make the decision. I heard that you left with 11th younger brother. Did he make things difficult for you?" Yu Shu already had an evaluation of Lu Tan as a fickle and heartless person. At this time, when she heard his belated statement, she just played it down. "Many thanks for your concern, but it was just a false alarm. 11th master was just joking with me. She was lying through her teeth and caused a death, so how could it be a joke?" Lu Tan didn't know how she escaped from Lu Yi's hands. But seeing that she didn't want to explain, it wasn't good to continue asking. After Lu Tan left, not long after, Lu Jiong and the others came, sighing and showing concern. Whether it was fake or not, Yushu couldn't tell, but little Ju Yi Ruilin said something that made her feel uncomfortable. He said, "When you disappeared, we looked for Miss Lianfeng to inquire about your whereabouts, but she didn't know. Rumors were everywhere outside, and we wanted to defend you, but we couldn't do anything." These words, it was not that he didn't trust Shui Rui, but because Yushu couldn't say anything, so he just looked on coldly. Yushu bluntly said, "This matter is my fault. After you disappeared, they came to find me. Little Juyi thought that I knew where you were hiding, but I couldn't answer." Ruilin suddenly felt embarrassed, looked at Shui Rui and quickly said, "Don't wrongly accuse me. When did I say that Brother Rui was hiding? At that time, everyone was present. I clearly asked you where Brother Rui went." Yushu put on a fake smile. "Maybe I remembered it wrong." Ruilin felt that she was deliberately trying to sow discord, and he was annoyed. When he was about to argue, he heard Prince Xiang's heir Lu Jiong cough and interrupt. "Anyway, it's good that you are fine. In my opinion, we haven't got together for a long time. Why don't we take advantage of today to set up a table and get drunk together? Put aside all the troubles and worries first, Brother Rui. What do you think?" With a faint smile on his face, Shui Rui reached out and patted Lu Jiong on the shoulder, nodded and said yes, as if he didn't care about the quarrel between Yushu and Ruilin just now. They were a group of men drinking, and Yushu didn't like to get involved, so she went upstairs to pack up and left with an excuse. After she left, Lu Jiong joked at the table, "Don't look at the Lotus House as a woman, but she has more business than us men." Ruilin had just been tricked by Yushu, and now that he had drunk 2 cups of wine, he couldn't help but mock. "Not only business, she has more troubles, haven't you heard? The second branch of the Yin family complained everywhere. It is said that Miss Lianfeng's biological mother was originally a servant of their family. In the past, she had an affair with an examinee who was a guest in the outer courtyard. In the end, she stole the master's property and eloped." Other than Shui Rui, who had just come back last night and didn't know about it, the rest of the people present had heard about this farce. They didn't expect Ruilin to talk so bluntly in front of Shui Rui, so someone immediately winked at him, hoping that he would shut up. Didn't he see that Shui Rui didn't even drink wine? Ruilin acted as if he didn't notice at all and continued. "Several Yamans have received the complaint and sent people to the Yu residence to arrest Madame Yu. Miss Lianfeng didn't buy it and beat the officials away. She refused to go to court no matter what and claimed that it was second master Yin who slandered her. This is puzzling. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why didn't she dare to go to court to confront him? In the end, he even asked Shui Rui, 'You're sworn siblings with her, so you ought to know more than outsiders like us. I'm curious, could it be that there's really something that can't be brought to light?' Lu Jiong truly couldn't bear listening to this any longer. If it was in the past, Ruilin would never have dared to speak to Shui Rui in such a manner. Wasn't it because he saw that the Shui clan had lost power that he became frivolous? Alright, you talk too much. As a man, you really don't feel ashamed to talk about a girl's family behind her back." Lu Jiong had long disliked Ruilin's virtue of changing the direction of the wind. When Ruilin was in glory, he followed him around and called him brother. When Ruilin was in trouble, he showed a different attitude. Ruilin was rebuked by Lu Jiong and was unhappy. He pulled a long face and said, "I'm asking Brother Rui, is it any of your business?" Lu Jiong fiercely drank a mouthful of wine and sneered, "I don't like you. I don't care what you do. If you don't want to drink, then go away. Don't gossip here." "What do you mean?" Ruilin became angry out of humiliation. He slammed the table and stood up. How could he bear it when others pointed at his nose and scolded him? "Don't you understand what I said?" Seeing that the 2 young and vigorous young people were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, Lu Tan, who pretended to be deaf and mute for a long time, had to open his mouth to persuade them. All right. Don't talk too much. How much hatred can there be between brothers? Why are you so calculative? Sit down, all sit down. Fill up the wine and calm down." Lu Jiong could not give Ruilin face, but he could not give Lu Tan face. Ruilin was the same. The two sat down angrily, but they turned their faces and ignored each other. Lu Tan was helpless. The atmosphere was so tense. How could he still be in the mood to drink? So he said to Shuirui, "Cousin, you see. Let's go." Shuirui gently shook the wine glass and looked at them. He was still clear and bright, and he did not show his emotions. "I just returned to the capital and haven't recovered yet. I feel sleepy as soon as I sit down. I'm going to catch up on my sleep. I won't send you off." After that, he left them and left. Lu Jiong felt very aggrieved. Shuirui was 3 years older than him. Because they were cousins, they were closer to each other. Moreover, he had been following Shuirui around since he was a child. Every time he did something bad, it was Shuirui who helped him take the blame. Even when he ate meat for the first time when he saw blood and fainted for the first time at the age of 13, it was Shuirui who secretly took him to the south of the city to find a doctor. In his heart, Shuirui was on par with his own older brother. However, he was unable to help Shuirui in the slightest when Shuirui was in a predicament, so how could he not feel depressed in his heart? The few of them left the Wangji Tower one after another. Lin Fu closed the back door and went into the kitchen to bring out a bowl of hangover soup for Shuirui. Shuirui was lying on his side on the Luohan couch. He was very sleepy, but he could not sleep. Seeing Lin Fu come in with a bowl and plate, he lazily said, "I didn't drink much. There's no need to sober up. Take it away." Lin Fu retreated to the door and was stopped by him. "How much money is there in the accounts?" Lin Fu quietly reported a number. After a pause, he heard Shuirui say, "Have Xiaolu go to Nanlinwood shop and invite Gue Shu over." Those who started with the word Gue were all loyal servants under Shuirui. For example, Gue Lu and Gue Qi. The only one he would call Gue Shu was Gue Da, the confidant Shui Fu had left for him. After Lin Fu left, Shuirui got up from the bed. He washed his face with cold water and went to the study next door to plan. After seeing Shui Lingnan, he felt that the future of the Shui family was bleak. Officials that were suspected by the emperor never had a good ending. Furthermore, the Shui family had been prosperous for a long time. They were past their prime and would not be far from their decline. Shui Guifei was favored, but she could not interfere with the court. Lu Tan was ambitious, but he did not have the power and influence that Ningguang had accumulated for many years. If something happened in the future, he could only protect himself. Xiang Wang was idle. He might speak up for the Shui family, but he would not be able to turn the tide. If he could not retreat in one piece, Shui Lingnan's position as premier would be difficult to maintain. Once he was demoted, the Shui family would not be the same as before. His adoptive father, Shui Zhao, had treated him with great kindness. After all, he grew up under the protection of the Shui family. With such great kindness, he would not stand by and do nothing. Even if he could not turn the tide, he would share weal and woe with them. Only then would he be worthy of being a human. Before the Shui family lost power, he needed to do something for Yu Shu. Even if he could not protect her in the future, she would not be bullied or tortured by others. Chapter 730. The news of Shuirui's return to the capital spread in less than 3 days. Someone saw him entering and leaving the Supreme Court in broad daylight. Although he did not wear official robes or ride in a sedan chair, at least he showed his face. It was difficult to confirm the rumors of his escape. In the following half a month, Shuirui had people spread the news that he had been kidnapped in Fenghua Manor to tea houses, restaurants, and other crowded places. He himself often went in and out of Hongwu Building and other places where high officials and nobles gathered. He was always surrounded by people, and his appearance was full of confidence. He did not look the slightest bit guilty or timid, and he did not look down on himself. On the contrary, it made people remember that 3 years ago, Master Bai of the city of Cheng was once a distinguished scholar in Anling. Shuirui's high-profile actions naturally entered into Yushu's ears. Fortunately, she knew Shuirui's character and didn't arouse suspicion, and she only knew that he surely had his reasons for doing this. As expected, after half a month, the direction of the wind in the capital changed. Previously, it was said that the Shui family had disloyal intentions. Now, It was said that someone saw that noble consort Shui was pregnant and hated the Shui family's prosperity, so they set up a trap to frame her. The most obvious result was that there were people in court who dared to speak up for Shui Lingnan. Perhaps Shui Rui's actions sent a signal and gave the right minister's people confidence. One day, 13 officials with important positions wrote a joint petition, begging the emperor to show mercy and allow Shui Lingnan to return to court. Between the lines, they all said that Prime Minister Shui was the pillar of the country and the backbone of the emperor. They also hinted at a muddle-headed emperor of the previous dynasty, who mistakenly killed a loyal official on a non-existent charge. There was a great suspicion that the emperor was not willing to pardon Shui Lingnan, because he trusted his trusted subordinates far away from the virtuous officials. Emperor Zhaoqing had been on the throne for 14 years, and did not have any great achievements that could compare to the brilliance of his ancestors. To be honest, he had been a rather mediocre emperor. At best, he had done nothing. But Emperor Zhaoqing did not want to be like this. He wanted to be like the other wise emperors in the history of the An dynasty. He wanted to expand the territory or reform the law to benefit the people, and become an emperor whose name would go down in history. Unfortunately, he had the will but not the strength, so he was especially concerned about what the officials thought of him. He read the document asking for Shui Lingnan's pardon over and over again, and threw it into the corner several times, only to have someone pick it up again. He did not want these officials who were trying to coerce him with soft words to get what they wanted, but he also did not want to prove that he was the incapable ruler that they had written about. Because of this, he agonized over it for half a day, and then he quietly sent someone to announce the great commandment to the palace. No one knew what the two of them talked about, but the next day at court, Emperor Zhaoqing mentioned Shui Lingnan in a seemingly unintentional manner. He said that it had been a while since he had seen Shui Lingnan, and that he missed him. He did not mention that there had been people who had written a joint petition on Shui Lingnan's behalf the day before. With one sentence, he summoned Shui Lingnan to the palace for a chat. On the third day, people once again saw the figure of the right minister in the court. After court, Shui Lingnan and a few of his old friends agreed to play chess at the lookout pavilion the next day. When he returned to the manor, he had someone bring Shui Rui in front of him. "You did well this time, but in the end, you acted on your own and did not discuss it with me. Remember, this is the only time. There will not be a next time." It was rare that Shui Lingnan was not so serious today. In reality, he was in a good mood, otherwise he would not have chosen to meet him at the Sunset Plum Pavilion. After Shui Rui returned to the capital, every single move Shui Rui made was carried out under his watch, and he didn't interfere. Yet never had he imagined that Shui Rui would be able to influence public opinion in such a short period of time. Moreover, Shui Rui had incited all the ministers to jointly submit a petition on his behalf, forcing the emperor to have no choice but to make a stand and allow him to return to the imperial court. Grandfather's teachings are correct, grandson will remember. Shui Rui did not claim credit or become arrogant. Everything he did was to repay the debt he owed, and also to repay the Shui family for their protection over the years. "In 2 days, I will go ask for a grace for you, and let you resume your position." Shui Lingnan looked at him meaningfully. "Don't be idle for a few days, and then revert to your old ways. Don't be like those hedonistic sons, loitering around flowers and not doing proper work." The position of Vice Minister of the Supreme Court was, after all, very useful. It would be a pity to give it up. Grandson understands. 3 years ago, after tearing away the shameful cloth of his identity, when facing the old man, Shui Rui always listened respectfully, not like a grandfather and grandson, but like a superior and subordinate. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Shui Rui walked out of the Sunset Plum Pavilion, slowly releasing a breath. When Shui Lingnan returned to court, he could meet the emperor. It would not be difficult to help him restore his position. It was not that he did not want to give up his position, but there was a matter on his mind. He must return to the Supreme Court to solve it. When he walked down the winding corridor, Shui Rui saw his attendant, Baoda, standing under the nearby doorway and sticking his head out to look around. With a single glance, it was obvious that Baoda was waiting for him, so Shui Rui gestured for Baoda to come over. "What is it?" Hadaku reported in a low voice. Old Lin sent someone to deliver a message, saying that there is a girl with the surname Jiang waiting for you at Wangjilu. Shui Rui frowned, thought for a moment, and then ordered, have old Chui prepare a carriage. Jiang Mia must have a request for him at this time to find him. An hour later, Shui Rui saw Jiang Mia at Wangjilu. She had obviously disguised herself. She wore a gray coarse robe. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, and her face was smeared with a layer of potash. She held a bamboo hat in her hand, and there was a bamboo basket on a shoulder pole at her feet. Anyone who saw her appearance would not be able to recognize that this was the young princess of Dongjing Wangfu. I heard that you were kidnapped before? Jiang Mia saw Shui Rui coming in from outside and quickly got up. She subconsciously rubbed her cheeks with the back of her hand, wiping off a lump of black dirt. Her eyebrows were tied in a dead knot, and she said gloomily, after your accident, I looked for you everywhere, but I couldn't find your whereabouts. Later, when I learned that you were back, I wanted to see you, but the prince's mansion was full of spies. I was afraid that I would cause you more trouble, so I only found an opportunity to come out today. After hesitating for a moment, she said hesitantly, you should know that the emperor wants to force my brother to go overseas, so he has kept my mother and me under strict surveillance. Shui Rui sighed inwardly. Emperor Zhaoqing's intention was very obvious. He chose this time to let Lord Dongjing go to Japan, so he planned to make a move against the Jiang family. Lord Dongjing's family had been guarding the border for generations, and they had been trembling with fear until today. Finally, they had reached the limit of the emperor's tolerance. If they looked into it, it was not surprising. In history, there had not been an emperor who could tolerate a vassal king who had a higher prestige among the people than he did, and whose military power threatened the court. I know everything. Sit down first before we speak. Shui Rui sat down opposite her, and lifted up a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Recently, he'd been drinking too much every day, causing the heat in his liver to be exuberant, and he had a lot of phlegm that was difficult to swallow. If he didn't drink a few more mouthfuls of tea, his throat would be sore when he spoke. It was rare for Jiang Qia to be obedient, so she sat back down and did not argue with Shui Rui. Before she came, she was still worried that Shui Rui would blame her for the matter of Yu Shu and her imperial brother being a good match. When she saw his good expression, she finally felt relieved and dared to continue speaking. I know very well what the emperor is thinking. He is angry because of my brother's recent accumulation of troops. He thinks that my Jiang family is planning to raise troops and rebel. It is ridiculous. Few people know that my brother has sent secret memorials to the capital several times, speaking of the troubles in the north and asking the emperor to send troops to drive away the Tatars. However, the emperor did not listen. He is afraid that after my brother expands the territory, he will make great achievements and it will be even harder to shake my Jiang family. She spoke indignantly. It was obvious that she had been dissatisfied with Emperor Zhaoqing for a long time, and did not have the slightest bit of respect. She could not detect it herself, but Shui Rui understood. From her performance alone, he could see that the Jiang family's heart had been raised. From the perspective of the ruler of a country, Emperor Zhaoqing's actions could not be said to be right or wrong. If the Jiang family really had ambitions, then killing him in advance was not wrong. However, if the Jiang family did not have the intention to rebel and was forced into a corner, it was possible that they would rebel. Shui Rui had heard her indignant words, but he did not join her in despising the imperial court. Instead, he asked her, "Does Madame Wei know that you came to find me?" Jiang Yan nodded and suddenly became hesitant. "Actually, I came to find you today because I have something to ask of you." Shui Rui immediately understood, but he heard her say hesitantly, "Do you have a way to help us leave Anling?" Shui Rui did not answer. Jiang Ye looked at him anxiously. "I know it is difficult for you, but Mother and I really have no other way. A few days ago, my brother sent us a letter by pigeon and asked us to ask you for help if we have nowhere else to go." In reality, Jiang Huaying flew over from Ningdong City, and the first sentence on the letter was, pleading Zixin to leave Anling as soon as possible. To prevent the letter from being exposed, he deliberately used Shui Rui's previous alias, Chao Zixin. It must be said that he trusted Shui Rui's character very much by entrusting it to his closest relative. Shui Rui was Jiang Huaying's brother after all, and he had witnessed Jiang Huaying's unyielding temperament, so how could he not understand what Jiang Huaying meant? If Madame Wei and Jiang Mia were to leave Enling and return to Ningdong City, Jiang Huaying would no longer have any restraints, and he would be able to go all out and even defy the imperial decree. You let me think about it. Shui Rui rubbed his forehead and got up to get some fresh air outside. Jiang Huaying had really given him a difficult problem. Regardless of whether he had a way to send Madame Jiang and her daughter away, if he did not care about them, they would still try every possible way to leave the capital. Once they were discovered by others, they would not be able to escape. On the contrary, if he arranged for them to leave the capital, it would be no different from deceiving the emperor. If there was a day when the Jiang family rebelled, he would inevitably be held responsible. To go through water and tread on fire for the sake of brotherhood, or to be loyal to the emperor and betray the country, it was difficult for him to choose. Jiang Yi looked at his hesitant back and felt apprehensive. She walked forward and raised her hand in the air. She wanted to pat his shoulder and tell him that it was fine if he was in a difficult situation. However, when she thought of her mother's warning before she left, her hand fell again. Second brother. She called out in a low voice. Logically speaking, when Shui Rui and her imperial brother became sworn brothers, her imperial brother would request her to acknowledge Shui Rui as her brother. However, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, and she had always been unwilling. She insisted on calling him Shui Dalong over and over again in order to appear different. Think about it carefully. I have been out for too long today and must return. I will come find you in 3 days. After saying that, she was afraid that he would say something to reject her, so she hurriedly put on her bamboo hat to cover her face and left through the back door with her shoulder pole. Shui Rui watched as her figure disappeared behind the door, but in the end, he didn't call out to her. He just stood in the courtyard until dusk. The 2 doors were pushed open once again, and Yushu entered while stepping on the orange-red glow. As soon as she saw him, she smiled. They had not seen each other for half a month. Now that she saw him, it was as if she had encountered something good. Even her footsteps became lighter. Chapter 731. Shui Rui told Yushu everything about Jiang Mia's visit in the afternoon. There were times when he couldn't make up his mind, and she was the only person he could confide in without any worries. I was wondering why you looked so worried. So it turns out that trouble has come knocking on your door. Yushu didn't like Jiang Mia, and she didn't care about the Jiang family's matters either. However, it was a different matter when it involved Shui Rui. You just want to help them, but you're afraid of causing a huge disaster. She saw through his thoughts with a single glance. Shui Rui nodded. Madame Wei isn't an ordinary woman. Even if I'm not willing to help her, she will still scheme to escape. However, this is easier said than done. If they fail to escape, His Majesty will definitely not let them off. How can I just sit and watch? However, if you help them escape from the capital, Prince of Dongjing won't have anything to worry about, and he might rebel in the future. At that time, the country will be in chaos, and you will become a sinner. Yushu continued. Shui Rui smiled bitterly. Jiang Huaying and I are bosom buddies, and I know his character very well. In the beginning, he was willing to send Madame Wei and Jiang Mia to the capital to show his loyalty to His Majesty. At that time, he definitely didn't have any intention of rebelling. However, His Majesty actually used the Jiang family's mother and daughter to force him onto a path of no return. With his wisdom and bravery, there will definitely be chaos if he rebels in the future. This sounded like a dead end. If he didn't help Prince of Dongjing, the Jiang family might be finished, but if he helped Prince of Dongjing, he might become a sinner for all eternity. Since ancient times, it was difficult to be loyal and righteous, and this was probably the situation. Yushu didn't have a good impression of the Jiang family, and similarly, she didn't have any sense of belonging to the imperial court. Therefore, Shui Rui was a difficult problem, but for her, there was nothing to worry about. Then let me ask you, do you have a way to let the Jiang family's mother and daughter leave the capital safely? Shui Rui answered honestly. I am 70% sure. Yushu smiled and said, then it's easy. You don't have to be so stubborn. Since you're in a dilemma, it's wrong to help or not to help. Why don't you ask heaven's will, and let me do you a divination to see if you should help? When he first heard her idea, Shui Rui did not know whether to laugh or cry. But when he thought about it carefully, it was a good way to make a decision. Didn't mortals seek divination because they were worried about their future? All right, I'll listen to you. Yu Shu and Shui Rui went back to the house on Baochang Street. She needed to use the 6 lines to calculate for him, and she needed to use the fake Taiching cauldron's burning Dahui incense. She took these 2 treasures back home, and didn't dare to put them anywhere. After entering the main door, Yu Shu saw Zhou Hu and a few servants cleaning the living room from afar. She then glanced at the splashed water from the east side of the flower pond, and immediately knew what was going on. The girl is back. Zhou Hu jogged forward, and when he saw Shui Rui who was traveling with her, he greeted him repeatedly. However, because Yu Shu didn't say anything, he didn't mention that there were officials coming to ask for her again today. Yu Shu walked to the backyard with Shui Rui. She did not say anything, but Shui Rui had to ask, "Is Yin Zhourong still reporting you everywhere?" He first heard it from Ruilin, and then later asked Yu Shu for details. Seeing that she did not care, he did not ask for help, but only secretly planned for her. Yu Shu sneered and said, "Let him report as he pleases. As long as my mother does not go to court, no matter how much evidence he has, it is useless." It was difficult for a commoner to report an official, but it was not easy for an official to report an official. She and Yin Zhourong were of the same rank. He could only use the normal channels to request that Aunt Chui be brought to trial, but she could use a loophole in the judicial system. The de-in-law stipulated that having an escaped slave and eloping was a serious crime, but the de-in-law also stated that those who had an identity card were good citizens. The parents of officials of 5th rank and above did not have to go to court, unless all 3 departments tried them together. This meant that Aunt Chui had the right to refuse to go to court, unless it was tried by the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate. Yin Zhourong did not have the face to gather all 3 departments to stand up for him. The second branch of the Yin family insisted that Aunt Chui was their family's escaped slave, but Yu Shu had already gone through noble consort Shui to apply for an identity card for Aunt Chui in the Ministry of Revenue. So whenever an official came to ask for her, she could beat them all out without hesitation. This method was a little rogue, but who could say that she was wrong? Shui Rui saw her shrewd face and did not ask any more questions. He followed her to the study in the North Palace, and waited for her to return to her room to change her clothes. He took out the small blue stove, washed his hands, and burned some incense. The 4 chapters of the 6 trigrams, affairs of the country, natural and man-made disasters, good or bad future, marriage and harmony. The things that Shui Rui wanted to ask could be counted as natural and man-made disasters, or it could also be counted as family, country, and the world. The former's Yaoi was Shui Rui's birthday, month, and day, as well as the age of the sister of the person he was helping. The latter's Yaoi was the zodiac sign of the person he was helping, and the birthday of the person's father. Fortunately, Shui Rui could answer all of these Yaoi, otherwise Yu Shu would not be able to get a hexagram. From asking to arranging the hexagram, to calculating the details, 1 pill of Tishio incense was only enough for her to calculate 1 hexagram. For Shui Rui, she was not stingy. She used 2 pills to calculate the result. Yu Shu only explained to Shui Rui under his inquisitive gaze. The first divination is to obtain the fortune of one's wife. The divination of one's future is to be smooth, while the divination of one's choice is to seek benevolence. According to the matter you're asking about, you should help the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to leave the capital city. Shui Rui's face became serious unconsciously. What about the second hexagram? Yu Shu's fingers moved on the paper, and she hesitated. The second hexagram is the Yaoi for your brother. The divination of you is a tribulation. Those who are tribulation should value friendship and avoid greed. The divination of those who ask for help is a great kindness. From the hexagram, if you are worried about the world, you should help Lord Dongjing to get out of trouble. After she finished speaking, she was puzzled. Helping Lord Dongjing to get out of trouble was actually a good thing for the country and the people? She even suspected that she had miscalculated. She looked at Shui Rui's surprised eyes and touched her nose in embarrassment. She reached out to open the incense burner and said, "Why don't I calculate it again?" Although she had the Tihu incense, she couldn't calculate it 100% accurately. No need. Shui Rui already had a conclusion in his heart after he got her 2 hexagram. He pressed Yushu's hand and said, "When I became sworn brothers with Lord Dongjing, I swore to the heaven and earth that we would share blessings and misfortunes together. If you want me to break my promise, I can't do it." Hearing his statement, Yushu blinked and slowly curled up the corner of her mouth. "Big brother, if you have thought it through, then just do it. As a man, there are things that he should do and things that he shouldn't. I like your temperament of valuing friendship and promises." It was great that the person she liked was a true gentleman who kept his promise. Shui Rui suddenly heard her confession and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but pinch her soft palm and replied softly, "My heart is the same." He also loved her character of valuing friendship and self-improvement. It could be said that the reason why the two of them could be in love with each other was not only because of fate, but more importantly, because they were compatible. If he was a fickle villain, or if she was a weak woman, they would not be able to be together. Yushu helped Shui Rui solve a problem, so she didn't care about how he would save Madame Wei and Jiang Mia. Instead, she thought of another person, Situ Qinglan. At Madame Wei's birthday banquet, Situ Qinglan won the limelight. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Everyone had their own fate, and Yushu wouldn't interfere with other people's futures, so she didn't say anything. But now, she felt that it was necessary to remind Situ Qinglan and persuade her to give up on the idea. They were friends, so she couldn't just watch her jump into the fire pit. It should be known that in the eyes of others, Prince Dongjing's mansion was still in the glorious past. So at noon the next day, Yushu took some time to go to Taisher Library to find Situ Qinglan. "What kind of wind is blowing today? You actually have time to visit me." Situ Qinglan was very surprised by Yushu's visit. At this time, all the students in the library had gone to eat, and she was the only one who stayed in Sushuetang to clean. Yushu looked around and asked her, "Why are you sweeping the floor? Where are the servants?" She was a female disguise master, so why did she do such rough work? Don't mention it." Situ Qinglan sighed while holding the broom. Not long ago, one night, a group of Yulin royal guards broke into the library and searched inside and outside. I don't know why they kidnapped all the servants in the library. The academicians forbade us to talk about this in private. If I hadn't stayed over at night, I wouldn't have known about it. No one cleaned the lecture hall, so it was a mess in a few days. So, I had to do it myself. Yushu thought of the missing suspect mentioned by Jing Chen. The Yulin royal guards wouldn't break into Taisher Library without permission. They must be under the emperor's order to arrest people and track down clues. Wait for me, I'll be done soon. Situ Qinglan quickly put the things in one place and went to the back of the room to wash her hands. After a while, she saw someone coming out with a stack of books and smiled at her apologetically. I almost forgot that I have to go to the library to return these books. It turns out that Uncle Qin, who is responsible for taking care of these books, has returned to his hometown. Yushu's heart moved. Is Uncle Qin the old servant I always see in the library? The one with a little bad hearing? Yes. Yushu felt a little scared. She had seen that old servant more than once. If he was the murderer of the 2 female students, she was really lucky. They walked to Dianhan building while talking about trivial things. Yushu hadn't seen Xian Lu for a long time. According to Situ Qinglan's tone, Xian Lu didn't come to Taisher Library recently. It seemed that he had something else to do. There were 4 libraries in Taisher Library, and Dianhan building was only one of them. Because the servants were all taken away, and there was a lack of people to take care of it, the academicians temporarily closed the library. Situ Qinglan got the door key from her grandfather and took Yushu to the 2nd floor. It was quiet everywhere, and there was no one around. It was a good place to talk about something private. When she put down the things and came out, Yushu said, "Do you know that the emperor sent Lord of Dongjing to attack Japan?" Situ Qinglan was stunned and nodded hesitantly. "What do you think about it?" Yushu couldn't rashly tell her. Don't dream about being Princess Dongjing anymore. The Jiang family is going to be in big trouble. Maybe they will become traitors in the future. The glory and wealth you think is actually a fire pit. Situ Qinglan was a smart person. She understood the meaning of Yu Shu's words. She wasn't surprised that Yu Shu could see through her mind. But she didn't know what to do. She just kept silent. Yu Shu shook her head slowly and said, I shouldn't have said this. The emperor was afraid of the power of the Jiang family, so he detained Madame Wei and Commandery Princess Jiang in the capital to threaten Lord of Dongjing to go overseas. It's dangerous here. It's enough to overthrow the Jiang family. Lord of Dongjing may not be willing to walk into the trap. Situ Qinglan suddenly raised her head, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. If Lord of Dongjing was not willing to walk into the trap, then she didn't dare to think about it anymore. I'm telling you, it's good that you know what to do. Qinglan, calm down and make a plan. I'll go back first. If you need anything, come to the Celestial Commissioner. Yu Shu patted her on the shoulder and went downstairs. Chapter 732. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of November. Yu Shu's court dress was ready. She wore a green and red brocade satin top with wide sleeves, lined with a white-lined jacket. She had a green jade belt, a pair of tall silver boots, a black tasseled boxing crown, a fish talisman, and a silver necklace inlaid with 5 colored gems. Yu Shu tried it on her upper body. It was really handsome. Her hands and legs were long, and they could support such a stylish dress. It was cold, and she wore a cotton-padded shirt and trousers inside, but she was still as tall and straight as a green bamboo. The court dress was usually more grand than the official dress and the regular dress. The iris flower patch on the shoulder was also decorated with pearls and colorful jade. When standing in a bright place, it would shine, and it was very beautiful. The court dress of female officials had been followed for 300 years. Probably influenced by Empress Ningxian, the style was eclectic. It not only had to be powerful, but also took into account the fashion of women. Yu Shu looked in the mirror and felt very satisfied. She wore this heavy dress and walked around the room. In the end, she felt bored and ran to Zhao Hui to show off. Io. Zhao Hui was in the eastern room, asking old Madame He for some needlework tips. As soon as she saw Yu Shuqing walk in, her eyes widened. She had never seen such a splendid outfit before and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Old Madame He was more knowledgeable than her. She squinted her eyes and said, This is the dress that can only be worn when meeting the emperor. Good child, come closer and let Grandma see it. Yu Shu answered with a smile and walked in front of the old lady, so that she could look at it easily. Old Madame He took her hand and gently touched the patterns on her sleeves, afraid that she would break them if she used too much strength. After looking at Yu Shu from top to bottom, she said with satisfaction, You're so beautiful. Your godfather's great-grandfather was a famous doctor in the capital a few decades ago. The late emperor made him a high-ranking official in the court of imperial physicians. He was a 4th-rank official. There's a portrait of the old man in the He family's ancestral home. The old man was wearing the clothes of a high-ranking official and a black hat on his head, just like what you're wearing now. The He family was a real family of Xinglin, so Yu Shu was very relieved to let Yu Xiaoxiu learn medicine from He Fangji. In the future, she didn't expect him to be promoted and rich, but at least he wouldn't be a nobody. Old Madame He recalled the past for a while and talked about many old things intermittently. Zhao Hui and Yu Shu both listened carefully and no one interrupted. After all, old Madame He was old. After the excitement passed, she looked tired. Zhao Hui helped her lie down in the inner room and covered her with the quilt. She left and called Yu Shu to talk in the next room. A few days ago, your uncle came over and told me some things. I didn't get a chance to ask you since you were too busy to visit home. Zhao Hui pressed Yu Shu to sit down on the low couch, helped her smooth the wrinkles of her clothes, and put on a serious expression. Yu Shu said, Go ahead and ask. What can we not say to each other? Zhao Hui nodded and leaned close to her. She lowered her voice. I heard from your uncle that young Master Shue's family is in trouble. It is said that someone slandered the Shue family for rebellion. Yu Shu thought, Shuerue's movement is big enough. Even Zhao Hui, a woman in the backyard, knows that the Shui family has been wronged. I'm just a woman. I don't understand these things, but I do know that rebellion is a crime punishable by death. Zhao Hui looked a little scared. You and young Master Shui are sworn siblings. If something happens to his family, you won't be implicated, right? Everyone has selfishness. Yushu is like a daughter to Zhao Hui, but Shui Rui is just an outsider to Zhao Hui. So when she heard that the Shui family was in trouble, the first thing she worried about was whether Yushu would be harmed. She didn't have the idea of going through thick and thin with them. Yushu was thoughtful. She smiled and said, Mother also knows about rebellion and the execution of 9 relatives. What is the meaning of 9 relatives? For relatives of the father's family, 3 relatives of the mother's family, and 2 relatives of the wife's family are called 9 relatives. Sworn siblings do not belong to this list. Moreover, since they are wronged, there is nothing to be afraid of. The current emperor is wise. He will never listen to the slander of villains and persecute loyal people. The last sentence was to comfort Zhao Hui. Fortunately, Zhao Hui was open-minded. She was relieved after listening to her explanation. Yushu returned to the room in a new court dress. Her mood was completely different from before. Since Shui Rui returned to the capital, they had met in private several times. There was a question that she had never asked, whether the Shui family had the intention to rebel. If they didn't, she would thank God. If they did, God would make a big joke. Whether Lord Dongjing would rebel or not had little to do with her. But if the Shui family wanted to rebel, she had to take it seriously. Thinking about it carefully, there were only 2 ways for an official to rebel. One was to gather troops and establish himself as the king, and the other was to support the new emperor to kill the old emperor. If Lord Dongjing wanted to rebel, he would definitely choose the former. If the Shui family wanted to rebel, they could only choose the second way. The new emperor that the Shui family wanted to support would undoubtedly choose Lu Tan, who was the daughter of noble consort Shui. So what was the motive of the Shui family to rebel? If Emperor Zhaoqing made Lu Tan the crown prince, there was no need for the Shui family to rebel at all. Unless Shui Lingnan had long been sure that Lu Tan could not be the crown prince. How could the Shui family be sure that Emperor Zhaoqing would not make Lu Tan the crown prince? Because Shui Lingnan also knew the existence of the Book of Mystery Fairies. Did he know the secret of the disaster? Yinhua said that without the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 rens, the future crown prince could not be divined. Could it be that Shui Lingnan knew that the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 rens was lost? So he thought that as long as the Great and Calamity disappeared or the person who broke his life died, he could control the situation. If these speculations of hers were true, then the murderer of Taisher Shiyuan was most likely sent by the Shui family to kill the person who broke the life. In other words, Shui Lingnan wanted to kill her. Yushu's assumptions were clear. The more questions she had, the more frightened she was. She didn't dare to ask Shui Rui for confirmation. It was not because she was worried that those terrible speculations would come true, but she didn't want to make things difficult for Shui Rui. Just like Jiang Mia, who asked Shui Rui to choose between righteousness and loyalty, she didn't want Shui Rui to choose between love and the kindness of raising her. She couldn't possibly ask Shui Rui face to face, "Your grandfather wants to kill me. What do you plan to do?" Some words could not be taken back after they were said. She would rather play dumb and not expose him. Moreover, in her mind, Shui Rui was worthy of trust. She believed that he would give her an explanation sooner or later without her asking. On the second day after receiving the court dress, the great advisor brought Yushu to Taishi Tower to give her some instructions. He mainly explained to her the process of participating in the morning court. There was no need for him to personally instruct her on such a small matter, but he had always been fond of Yushu. Yushu would not be grateful for his special care, because she knew very well that in the eyes of her immediate superior, she was just a tool named the person who broke the life. Coming out of Taishi Tower, Yushu met someone on the way. "You knew you?" Xianya asked her with a smile. "Where are you going?" "Oh, Lady Xane." Yushu stopped and pointed to the south. "The great advisor called me over to talk." Xianya nodded knowingly and said, "If nothing goes wrong, you will be attending the morning court on the first day of next month, right?" "Yes." Yushu didn't like to deal with this old fox. It had been 4 months since their last private meeting. In order to ask her to predict Yunhua's life and death, Xia took out the imitation Tai Ching cauldron to tempt her, and tried to use Tihu incense to tie her down. She guessed that this old fox couldn't help but wait for a few days when she didn't take the initiative to look for him. As expected, Xia followed the topic of the morning court, and led in another direction. My identity will be different when I attend the morning court. It won't be as leisurely as it is now. First, I will have more social contacts, and second, I will have to work hard to share my burden. You see, shouldn't you take advantage of the fact that you are not busy to do what you promised me as soon as possible? With Xia Lishan, Yushu had solved the need for Tihu incense. Naturally, she didn't need to keep Xia in suspense anymore. So she pretended to pat her forehead and said, "Oh, look at my memory. The result of what you asked me to do was already out last month, but you didn't ask me. I thought you weren't in a hurry to know, so I didn't rush to look for you to fulfill it. After that, I got busy and forgot about it. Sorry, haha. Haha, your mother," Xia scolded in his heart. Who said he wasn't in a hurry? He was so anxious that he almost died. If it wasn't because he wanted to wait for her to finish using Tihu incense and beg him, he wouldn't have had to hide from her for so many days. There's a result? That's great. I just got some good tea the day before yesterday. Why don't you come back with me to the house later? We can sit down and enjoy the tea and slowly talk about it. Xia was able to keep his composure. He knew that this was not the place to talk. Yushu looked troubled. But I have to go buy some tools this afternoon. I've used up all the turtle shells and ambergris at home. Xia quietly gritted his teeth, but pretended to be generous. It's not worth much. The Xia family's great e-shop doesn't lack anything. Why do you need to make a trip? Come back with me. I'll get someone to prepare a set of white-headed turtle shells, and a box of high-quality ambergris for you to take with you when you leave. Yushu whispered, but I've always bought turtle shells that are more than 50 years old. A 50-year-old white-headed turtle shell was priceless. Usually it could only be sold for 300 taels. A set of 12 shells would be 3,600 taels. And that didn't include the ambergris. Forget it. I'll go buy it myself. Yushu said considerately. Lady Xia, let's talk another day. He turned to leave. Xia hurriedly blocked his way. He forced a smile and said amiably, "Isn't it just a 50-year-old turtle shell? It's not that rare. I'll get someone to choose it. It'll save you the trouble of running around." Yushu said embarrassedly, "How can I do that? I've made you spend money. I'll thank Lady Xia then." Heh. This little bastard who took advantage of the situation. Then when you're leaving, get someone to inform me at the Coinling Bureau. I'll go back first. Yushu waved her sleeves at him in a relaxed manner. Only a bastard would not take advantage of an opportunity. Moreover, Xia was such a despicable person. At the bottom of it all, it was Xia's fault for stealing the precious Jugatong that Yunhua had given to Xia Lishan. This indirectly caused Shui Rui's birth mother, Madame Han, to not be able to escape the Celestial Commissioner's pursuit, and eventually lose her life. Chapter 733. When Yushu came out of the Xian family's mansion, the sky had just turned dark. Su Qing and Lu Hong followed closely behind, holding 2 big boxes in their hands. These were the thank-you gifts that Xia gave her. On the 6th of June, she showed her death-sealing technique at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, which shocked the 12 families. Some people coveted her skills, and some people tried to recruit her to be the signboard of the Dei shop, but she rejected them all. Xia repeatedly showed her goodwill, and even used a replica of the Tai Ching cauldron as a trade in exchange for her divination of the life and death of a few people. The first person was a man born in the year of Xia. Xia probably did not expect that Yushu would coincidentally guess that the original identity of this Mr. Xia was Yunhua's son. Yunhua did not die at all. Xia was very sure that she had seen him in person, but she did not tell Xia the truth. Instead, she made up a very credible story based on what happened 20 years ago. She told Xia, You asked me to divine that you have wealth but no life to enjoy it. In the first month of the 13th year of Baotai, because of a villain, your relatives died and there were signs of separation. In fact, at the end of the 12th year of Baotai, Yinhua sent Zhugetong to Xian Lishan, but Xianya intercepted it and hid it. In the first month of the 13th year of Baotai, Yinhua's first wife, Madame Han, did a divination and knew that his wife had died, and his eldest son was missing. Xianya had a guilty conscience, so she believed it immediately. She said, "In the second month, there was a fire and he did not die. In the fourth month he lost his wife. In the sixth month he died. He died in a foreign land." Yinhua told her personally that when he heard the bad news of Madame Han's death, he set fire to the Celestial Commissioner, stole the Book of Mystery Maiden, and fled the capital city. The late emperor and the previous emperor had concealed the fact that Yinhua had stolen the treasure and escaped. Princess Luyue had passed away after giving birth to Jingchen. After she died, the palace announced to the public that Yinhua had sacrificed his son for the princess, and the two of them were buried together in the princess mausoleum. Yushu was an expert in lying. After Xianya heard the results of Yushu's divination, she would definitely fill in the blanks on her own. Even if she was not 100% convinced, there was still a 99% chance that she was telling the truth. After leaving the Xian family, Yushu turned around and went to the Wangji Tower. She had managed to scare Xianya, but she still owed Xian Lishan an explanation. Both father and son were very concerned about the truth of Yinhua's death in the past. Wangji Lu had been closed for several days, and the restaurant in front was not open for business. Lin Fu fired a few of the hired waiters and vegetable washers, and the rest of the people became idle. Xian Lishan still refused to leave, treating this place as his refuge. After 2 months, he also realized that the waiters and servants in this restaurant were all skilled in martial arts. One of them could take on 3 people, so he was not afraid that Xianya would find out where he was and come to arrest him. Yushu finds Xian Lishan on the balcony of the 3rd floor. He successfully extracted Tihu incense half a month ago. In exchange, Yushu allows him to visit the feng shui pool on the top floor. Xian Lishan is an out-and-out scholar. She heard from Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing that he can squat in front of the feng shui pool without eating or drinking for 2 days and 2 nights to write and draw. On such a cold day, he actually made a mattress on the balcony, just so that when the sun rises, he can be the first to see the changes in the feng shui pool. 5th uncle, I have calculated the result of the matter that you entrusted to me. As soon as Yushu opens her mouth, Xian Lishan, who was lying lazily on the side of the patio, immediately got up and offered his seat to her. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Okay. Yushu can deceive Xianya with a clear conscience, but she can't bear to deceive Xian Lishan. Back then, he was deceived by his father and missed the task that Yinhua entrusted to him. He inadvertently became a villain. However, after many years, he found out the truth and resolutely broke off the relationship between father and son with Xianya, giving up a bright future and a rich family, the dignified first rank of Dian rankings, a third-class great changer, and a celestial commissioner, but he is willing to conceal his identity and be a common man. Such a responsible 5th uncle Xian is a real man. Even if he knows that Yinhua is still alive, he will not leak it out. Facing Xian Lishan's eyes full of expectations, she did not keep him in suspense and told him directly, "The person that you want me to calculate, he is not dead." Xian Lishan's eyes widened, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. He grabbed Yushu's arm with a little excitement and asked, "If he is not dead, then he is still alive? You didn't make a mistake, right?" Yushu did not care about his doubt of her, but told him with certainty, "Yes, that person is still alive." Then she repeated what she said to Xianya, except that the last sentence, "He died in a foreign land, died a violent death," was changed to "His lifespan is not up, he is still alive." For a moment, she saw tears glistening in Xian Lishan's eyes, and thought that she saw it wrong. When he turned his head to wipe his face, she realized that he was really crying. Xian Lishan's shrewdness was not inferior to his father's, but at this time, he forgot to hide his emotions. As he wiped his tears, he kept saying, "Great, great, he is not dead, he is not dead." Between him and Xianya, one hoped that Yunhua was alive, and the other hoped that Yunhua was dead. Yushu watched this scene coldly from the side. She thought that if she were Yunhua, she would probably forgive Xian Lishan, but she would never let Xianya go. At the end of the month, there was finally a good news that made people excited. Xue Rui was reinstated. This confused people who thought that the Xue family was going to fall. In this generation of the Xue family, Xue Rui was the only outstanding one among the descendants, and he was undoubtedly going to inherit Xue Lingnan's mantle in the future. Previously, Emperor Zhaoqing had personally asked about Xue Rui's disappearance and ordered him to be suspended from his post for investigation. Everyone saw this as a sign that the Xue family was going to be demoted. Now, not only had Xue Lingnan returned to the court, but Xue Rui had also returned to the Supreme Court. Emperor Zhaoqing's action was thought-provoking. Most people felt that the Xue family was innocent victims, and now that they were cleared of suspicion, Emperor Zhaoqing would naturally be lenient. However, a few people noticed a detail. The cause of the whole incident. The Xue family's chief who was wanted by the emperor had not been released yet. In any case, the Xue family's courtyard was bustling again these days, and it was not as quiet as it was half a month ago. When Yushu got the news, she immediately asked Zhou Hu to prepare a congratulatory gift, and sent it to the right minister's residence. She was wary of Xue Lingnan, so she did not go in person. But the next day, she went to the Supreme Court. The guards all recognized this young lady and let her pass. Yushu walked to the backyard with familiarity. On the way, she also saw some officials playing chess and drinking tea in the warm pavilion. It was very leisurely, but when she found Xue Rui, she saw another scene. Two writing tables were facing each other, and stacks of files and legal books were placed on top of them. There was only an empty corner where brush and ink were placed. Xue Rui sat at the edge of this corner, and the petty official and the registrar stood on both sides of him. They kept passing files into his hands, and after he finished reading one, they would find another one. If they had any doubts, they would search for the legal books on the table. Yushu stood under the window and looked in for a while. She found that Xue Rui did not notice her at all, so she had to clear her throat and call out to him. "Why are you here?" Xue Rui was a little happy to see her. He put down his writing brush, told his subordinates and walked out the door. "You asked Hadaku to send me a letter yesterday, and I know that you have returned to the Supreme Court. Of course I have to come and see." Yushu raised her chin towards the room and said, "How did I know that you are so busy? It seems that I came at the wrong time." Xue Rui shook his head and said, "I have been idle for a month, and many official matters have been delayed. The local authorities are waiting for the Supreme Court's warrant and approval. If I do not solve it quickly, it will pile up until next month, and I don't know how many unjust and false cases will occur." In the blink of an eye, it was already Li Dong. He was wearing a cotton coat, but Yushu saw that there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Not only did she feel sorry for him, but she also complained. "When you were suspended, there was no one to defend you. And yet you have the nerve to pile up all these official matters. When you come back, I will push all of them to you. You are not the only Shaoqing in the Supreme Court. On my way here, I have seen people who are so idle, but other than you, are they all dead people?" When she was angry, her mouth was unforgiving. Xue Rui laughed involuntarily. If they were not in the yamen, he could not help but pinch her angry face. "What are you laughing at?" Yushu glared at him. "You have such a good temper, and you let others bully you for nothing." Xue Rui pulled her along and walked a few steps further away, so that the bystanders would not hear their conversation and gossip again. Today was different from the past. Even though he had returned to the Supreme Court, his power and influence were not as great as before. It was just that his heart was not here, and he did not care. "When you were in Kuanling Bureau, didn't Jing Chen also do nothing and push everything to you? Do you feel wronged?" he asked. "How is that the same?" Yushu rolled her eyes and said, "He delegated power to me. The more I do, the more power I have. You are busy, but you do not get any benefits." As an official in the Supreme Court, one was either clean and uncorrupted, offending people everywhere, or smooth and slick, with a body full of small braids. Xue Rui was clearly the former. He was smart, but not worldly. He was probably the only clean person in the yamen. How can that be? Shui Rui smiled faintly and said, I get benefits, it's just that you can't see it. Yu Shu snorted coldly and was too lazy to argue with him. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and covered his forehead. Her tone was not so gentle as she said, no matter how busy you are not allowed to stay up late. The weather is cold, and it is hard to recover from an illness. A cold fragrance assailed his nostrils. Shui Rui suddenly felt his mind clear. He caught her handkerchief and did not bear to wipe his sweat. He folded it twice and put it in his chest. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Yu Shu saw him hide her handkerchief in front of her and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could not ask him for it back. There is something I forgot to tell you, she mentioned. On the 1st of next month, I will be able to enter the palace for court. It will be just in time for you to resume your position and be my companion. Shui Rui smiled and said, I know. I will go pick you up that morning. Don't oversleep. The morning court began at 7 a.m. The civil and military officials had to rush to the palace gates before 7 a.m. and wait for the morning bell to enter the palace. Regardless of whether it was day of the month, whether it was windy or rainy, they had to stand outside for 2 hours. Those who were late and those who were absent would be recorded by the censors in charge of inspection. So whenever there was a court meeting, the officials would wake up in the middle of the night to wash up and leave before dawn. Chapter 734. On the first day of the month, Yu Shu woke up before the 5th watch. When she opened her eyes, it was pitch black outside the window. Even though she had washed up and slept after eating last night, she still felt dizzy waking up so early. Hearing a servant girl coughing outside, she put on her clothes and called for someone to come in and serve. Ever since she had moved to a large residence, she had gradually adapted to the days of food and clothing being handed to her. Last night, it was Xiner who kept watch. After Yu Shu woke up, Yundo and Liner came to take her place. They had already prepared hot water and tea and were busy helping Yu Shu wash and change. It took less than an hour for her to dress. Yu Shu stood at the door of the room and looked at the dark courtyard. She truly felt that she had woken up early. It was the beginning of winter, and the morning was particularly cold. She put on a black cloak with fur over her court clothes and wrapped up her sleeves as she walked out of the north wing. Liner was in front with a lantern. When she reached the front courtyard and walked down the corridor, she saw a dark figure standing in front of the living room door. She thought that it was Shui Rui who had come early. Who would have thought that it was Jing Chen who had come early? Her steps paused and she asked in surprise, You are? I know that you are going to the palace today, so I came to pick you up. Jing Chen had a magnanimous bearing, but his eyes were helpless when he looked at her. When he heard that Shui Rui had returned to Jing, he wanted to talk to her, but she uncharacteristically avoided him. Every time he went to Kunling Bureau to find her, she was so busy that she could not leave. When he went to the Fu to see her, she was always not at home. Jing Chen did not understand why she would avoid him. After thinking about it, the reason could only be Shui Rui. Yu Shu walked around him guiltily and entered the living room. Sitting down, she said, Don't you not attend court? Jing Chen's position as the right commander was temporary. Emperor Zhaoqing was very generous to him. No one required him to attend court, so he never participated in government affairs. I was worried about you, so I made a request to the chief. Jing Chen walked into the room and stared at her. I wanted to tell you this a long time ago, but you always avoided me. He was indeed worried about Yu Shu because he felt that Shui Rui was not reliable. He was afraid that Yu Shu would trust Shui Rui too much and lose the ability to judge right from wrong. He spoke too bluntly, and Yu Shu did not know how to respond. It was true that she was avoiding him because she was worried that if they met in private, Jing Chen would ask her about the details of Shui Rui's disappearance. She could not tell him the truth that it was Yunhua's scheme, so she could only avoid meeting him. Jing Chen was about to ask her if she was avoiding him because of Shui Rui, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the door. Yu Shu saw his movement and also looked out. After a while, she saw Shui Rui, who was wearing a dark green cloak, slowly walk out of the darkness. He stopped at the door of the living room and looked at the two people in the room. His eyes flickered, and he smiled slightly. I saw the carriage of the princess's mansion on the side of the road just now. I thought I was mistaken, but it is really Brother Jing. Jingchen did not move and also said, I have just arrived, just a little earlier than Brother Shui. Shuirui nodded. He turned around and said to Yushu in a gentle voice, I was thinking that you woke up early and did not have the appetite to eat, so I went to the building of forgotten machines on the way to get some breakfast. There's hot porridge and side dishes. You should eat some to fill your stomach later on the journey. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure when you enter the palace. Jingchen did not fall behind and honestly said to Yushu, I have also prepared food for you. After saying that, he thought for a while and added, Last month, when I was refining pills, there was a kind of vitality pill that is very good. It can refresh the mind, so I brought it for you today. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Jing. Shuirui cupped his hands and thanked him, and then he turned around and said to Yushu, Little girl, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you're going to meet Brother Jing? If I'm late, then wouldn't I be making him wait? It is not her fault that she did not tell you. I did not expect you to come. I thought you were suspended. Jingchen did not know how to be reserved. Brother Jing's ears are not very good. I have been reinstated a few days ago. Shuirui also gradually became impolite. Yushu listened to them talking one after another, treating her as a decoration. She glanced at Jingchen and then looked at Shuirui. She suddenly felt a headache. She knew that the first morning court would not be peaceful, but there was no need for such a strong smell of gunpowder so early in the morning. She suddenly stood up and walked out. You guys have a good chat. I am leaving first. Shuirui and Jingchen looked at each other and turned their heads away. At the same time they thought, who wants to chat with him? The two carriages drove side by side, and only slowed down when they reached the foot of the palace. There was a long queue outside the Meridian Gate. They did not join the queue and slowly stopped at the back. Yushu sat in Shuirui's carriage. She lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The cold wind rushed in. She quickly put it down and turned to Shuirui and said, Look, we are late. We are all lagging behind. No matter how early you are, you will not be at the front of the queue. Shuirui slowly moved the wine pot away from the charcoal stove. He tested the temperature of the wine, poured a cup and handed it to her, saying, Drink a few mouthfuls to warm yourself. When the palace gates open, we will have to stand outside for a long time. The queue outside the palace gates was not casually lined up. For example, Yin Tianho and Xue Lingnan, no matter how late they were, could directly be at the front. For the fifth-rank officials, no matter how early they were, they could only make room for others. Shuirui took out another half a pot and opened the small window at the corner of the door. He said to the manservant outside the carriage, Send it to the Jing Gongzi next to me. It was not easy for them to come before dawn to block people. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how early they came. There was no medicine for regret in this world. If they missed it, they missed it. Yushu curled up her legs and leaned against a soft pillow while holding the little honey-yellow wine cup in her palm, and she looked at Shuirui with an amused expression. She'd noticed that he was being petty, but when she thought of the blood relationship between him and Jingchen, her feelings couldn't help but become complicated. Speaking of which, the sudden change in the Xue family started from the portrait that Jingchen had painted. But if she really looked into it, what did Jingchen do wrong? He was also a victim. They were originally blood brothers, but they had no choice but to go their separate ways. It was not easy to turn hostility into friendship. The east was slightly white. There was a burst of bell ringing in the distance. When the palace gates opened, the stream of people and horses slowly moved forward. When they were about to reach them, Shuirui said to Yushu, Take off your cloak. You can't wear this in the palace. Let's get out of the carriage and take a few steps to stretch our hands and feet. Yushu nodded as she obediently took off her cloak and placed it at the side, revealing the exquisite and gorgeous imperial court attire on her body. She adjusted the gemstone necklace on her neck and touched the tasseled crown on her head to make sure that her attire was appropriate. Only then did she jump off the carriage and take 2 steps forward. When she noticed that Shuirui wasn't following her, She turned around and collided with his jet black and bright eyes. She smiled. She also knew that she was dressed beautifully. Women were proud of those who liked them. His behavior was very pleasing to her. The two of them got out of the carriage and walked. Jing Chun silently followed them. The Meridian Gate was heavily guarded. The civil and military officials entered with fish talismans. When they left the palace, they also had to show their fish talismans. Walking under the palace wall, Shuirue told Yu Shu in a low voice a true story. A few years ago, there was an unlucky man who forgot to bring his fish talisman. He was afraid that he would miss the morning court session. So he tried to bribe the imperial guards to let him enter the palace. However, the Jinwu guards who were guarding the gate did not recognize him, so they caught him on the spot. When the news reached the emperor's ears, he just said one sentence and that unlucky man was banished to Yunnan. After listening to this story, Yu Shu remembered it. She carefully fastened 2 buttons on the fish talisman on her belt, for fear that she would accidentally lose it. The eunuch who led the way led them to an open space in front of the palace gate. Several high-ranking officials and nobles went inside to drink tea, while the others had to stand outside in the cold wind. Yu Shu roughly counted. There were no less than 200 people here. Looking around, she was the only woman, which was really eye-catching. Before entering the palace, everyone took off the cloaks they used to keep warm, and only wore court clothes to meet the emperor. The weather was really cold, so everyone wore a layer of cotton-padded clothes, which made them look much fatter than they were. However, she stood out from the crowd. She wore heavy court clothes, but her shoulders were still straight. Her oval face was pink and white from the cold. She was a woman's beauty, but when she raised her eyebrows, she added a bit of heroic spirit. People couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and an inappropriate description popped up in their minds. An elegant and handsome young man, as beautiful as a jade tree in the wind. Such a young and energetic girl appeared in the middle of a group of old men, unexpectedly becoming a dazzling scenery. What's more, there were 2 young and handsome men standing next to her. One was gentle and elegant, and the other was handsome and outstanding. They were in the prime of their youth, making people envious. The court meeting was very different from what Yu Shu had imagined. She thought that the emperor would sit on the dragon throne and give orders, and the ministers would take turns to report their work. Then, if there was a report, the court would be dismissed. But in reality, the liveliness of the morning court meeting was no less than the market. The idea of reporting work was simply too naive. The reality was that out of every 3 officials who opened their reports, 2 of them complained. Official Fong of the Chamberlain of Honglu said that this year, the offerings sent to the capital by the military governor of Hushi were 20% less than in previous years. So he accused official Zhang of the Ministry of Rights of overstepping his authority and embezzling the offerings. The Marquis of Kaiyang reported official Wang of the Ministry of Works to repair the residence of Hai Duke Feng's family. All the broken bricks and tiles were piled up at the back door of their house, blocking the road. No matter how big or small the matter was, without exception, they were all disputes that the Yamen could not solve. Yu Shu listened dumbfounded for a while and suddenly realized. So the emperor was a judge of cases. She and Shuirue were both 5th-ranked officials, so their positions were close to the back and they were not far from each other. In front, the Marquis of Kaiyang and Hai Duke Feng were arguing until their necks were red. Whispers could be heard everywhere in the hall. Some said that the Marquis of Kaiyang was making a big fuss over a minor issue, while others said that Hai Duke Feng was being unkind. When no one was paying attention, she rolled her eyes. Coincidentally, Shuirue saw it. He clenched his fist and coughed twice, reminding her not to cause trouble. Seeing that the Marquis of Kaiyang and Hai Duke Feng were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, Emperor Zhaoqing gave Jiuping a look, telling him to sound the whip for silence. He opened his golden mouth and decided this matter. He gave Hai Duke Feng 3 days to clean up the back door of the Marquis of Kaiyang's residence, and find official Wang of the Ministry of Works a month's salary. Then all the ministers cheered. Your Majesty is wise. Just as Yu Shu was about to fall asleep from boredom, figures suddenly moved in the front row. 3 people stepped out and knelt in front of the emperor. The leader said in a loud voice, Chapter 735. Yu Shu felt that she was the first person in the history of Da'an to be impeached on the first day of the morning court session. Of the three officials who came forward to accuse her, the leader was the imperial censor, Wang Jiao. The other two were Lu Tong, the Northern Yamen's magistrate, and Yin Zhorong, the assistant minister of revenue, who was the plaintiff. The three of them sang the same tune. They first described how Yu Shu's mother, Su Aping, eloped with scholar Yu more than 10 years ago and stole some of the Yin family's belongings. Now that Yu Shu had gained power, Su Aping fearlessly went to the Yin family and flaunted her power at the assistant minister's residence, angering Madame Yin to the point of illness. Yin Zhorong could not bear it, and sent a steward to the Yamen to complain, who knew that Yu Shu would ignore the law and beat up the officials who came to interrogate her, brazenly shielding her mother, and refusing to plead guilty. Yin Zhorong talked about how his wife, Madame Yin, had been humiliated by a servant who had run away from home years ago, and was so angry that she was bedridden. His face was full of shame, and his eyes were red. Those who heard it felt indignant, and those who saw it felt sympathetic. In the end, Imperial Censor Wang spoke righteously and vehemently. Mother Yu was of lowly birth and actually committed the scandal of eloping with someone. She and Father Yu did not have an illicit relationship. As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. Mother Yu is a sinful servant. How can Yu Shu be qualified to enter the court as an official? After Assistant Minister Yin reported her, if she did not have a guilty conscience, why would she beat up and drive away the officials? This official believes that the female celestial commissioner, Yu Shu, deliberately concealed her birth and disrupted the court. She is deceiving the emperor, and should be severely punished. This official agrees. Lu Zhizhong was equally righteous. Please, Your Majesty, give me justice. Yin Zhorong had a bitter and vengeful expression. Emperor Zhaoqing sat high up on the dragon throne. Only Eunuch Ying, who was nearby, could clearly see his slightly gloomy expression. He didn't dare to look too long. He shifted his gaze and then stared steadily at the civil and military officials below. The buzzing sounds of discussion traveled into his ears. Only the old officials at the head of the group looked down, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Yu Shu listened attentively to the distortion of the facts by the trio. Her face did not change at all, but her heart was full of vile thoughts. Beside her, a colleague of the Celestial Commissioner asked her in a low voice, "Official Yu, this can't be true, right? Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Thanks to the aquatic conference, Yu Shu had a very high reputation among the Celestial Commissioner. The officials present did not listen to the censor's side of the story. Someone immediately lowered his voice and reminded Yu Shu, "If there's any misunderstanding, Official Yu, quickly come out to defend yourself. Don't just stand there." Yu Shu cupped her hands and thanked the other for his good intentions, but she didn't rush out rashly to fight with the censor. She wasn't guilty, so what was there to panic about? Didn't the emperor say anything? She had calculated that there would be trouble today, but she didn't expect that Yin Zhorong would find a censor from the imperial censorate to directly impeach her. This was too ignorant. Didn't they use their brains to think that Emperor Zhaoqing would be happy to see the female emissary he had personally appointed become a criminal who deceived the emperor? Yu Shu felt slightly annoyed, and unconsciously turned her head to look at Shui Rui. She saw that he was looking in the direction of Yin Zhorong and the others. Sensing her gaze, he turned back to look at her with a calm gaze. He shook his head slightly, as if telling her to calm down. Yin Zhorong knelt on the ground. He didn't wait for Emperor Zhaoqing to speak for a while, but he didn't dare to raise his head to look. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He knew that he was taking a risk out of desperation. The emperor might not want his female emissary Miaoling to be impeached. However, he had no other choice. Wang Jiao was a stubborn person. Not long ago, he had paid a visit to Wang Jiao's house and exaggerated the relationship between his family and Yu Shu. Wang Jiao could no longer sit still, and had taken the initiative to interfere in this matter. Thinking that he had investigated the truth, he thought that Yu Shu was a treacherous official, shouting that he would expose her true colors in front of the emperor. This was exactly what he wanted, but he didn't expect that Shui Rui would suddenly return to the capital. He also didn't expect that the emperor wouldn't continue to suppress the Shui family. Instead, he allowed Xue Lingnan and Xue Lingnan to return to court. That groundless case of treason seemed to have been solved just like that. He had even tried to make an issue of the relationship between Yu Shu and Xue Rui to make the emperor vent his anger. He wasn't willing to let Yu Shu off just like that. Moreover, Wang Jiao was eager to show off and kept urging him to do it. He steeled his heart and simply chose to present the memorial on the morning of the first day of the imperial court session, catching her off guard. It wasn't that he didn't have a plan. Even if the emperor was biased, it couldn't be too obvious under the eyes of the public. As long as the emperor opened his mouth to question the case, he was confident that he could pin that girl to death. Yin Zhorong stood in the middle of the aisle. Coincidentally, next to him was Jing Chen. He was more sensitive than an ordinary person, and caught the sinister calculation that flashed across Yin Zhorong's face. He frowned and moved. He was about to step forward to defend Yu Shu, but the purple-robed and golden-ribboned official standing at the very front opened his mouth before him. "Reporting to your majesty, this official has something to say regarding the Celestial Commissioner." Jing Chen stopped in his tracks and retracted his leg that had just stepped out. On the dragon throne, Emperor Zhaoqing turned his body sideways and raised his hand without a word, indicating for him to speak. The official first looked down at Yin Zhorong, then slowly said, "The person that Censor Wang wants to impeach is a female imperial official of our Kunling Bureau, a female fortune teller with 2 ranks and 3 first rank. She graduated from the Dian examination. Although the Celestial Commissioner doesn't stick to one pattern, she won't abuse her authority. Before every official takes office, the Minister of Taichung will conduct a check. Those who don't have a clean background and are of good character will not be appointed. This official sincerely requests your majesty to investigate." These words were tantamount to warning others. "If you want to impeach Yu Shu, you are accusing me, the Celestial Commissioner, of negligence?" Yin Zhorong secretly complained. He had no intention of dragging the Celestial Commissioner down. It was all Wang Jiao's own decision to say those words and provoke this great Buddha. What should he do? He didn't dare to challenge the official, but that didn't mean others didn't dare. Without waiting for him to smooth things over, Censor Wang stiffened his neck and said, "You must have been deceived by someone, so you don't know her background. This lowly official has investigated clearly beforehand. This Yunuyu's birth mother remarried after her father's death and became a concubine of a wealthy family. She is truly shameless and unscrupulous. Later, her stepfather's family was in trouble and her mother sneaked out. She hid her and waited until the storm died down. Then she went to the Ministry of Revenue to tamper with her household registration in order to curry favor with Imperial Consort Nyang at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet. She thought that she could deceive everyone and enjoy her wealth with a clear conscience. She didn't know that Assistant Minister Yin's house still has her mother's contract of sale. The Ministry of Revenue also has a record that can be found." He was full of confidence. Seeing that the official was silent, he thought that he had nothing to refute and raised his voice even louder. "This official dares to guarantee that everything I said just now is the truth. Does the official dare to guarantee that Yu Shu is innocent?" The great hall was silent for a moment. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and stared at Imperial Censor Wang, whose face was glowing red. Imperial Censor Wang enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and couldn't help but feel his blood boil. It was as if he could already see the future. Because he dared to admonish the Emperor and confront the Celestial Commissioner Celestial, his reputation would skyrocket, and he would be highly regarded by the Emperor. He would be promoted to the position of Imperial Censor, just like those upright officials recorded in the history books who would rather die than submit, unafraid of the nobles and prime ministers. Yin Zhorong, idiot. Yu Shu, idiot. The civil and military officials, idiot. Even the entire Imperial Censor wouldn't dare to go against the official. A mere 4th-rank deputy Imperial Censor actually dared to challenge the official. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was he? The official stood at the front of the hundreds of officials. He didn't move at first, but when Wang Jiao finished speaking, he stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Zhaoqing. He said, "Everyone knows that Yunuyu is His Majesty's bestowed the title of Messenger Miaoling. If her character and background are flawed, then she has failed to live up to His Majesty's expectations. If news of this gets out, it would be a disgrace to the Emperor's dignity and should be punished severely. However, if there are people who maliciously slander her and have ill intentions, they cannot be let off. His Majesty, please issue an edict to have the 3 departments investigate the matter and reveal the truth. These words sounded just, but Yin Zhorong was trembling with fear. The situation was already out of his control. He turned to look at the righteous Wang Jiao. It was too late for regrets. My beloved official's words are reasonable. Emperor Zhaoqing nodded. He looked down the stairs and read through the heads row by row. Finally, his eyes stopped on a person in the 3rd row from the back. He said slowly, "Where is Messenger Miaoling?" From afar, Yu Shu quivered and jogged out of the ranks. "Your humble servant is here. I kowtow to your Majesty." After waiting for a long time, it was finally her turn to speak. "You heard someone impeaching you just now. We ask you, do you have anything to say?" Emperor Zhaoqing had to squint to clearly see the figure kneeling on the ground. "Reporting to your Majesty." Yu Shu took a deep breath and raised her head, revealing a calm face. She said in a loud and clear voice, "If you wish to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext." A few steps ahead, Yin Zhorong's back stiffened. Imperial Censor Wang turned to glare at her. The official turned sideways and glanced at her with a smile. "Good." Emperor Zhaoqing nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Then we will allow the official to submit a memorial and set this as a case. We will order the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate to conduct a joint investigation. We must find out the truth." As he said this, his gaze swept across the crowd and his finger pointed in the air. He paused and said, "We will send Vice Minister Shui of the Supreme Court, Assistant Minister Li Yuqing of the Ministry of Justice, and Imperial Censor Wang of the Imperial Censorate to conduct a joint investigation." The 3 people whose names were called had different expressions. The first to stand up to receive the decree was Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice, followed by Shui Rui. Finally, there was trouble with Imperial Censor Wang. "Your Majesty, you must not do this. Lord Shui of the Supreme Court and Yu Shu are sworn siblings. This is known to all. How can we ask him to participate in the investigation?" Shui Rui lowered his head and did not speak. He heard Emperor Zhaoqing snort coldly and say unhappily, "That is why we have asked the 3 departments to conduct a joint investigation and supervise each other." "Your Majesty is wise." The official took the lead to praise. The Celestial Commissioner and the others echoed and immediately suppressed Imperial Censor Wang's protest. With the situation developing to this point, Yu Shu was half happy and half worried. She was happy that Emperor Zhaoqing was protecting her. Looking at the 3 people in the joint investigation, there was no need to talk about Shui Rui. Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice was her neighbor. She was worried because Yin Zhorong had several pieces of hard evidence in her hands. No matter how she looked at it, she looked like the unreasonable person. Just as she was worrying, another enemy stood out in front of her. It was Ningguang Lu Hao who wanted her dead. "Fu Huang Rongbing," Ningguang said solemnly. Just as the official said, "This case concerns Fu Huang's authority. This son requests to supervise the trial." Chapter 736. 3 chapters in 1. In the end, Ningguang had managed to get the job of supervising the trial. Emperor Zhaoqing was always especially easy to talk to when facing this son. No matter how unwilling Yu Shu was, it was not her place to object. Once it was 7 in the morning, Emperor Zhaoqing yawned, and Ning Jioping announced the end of court. Usually, if there were no important matters of state that needed to be discussed, the morning court session would end in 2 hours. If there was something unfinished or something that was inconvenient to mention in public, they would hand in the memorials at the end of court session to be sent to Tian Hall for the emperor to read. The crowd moved out of the hall from the front to the back. The old officials walked at the front. Prime Minister Yin passed in front of Yin Zhorong and paused for a moment. He turned his head to look at him expressionlessly and sighed lightly without saying anything. Yin Zhorong could hear a lot of dissatisfaction in his father's sigh and chased after him in a panic. Coming out of the palace gates, Prime Minister Yin turned his head and saw the Shu son following pitifully behind him. He couldn't bear it and beckoned for him to come over. In Jorong acted as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly ran forward to help him onto the carriage. Outside the palace gates, Shuirui saw In Jorong sit in Prime Minister Yin's carriage and drive away. He turned his head to ask the absent-minded Yushu, "Are you still going back to the Celestial Commissioner?" Yushu nodded. On the first day it was not her turn to rest. After the morning court session, she still had to go to the Celestial Commissioner to work. Furthermore, the great minister had stood up for her during the morning court session. She had to go back to thank him and give an explanation. "That's good. I also have to go back to the Supreme Court." Shuirui looked at Jing Chen, who was walking behind her, and cupped his hands. He said, "I will have to trouble Jing Xiong to send a shoe to the Celestial Commissioner on the way." Yushu had gone out in the morning on Shuirui's carriage. Originally, Shuirui should have sent her back, but the emperor had just decreed for the joint trial of the 3 departments. In public, Shuirui had to be careful to avoid arousing suspicion. This was not the time to be jealous. "All right." Jing Chen agreed. Shuirui lowered his head and said something to Yushu before walking away. Jing Chen walked to Yushu's side. "Let's go too." Yushu nodded and did not refuse. She followed him to the carriage of the princess mansion and went to the Celestial Commissioner's office. The two of them sat in the enclosed carriage, speechless, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Yushu closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Jing Chen thought for a while and took the initiative to speak. "If there's anything I can help with, just say it." Yushu opened her eyes. She knew that he had good intentions, but this matter could not be explained in a few words. She said to him, "It's a long story. My mother used to be a maid in the Yin family, but she did not elope with my father. Instead, the Yin family betrothed her to my father. My mother followed my father back to his hometown. As for what Assistant Minister Yin said in front of the emperor today, it was pure nonsense. He deliberately wanted to slander my mother and me. What was even more ridiculous was that Imperial Censor Wang. He was like a vicious dog that would pounce and bite anyone he saw. In the end, he stole the spotlight and suppressed In Jorong's limelight. Why does Assistant Minister Yin's family always make life difficult for you?" Jing Chen frowned. Last time when he and Shuirui attended the opera in Hengwu Building, they encountered a young master of Assistant Minister Yin's family slandering Yushu in public. In the end, Shuirui came forward and arrested him, and took him back to the Supreme Court. Yushu frowned and did not know where to start. She had a long history of grievances with In Jorong's family. At first, there were only some small conflicts, so she did not take it to heart. It was all because of In Deng. She was so vicious that she schemed to destroy her reputation. When her plan failed, she instigated her stupid son to slander her outside. In the end, In Jorong personally went to court and publicly wanted to impeach her. It seemed that he would not stop until she was dead. She also did not understand why they were so crazy. They could not get any benefits from her once or twice, but they just did not learn to be obedient and insisted on fighting with her to the death. What a crazy family. In another carriage, Prime Minister Yin was scolding his son. It's not a small matter to impeach an official of the imperial court. What's more, Envoy Miao Ling is the servant of the Celestial Commissioner and is favored by the emperor. Why didn't you discuss it with me before you did it? In Jorong bowed his head and admitted his mistake honestly. I was impulsive and did not consider it thoroughly. Prime Minister Yin said with a cold face, "You are not a child anymore. You always do things without thinking. No matter how big the hatred between you and her is, you can't solve it in private. Why do you have to bring it to the imperial court and make a joke of yourself?" In Jorong's face was full of grief and indignation. "I had no choice. Yushu really bullied me too much. 2 months ago, Yuanbo was framed and imprisoned by Shuirui in the Supreme Court. I was too ashamed to plead with you, so I swallowed my anger. Who knew that he was tortured in there? Because he was not treated in time, his manhood was damaged. This is a great hatred that will lead to the end of the family line." Prime Minister Yin was shocked and almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. He had heard that Yin Yuanbo was arrested and imprisoned in the Supreme Court. But because his grandson was disappointing and fooled around outside all day long, He wanted to let him suffer a little and sharpen his temper, so he didn't care about it. He didn't expect that the gentle and sensible Dalong of the Shui family could be so cruel. Once In Jorong had spoken, he simply began to complain tearfully. Yuanbo is his mother's flesh and blood. Even the few doctors we hired couldn't save him, so Madame Deng fell ill. After Yuanbo found out, he locked himself in his room and refused to eat or see anyone. The family was in a mess. I was really angry, so I sent someone to the yamen to complain. You are also a father, so you should know that in a father's heart, I can't allow my son to suffer even the slightest grievance. Prime Minister Yin's face darkened, and he felt uncomfortable. No matter how disappointing In Yuanbo was, he was still his grandson. He couldn't sit and watch him be murdered. He knew that In Jorong was playing tricks on him, but he couldn't ignore it. Tell me in detail, what happened to Yushu's birth mother? In Jorong's eyes flickered. He was afraid that Prime Minister In wouldn't help him if he told the truth. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to hide the truth and lied. Xiao Chui was originally a servant girl in my mother's room. More than 10 years ago, I married a wife and separated from her family. My mother gave that servant girl to Madame Deng. Coincidentally, during that year's imperial examinations, I helped a few poor students. One of them was Scholar Yu. His essay was very good, and I found him agreeable. I invited him to our home as a guest and temporarily arranged for him to stay in the outer courtyard. That was how I planted the seeds of disaster. He clenched his teeth in anger, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. Scholar Yu actually had an affair with that servant girl. When Madame Deng found out, she was already pregnant. At first, I was so angry that I wanted to beat that lowly servant girl to death. It was Madame Deng's kindness that persuaded me to let them go and let them go. Unexpectedly, Scholar Yu was ungrateful and bribed the servants in the inner courtyard to steal Xiao Chui. He took all of Madame Deng's belongings and eloped with her. I felt that it was embarrassing, so I didn't say anything. He spoke as if he was telling the truth. Prime Minister In didn't suspect that his son dared to lie to him, so he believed him. He stroked his beard and pondered for a while. He asked, "What evidence do you have?" "I have a contract to sell myself, an old maid in Madame Deng's room, and an old doctor who diagnosed that lowly servant girl's pregnancy. They can all prove it. Otherwise, when I went to the Ministry of Revenue to register, as long as I looked through Chen Yu's case, I would be able to find records of the servant girl's elopement." Prime Minister In raised his eyelids and snorted. "Chen Yu's case? I'm afraid you added it to the list." More than 10 years ago, before In Jorong took up a position in the Ministry of Revenue, a servant girl ran away from home. How could he think of going to the Ministry of Revenue to record such a small matter? In Jorong mumbled twice, his heart beating faster. He was afraid that his father would hear something wrong, so he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "Father is wise, nothing can be hidden from you." Prime Minister In stared at him, exasperated that he didn't live up to his expectations. "Since you were young, you have loved to play petty tricks. No matter how old you are, you can't change this bad habit. When you cause trouble, you still need me to clean up your mess." In Jorong was so embarrassed that his ears turned red. He was afraid that if he were to be scolded a few more times, he would confess everything, so he changed the topic. "Originally, I had full confidence that I could win this case, but His Majesty is clearly biased towards that girl. He actually ordered a joint trial between the 3 departments. The 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Justice are Shueshu's clique, and Shuerui is Yushu's sworn brother. Imperial Censor Wang is a muddle-headed person. He might let her off the hook." Prime Minister In mocked him. "Looks like you aren't too stupid. You know who the emperor is biased towards. Tell me, how do you want me, your father, to help you?" Sun is thinking, since His Majesty has given Ning Wang permission to supervise the trial, then it will be easy. I begged Aaron father to speak on behalf of Sun in front of Ning Wang, to have him keep an eye on Shuerui and the others in court, not being biased. At the crucial moment, if he can put in a few good words for me, then there will be nothing to worry about. In name, In Jorong was Lu Hao Jiujiu of Ning Wang, but he was a Shu son, and his birth mother was only a Yinyang of Prime Minister In. In the palace, Shu Fei Nyang was the daughter of the D mother, and her relationship with him, This Shu brother was ordinary, so he didn't have much face in front of Ning Wang. Superfluous action. Prime Minister Yin lectured him. You brainless, why do you think Ning Wang requested for this job? It's because he's worried that you will be taken advantage of during the trial and affect our family's reputation. There's no need for this old man to remind him. The more he looked at this Shu's son, the more worried he became. He didn't have much patience left and bluntly said to him, at the end of this case for you it would be best if you mama is judged to be a fugitive slave, and you Shu is dismissed from her position and interrogated, right? Then this old man asks you, if you get what you want and avenge Yuanbua, how will you clean up the mess afterwards? Yin Zhorong was puzzled. This result couldn't be better. How will you clean up the mess? Idiot! Prime Minister Yin couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Do you think that if you successfully impeached Messenger Miaoling, who can command the wind and rain, the emperor won't be angry? There's also a big point. Do you think that the Celestial Commissioner is just a decoration? You haven't even thought of these consequences, and you're scheming against a little girl. What do you want me to say about you? Yin Zhorong was dumbfounded by the scolding. Luckily, he wasn't young anymore, and his skin was thick enough. He shrunk his neck and carefully asked, then what should I do? If you had asked me earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let you and Wang Jiao work together to complain in front of the emperor. If you can't find anyone, go find him. That bastard is a hypocrite. Prime Minister Yin pointed at him unhappily. It's too late to say anything now. The emperor is already involved. This case has to be judged to be right and wrong. If you want to listen to me, then hide your petty thoughts and schemes, and do what you should do. At that time, even if you win the case, you shouldn't take advantage of others and give them some leeway. It's best if you return the contract on the spot. Let bygones be bygones, and go back to where you came from. This way, you'll be in the right, and you won't offend His Majesty, preserving the reputation of the Celestial Commissioner, and no one can say anything wrong about you. Yin Zhorong said in a muffled voice. Wouldn't this be a waste of effort? Prime Minister Yin was so angry that he fell down. He had already said this much, but this bastard son was still stubborn. He really wanted to slap him in the face. If you really have the ability to seek revenge for your son, then you shouldn't have gone to that little girl who beat Yuanbua into a cripple. Wasn't it that brat from the Shui family? Go and settle the score with him. You don't have much ability, but you're good for showing off. Fine, this old man doesn't care. Do what you want. Just don't regret it in the future. Even if you regret it, don't expect this old man to care. A bastard son separated from the family, and was considered a side branch. Whether Yin Zhorong was good or bad, it wouldn't shake the foundation of the Yin family in court. Prime Minister Yin had always been open-minded, and wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Yin Zhorong was most afraid of his old father drawing a clear line between him and him. Even though he was unwilling, he still humbly apologized. Please don't say that. Your son wouldn't dare to not listen to you. You're right, this matter can't be too extreme. We have to leave some leeway. But what did Censor Wang say? This old man can only care about you. How can I care about other people? If he wants to be in the limelight, then let him be. I'm your father. Am I also his father? Prime Minister Yin blew his beard and glared at him. Your son understands, don't worry, don't be angry, it's all my fault. Yin Zhorong apologized profusely. Seeing this, Prime Minister Yin's expression finally improved a little. Looking at his naive face, he thought of his other two disappointing sons, and immediately sighed. This old man has been famous all my life. The only failure I have is that I didn't have a good son. You're like this, your eldest brother and third brother are both unreasonable. One is a bookworm, the other is a prodigal son. Take Shui Lingnan for example. This old man has fought with him for more than 10 years. In the end, he only envied one thing. And that was that he used to have a brilliant eldest son. It's a pity. Extreme wisdom will be hurt, and geniuses will have a short life. Yin Zhorong just listened and did not interrupt. He and Shui Zhorong were of the same generation, and he had experienced the period of Shui Zhorong's fame. In Anling, everyone knew the Langjun of the Shui family. At the age of 18, Shui Zhorong was the Zhuangyuan, and even a 6-year-old child could recite the Ode to the Right Way fluently. With such a reputation, Who in the world could be a rare modest gentleman? Prime Minister Een was touched, and he was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with the son of a concubine. Halfway through the journey, he drove Een Jorong out of the carriage, planning to turn around and find two old friends to drink to relieve boredom. So Een Jorong walked home on his two legs. When he returned to the assistant minister's mansion, Een Jorong was extremely tired, but Madame Een stuck to him and kept asking questions. He was so annoyed that he just took a sip of tea and smashed the cup on the table. There's no end to it, is there? Madame Een was startled and hid behind him. Only then did she notice that his expression was not good. So she softened her tone and asked carefully, "What's wrong? Did you fail?" Een Jorong said with a straight face, "His Majesty ordered the 3 departments to jointly investigate and file a case." Madame Een was delighted. "Isn't this good news? That girl refused to go to court no matter what. Now she has no choice. Master, what are you worried about?" Een Jorong told her what Prime Minister Een taught him after he left the palace. Madame Yin's expression changed after hearing it. "What do you mean by not going to the extreme? Didn't you tell father that they beat Yuanbo into a disabled person? Yuanbo is his grandson. You are just a woman. What do you know?" Een Jorong said irritably. "I thought that His Majesty was suspicious of the Shui family, and that Messenger Miaoling couldn't get any benefits. I didn't know that as soon as Shui Rui came back to the capital, the wind changed. In the morning court session, everyone could see that His Majesty favored Yushu and wanted to protect her. What do you want me to do? If Prince Ning hadn't asked to supervise the trial, we might not have won the case." Madame Een let out an ah, as if a bucket of cold water was poured on her face. She said helplessly, Then what should we do? Are we going to let them go so easily?" "Do you think I want to?" Een Jorong said. "But this is father's idea. What can I do?" Madame Yin's eyes wandered. When she thought of her poor little son, she felt a burning pain in her heart. She couldn't give up and her mind was full of thoughts of revenge. "Father only said that we should reconcile after the case is over and return Xiaozui's slave contract after we win the case. He didn't say that we can't settle old scores with them before the trial." "You mean?" Madame Een came close to him and whispered in his ear, "Think about it. We have solid evidence in our hands and Prince Ning is supervising the trial. We have a 100% chance of winning the case. What can she do? We have to make her understand that once she loses the case, her mother will have to return to our mansion as a servant. She must try to save her mother. Father is right. We don't have to be ruthless. As long as she is willing to marry into our family and serve Yuanbo for the rest of her life, no one will make things difficult for her." Een Jorong was moved by what she said, but he hesitated. "You dare to want such a powerful daughter-in-law?" Madame Een sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? As long as she marries into our family, I will be her mother-in-law. If she wants to force me again, I have 100 ways to deal with her." Seeing his expression waver, she added more fuel to the fire. "Then again, that girl's skills are amazing. She can make the emperor happy and even father has a favorable impression of her. Once she becomes our family's daughter-in-law, the benefits won't be small." Een Jorong was soft-hearted. When he heard Madame Yin's words and Prime Minister Yin's words were not in conflict, his mind became active. The couple discussed and made a decision. They both felt that it was not too late. Madame Een volunteered to see Yushu before the joint trial of the 3 departments. When Yushu returned to the Celestial Commissioner, she first went to Tai Shilu to thank her. She didn't ask about the dispute between her and Assistant Minister Yin's family, and gave her a reassuring pill. "You are one of the Celestial Commissioner's people. This seat will protect you. The joint trial of the 3 departments is rare. As long as you don't do anything wrong, no one can touch you." That was very powerful and domineering. Yushu wasn't worried that she would lose her position. The accusations that Imperial Censor Wang made against her were exaggerated and used to scare cowards. She was only worried that Ning Wang, the supervisor, was playing tricks on her. She couldn't prove that Aunt Chui had escaped from slavery. Just based on the evidence and witnesses in Een Jorong's hands, it would be disgusting if Aunt Chui was judged to be an escaped slave. What if the Een family became angry and took Aunt Chui back to kill her to vent their anger? How could she explain to Xiaoxiao? Therefore in the evening, she met with Shuirui at Wangjilu. The first thing she said was to ask him, "You are familiar with the laws. Is there any law that mentions that if the birth mother of an official of the court is a lowly person, what method is there to get her out of slavery?" Father Yu was a proper scholar, but Aunt Chui had been a servant to someone else. It wasn't rare for such a thing to happen in a large family. For example, when a servant girl gave birth to a son, the son would be raised to be a concubine of a yinyang. Then when the son of a concubine became an official, the birth mother would naturally not be a lowly person. The only difference was that Aunt Chui gave birth to a daughter for Yu Xiaocai, and not a son for Assistant Minister Yin. Shuirui looked at her worried expression, and touched her small hand. It was ice cold. It was obvious that she had been on tenterhooks all day. He regretted not sending her back personally in the morning. At least he could have given her a definite message on the way back, so that she would be at ease. "Sit down first." He led her to a bench and placed a cup of hot tea in her hands. "Don't worry. We won't lose this lawsuit." She was already planning her retreat. It was obvious that she didn't have a chance of winning. "Why won't we lose? You don't have to comfort me." Yushu didn't take his words seriously and said with a bitter expression, "I've asked my mother many times. She doesn't even remember that the Yin family didn't return her the slave contract. My father is also a muddle-headed person. He didn't even take her to the yamen to get rid of her slave registration and return to the village. Later, my mother became a concubine of the third master of the Ji family. She can't explain it clearly. Now Yin Zhorong said that he has my mother's slave contract in his hands. If he dares to sue the emperor, there's an 80% chance that the contract is real. Just this one clause is enough to say that my mother is his family's slave." Shuirui hid a smile in his eyes. He asked her, "Who told you that the slave contract in Yin Zhorong's hands is real? If it's not real, then how could it be fake?" Yushu said, "Even if it's fake, they can still pass it off as the real one. Who told my parents to be muddle-headed and give others something to use against them?" Shuirui shook his head. He poked her forehead and said, "Silly girl. Your father isn't muddle-headed at all." Yushu finally felt that something was wrong. She stared at him suspiciously and said, "Why do you have a strange smell when you speak?" It was as if she knew something. Shuirui said, "Where is there a strange smell? Why can't I smell it? Can you smell it again?" As he said that, he leaned toward her. His handsome face was almost touching hers. Yushu pushed his chest and said angrily, "I'm being serious. If you tease me again, I'll leave." Shuirui sat up straight and put away his joking face. He got up and went to the study room next door. After a while, he came out with a small lacquer box in his hand. He showed it to her. Confused, Yushu opened the box to take a look. She saw a roll of paper inside the box. It was yellowed and had a rough edge. At a glance, she could tell that it was quite old. She was slightly stunned. She took it out and rolled it up in disbelief. After a quick glance, she was stunned. This is Aunt Chui's slave contract. Is this real or fake? There was a signature from both the master and the servant. There was also the seal of the yamen. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed to be real. Of course it's true. Shuirui said with certainty. This contract of indenture was originally in the possession of a grand uncle of your Yu clan, and it was personally entrusted to him by your father all those years ago. Yushu's mind was in a mess. She carefully held the slave contract, afraid that she would crush it. Shuirui's voice sounded in her ear. At the beginning of October, the 9th prince invited me and Jing Chun to Hengwu Hall to watch a play. We happened to see Yin Yuanbua slandering you in public, so I captured him and brought him back to the Supreme Court. I tortured him and found out that his mother intended to marry you. After you refused, she plotted to harm you. In a fit of anger, I beat Yin Yuanbua until he was disabled. I wasn't worried that the Yin clan would seek revenge on me. I was only afraid that they would vent their anger on you. At that time, I was prepared. To prevent them from making a fuss about your background, I secretly sent people to the south to Yiyang to look for your Yu clan. Gui Darren had just returned from Yiyang when he was sent out to investigate old matters. The first time he was unfamiliar, the second time he became familiar. This investigation really allowed him to uncover some incredible details. Shui Rui took a sip of his tea and continued. Your father became a scholar at the age of 15. And this is very impressive in the local area. Even though your grandfather passed away at a young age, he was still a scholar when he was alive. Even your grandmother's maiden family was a country gentleman, and they were rather famous. 4 generations before your grandfather, the Yu clan had an ancestor who was a 6th-ranked official in the Celestial Commissioner's office. Later, the Yu clan declined. During your grandfather's generation, they moved from Jianya to Yang. There were very few people left. Father Yu was the only son in 3 generations. He didn't visit his relatives often. Therefore, when he died, Aunt Chui remarried and became a concubine. The news didn't reach the ears of the Yu clan. Otherwise, the Yu clan wouldn't have allowed her to do such evil things. Yushu was stunned. After a while she said, "You're not lying to me, right?" Shui Rui asked her. "Think about when you were young. Before your father died, and before your mother remarried. Your family didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Were you still considered wealthy?" Yushu was speechless. She wasn't the original, so how could she remember when she was young? She pretended to hold her head and thought about it. She said vaguely, "I don't remember clearly. When I could remember, my mother became a concubine in the Ji family. My younger brother and I lived in a rented house on the street. My mother sent money to us every month. That's why we didn't starve to death." This was true. Every time Yu Xiaoxiu had a nightmare, she would talk about it. She was afraid that she would go back to the bitter days of eating rice and vegetables. Shui Rui felt sad. He thought back to when he first met her in Yang City. She was as skinny as a boy. She had a wild and shrewd temperament. She boldly came out to find work just to earn money to support her younger brother. In the past, he felt that he had a lonely life. Until he met her, he realized how lucky he was. His adoptive father treated him like his own son. He grew up in luxury. What was there to be discontented about? It's fine if you don't remember clearly. Shui Rui took the indenture out of her hand and put it back in the lacquer box. He replaced it with a cup of hot tea and placed it in her palm. "I'll continue. Don't interrupt me. Listen to me first before you check." "Okay. The people I sent to Yang found the Yu clan. They snuck into the ancestral hall and peeked at the genealogy. They discovered that you and Xiaoxiu's names were there, but your mother's name wasn't there. Thus, they became suspicious." Guide flipped through the genealogy of the Yu clan. The next day, he prepared a generous gift and paid a visit. He claimed that he was Yushu's servant. He brought the good news that she had entered the Dian High School and entered the court as an official. He spent a lot of effort to win people's trust. The elders of the clan were overjoyed and held a banquet to entertain Guida. One of the clan's uncles was especially enthusiastic. After getting drunk, under Guida's indirect questioning, he spilled the beans. Shui Rui took a breath. Seeing that Yushu was listening attentively, she thought that he was telling a story. "What did I spill? Is it related to my mother's indenture?" Seeing that he had stopped, Yushu hurriedly asked. Shui Rui nodded. "That's right. More than 10 years ago, your father brought your mother back to the village. Although he didn't marry her officially, he still held a banquet. After you were born, he found this uncle and secretly gave your mother's contract to him, asking him to take care of it." Yushu's father's original words were that Aunt Chui used to be a servant of a wealthy family. She had an illicit affair with him, so the master sent her to him. He received the indenture but didn't release her because he knew that Aunt Chui wasn't willing to follow him back to the village. He was afraid that she would have second thoughts in the future and harm her children, so he didn't release her. A servant naturally wouldn't be recorded in the Yu clan's genealogy. "So you're saying that my mother never got rid of her slave status?" Yushu was dumbfounded. "Yes, you can say that." Shui Rui was worried that she wouldn't be able to accept this reality, so in order to reassure her, he said, "However, your father didn't remarry in his entire life. Now that you've made a name for yourself, you can openly write your mother into the Yu clan's genealogy book." How could he know that Yushu didn't care if Aunt Chui could enter the Yu family's genealogy? What she cared about was whether there was a way to release Aunt Chui from her slave status and prevent any future troubles. Now that she had the indenture, she didn't need to worry about anything. This thing, she pointed at the yellowed scroll in the lacquer box. Did you steal it or rob it? Shui Rui coughed dryly. What do you mean by stealing or robbing? This was originally given to someone else by your father for safekeeping. He's no longer around, so what's the point of someone else holding on to your mother's indenture? Guida only needed to use a few tricks to obtain the indenture. Even if that uncle found out that it was missing, he wouldn't say anything. He closed the lacquer box and placed it on her lap. He smiled calmly. Keep it well. When the 3 departments hold the trial, I will be present. I won't let you suffer any losses. Yushu held the small lacquer box and felt that Shui Rui had put a lot of thought into it. She couldn't even take care of things, but he had thought about it for her. Even if he was in a difficult situation, he wouldn't neglect her. She felt that she couldn't bear it. He had silently done so much for her, so what could she do for him? What's wrong? Shui Rui saw that she didn't look happy and instead revealed a confused expression, which made his heart inexplicably palpitate. Yushu blinked her eyes and returned to her senses, asking, since this is my mother's indenture, then the one in Yin Zhorong's hand is fake? That's right. Then I find it strange, she frowned. The Yin family has a fake indenture, and still has the guts to report to the imperial court. Unless he's sure that we can't take out the real indenture. Where does his confidence come from? Shui Rui's eyes flashed and his words were uncertain. Perhaps Yin Dangsha asked your mother in private, or perhaps your father did something in the past. I don't know. Yushu was speechless as she looked up at the sky. The image of her dead father in her heart suddenly became lofty. There was a saying that went, bad men deceive women for a while, good men deceive women for a lifetime. Chapter 737. 2-in-1. That night, when Yushu returned to the Fu, the first thing she did was to hide Aunt Chui's slave contract. This deadly thing couldn't be used now. After the joint trial of the 3 departments, she would go to the Yamen to completely remove Aunt Chui's slave status. She was impeached on the first day of court. When Yushu returned home, she didn't tell anyone. She didn't want them to be afraid and acted as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the family sat together to eat breakfast. Zhao Hui curiously asked her what the court was like. Yushu gave her a rough description. There are about 200 people. The emperor sits high up and all the civil and military officials have to stand in line. If anyone has something to report, they go up to report. There are also people bickering and quarreling. It's a mess. Zhao Hui said in surprise. Who is so daring to quarrel in front of the emperor? Aren't they afraid of being beheaded? In the eyes of ordinary people, the emperor was the same as a man-eating monster. Yushu laughed and said, yes, I was shocked at first, but the emperor didn't get angry. It seems that this is a common thing. Zhao Hui and old Tai Tai he chatted for a while. Yifangji and Yu Xiaoxiu left early. Yushu didn't need to go out today. Yesterday, she had told Jingchen that she would rest for the next 2 days. In case someone from the 3 departments suddenly came to visit, she told him to run to Kunling Bureau frequently. Otherwise, he couldn't find someone to make decisions. The date of the joint trial of the 3 departments was to be decided. Before the public trial, the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate had the right to search for evidence and question the plaintiff and the defendant. However, they couldn't use torture or lock them up. They could only give evidence and confessions in court. Shui Rui had explained the steps of the joint trial of the 3 departments to her last night, so she could deal with it in an orderly manner. After breakfast, Yushu was ready to visit Aunt Chui and teach her what to say and what not to say in court. Considering how brainless Aunt Chui was, this task was a little difficult. As she expected, when she told her about the emperor's decree to hold a joint trial with 3 departments, Aunt Chui's hair stood on end. I'm not going to see the official. She panicked. Didn't you say that they have my contract? What if they take me back and lock me up? As she said that, she suddenly pointed at Yushu's nose and cried, you damned girl, are you deliberately trying to harm me? You have no conscience, I can see it from the beginning. You don't have the patience to provide for me. So you want to send me to be ordered around as a slave? You have such a vicious heart. Damn unfilial little bastard. Shut up. Yushu grabbed her arm and covered her mouth, interrupting her cursing. She pressed her down on the chair and stared at Yushu with a "you're cold-blooded, you're heartless" expression. Yushu's temples began to ache. If I was unfilial, would you have been able to eat and drink well and live until now? Yushu held back her anger and said, when the Ji family was destroyed, you were already harmed. If you keep yelling, I'll send you to the Yin family right now and let you see what it means to be unfilial. Aunt Chui was amenable to force but not coaxing. She was frightened by her and obediently listened to what she had to say. Even if you were a servant in the past, you're still my mother. I'm an official. If I'm unfilial, won't I be despised by the world? I'd be stupid to let you be someone else's servant. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me obediently, you'll still be the dignified Mrs. Yu. Yushu tried to frighten her and coax her. She repeatedly told her what to say when she met the official and repeatedly asked her several questions to make sure that she remembered. Only then did she stop. When she walked out of the east wing with a dry mouth and tongue, the sun was already shining on her head. Several maidservants and senior servants of Qingshi Temple were standing outside the wall. Exine was talking to them in an arrogant manner. When she saw Yushu coming out, she left them and quickly walked to her. She reported in a low voice, "This servant has already given them a warning. Do you have anything to say?" Yushu glanced at them and kept a distance. She said in a loud voice with a cold face, "There's been a lot of trouble in the estate recently. None of you should go out and keep your mouths shut. If anyone causes trouble and I find out, it won't be settled with just a beating." They all lowered their heads and said in unison, "This servant doesn't dare." Yushu nodded with satisfaction and left with Exing. Passing through the big garden, they were stopped halfway. In the front yard, Zhou sent a little maidservant to learn how to speak. There was an uninvited guest at the door. The gatehouse doesn't allow people to enter at first. That servant told the gatehouse that their madam wants to discuss a matter of life and death with you. The person who came was Madame Yin Dang. When Zhou heard the gatehouse's notice, he knew that it was an enemy who came, so he quickly asked someone to ask Yushu. A matter of life and death, Yushu said to herself and sneered. Although she didn't know the purpose of Madame Yin Dang's visit, she didn't come with good intentions. She wanted to see what tricks she was playing. Go to the front and tell Zhou to let the madam wait outside the door. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes before going to see her. She sent the little maidservant away and went back to the north wing. She asked Mbunkui to make tea. She let down her hair and took off her boots. Lying on the chaise lounge, she enjoyed a set of tea art leisurely. She dawdled until the sun was high outside. Then she asked someone to comb her hair unhurriedly. Madame Yin Dang was left outside the door for a whole 2 hours. She asked someone to go in and inform the madam several times, but the reply she got was, "My young lady will come out soon. Please wait for a moment, madam." She was so angry that she wanted to leave, but she didn't want to delay business because of a moment of anger. "Stupid girl, when you marry into my family in the future, I'll tighten your skin." Madame Yin Dang scolded in her heart. Sitting in the sedan was stuffy, and it was not convenient to open the curtain to get some fresh air. In the midday sun, she was covered with a layer of sweat, which was very uncomfortable. If she didn't comfort herself like this, she would have left angrily. "Madam, the door is open." The maidservant of the assistant minister's residence lifted a corner of the curtain. Her fair face was red from the sun. She didn't complain, but she was like Madame Yin Dang in her heart, cursing the entire Yu residence. Madame Yin Dang tidied up her appearance and reservedly stretched out her hand to let the maidservant help her get off the sedan. She looked up and saw that the door was half open, but there wasn't even a greeting. She took a deep breath and didn't turn around. She walked step by step through the door. Just now, she saw a stocky steward with a delicate maidservant walking over and greeting her. "Madam has waited for a long time. My young lady is waiting in the garden. Please come in." The maidservant on the side smiled at her and turned sideways to lead the way. "Madam, this way." Madame Yin Dang always felt that these two servants were smiling with bad intentions. She frowned and coldly let the maidservant lead the way to the back garden. Yushu had meticulously arranged the large garden of the Yu residence into a treasured land of feng shui. Due to the wondrous sight of spring all year round, Shui Rui had named it the Perpetual Spring Garden. He had given her a plaque carved from green jade and hung it at the entrance. As soon as Madame Yin Deng entered the garden, she was secretly surprised. It was already the 12th month, and it was going to snow soon. Outside there were scenes of withered trees, but this garden was full of green and didn't show any signs of decline. After walking a few more steps, she felt a gentle and warm breeze caressing her face, as if it was spring, which made her even more surprised. Passing by the pond and the bamboo forest, she saw red-crowned cranes leisurely drinking water, and koi fish jumping on the surface of the water. The ripples sparkled and mist rose. The scenery was very pleasing. The maidservant behind her was dazzled by the scenery and stood there in a daze. Lin Er, who was leading the way, turned around and saw the master and maidservant in a daze. She covered her mouth and laughed quickly. She reminded them in a sweet voice, "Madam, please follow closely. There are many 8 trigrams formations in this garden. If you accidentally get lost, you won't be able to get out." Madame Yin Deng suddenly came back to her senses and felt a bit embarrassed. She glared at her maidservant and resisted paying attention to the changing scenery around her. She walked forward with a cold face. After passing through a bamboo forest filled with mist, there was a glimmer of hope in front of them. She saw Yushu sitting in the pavilion with her hair disheveled and playing with the birds. Madame Yin Deng stood still and snorted coldly. "Miss Yu is too powerful. It's harder than ascending to the heavens to see you." Last time, it was Yushu who didn't send the marriage certificates to the families who were close to the assistant minister's residence, forcing Madame Yin Deng to come to plead for them. In the end, she was rejected, which made her angry for a few days. Yushu glanced at her and didn't say anything. She held a small plate of cooked egg yolk in her hand and fed it to the reindeer in the cage with the tip of a chopstick. This was the bonus from the treasure house last month. Pei Jing had made a fortune in the crystal business, so he specially found this fine product from the south for her to play with. Give it to me, please." The reindeer jumped up and down in amusement at the food in her hand. It was eloquent and had a southern accent. As soon as it opened its mouth, it made Yushu laugh. Madame Yin Deng saw that Yushu didn't take her seriously at all and talked to a feathered animal, so she was angry. She lifted the edge of her skirt and went to the pavilion. She sat down opposite Yushu and said with a long face, "Your elder is talking to you. Do you have no manners?" She was really raised by a servant. She didn't know the big picture. How could such a lowly person deserve to live in such a good garden? Yushu fed the egg yolk to the reindeer and said with drooping eyelids, "You're old and have a bad memory. So what? I said last time that if people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. A narrow-minded and vicious woman like you has the nerve to pretend to be an elder in front of me. You're really shameless." "Shameless, shameless." The reindeer in the cage followed and tried to get another bite of egg yolk. Madame Yin Deng was humiliated by the person and the reindeer. She couldn't take a breath and her blood vessels shot up from her neck. In an instant, her face turned red and she forgot all the words she had prepared before coming. She slapped the stone table and didn't care about the pain. She just said angrily, "Stinky girl, how dare you talk to me like this? I think you don't care about your mother's life and death." With a clang sound, Yushu put down the small plate, and it fell on the table. She looked coldly at Madame Yin Deng, who threatened her and said, "Is this the important matter of human life that you want to talk to me about?" Madame Yin Deng sneered. "What? Am I wrong? Your mother was a servant in the Yin family. If she didn't elope with someone, how could she live to this day? There might not even be a little b** tch like you in this world. Do you think you can sit back and relax after asking for the grace of noble consort Shui to register your mother's household registration? Let me tell you, you're still too inexperienced. I've kept your mother's contract of slavery for many years. When we go to court with this evidence, she'll be my family's servant in life and my family's servant in death. If Yushu didn't know that Papa Yu had a trick up his sleeve before he died, seeing Madame Yin Deng's confident look, she would probably think twice in her heart. but the real indenture of Aunt Chui was now in her room. At this time, Madame Yin Deng's threat became a lame monkey show, which was funny and absurd. "Don't talk nonsense with me. What do you mean elope?" she said expressionlessly. "My mother has already told me everything. She used to work for old Madame Yin. Later, old Madame Yin sent her to you to be your master's maid. Out of jealousy you plotted against my mother and my father. When it was revealed, you jumped out and pretended to be merciful. You betrothed my mother to my father and persuaded Yin Zhorong to let them leave the capital city and return to their hometown. My father is a scholar. How could he be so stupid that he didn't ask for my mother's indenture?" She pointed out the reason, but Madame Yin Deng was not ashamed. Instead, she scolded with a gloomy face, "What a shameless B***tch. How could she say such shameful words to her daughter? Fortunately, I sent her away at that time. Otherwise, she would be a disaster sooner or later." Then she sneered at Yu Shu. "I was wondering why you dared to be stubborn with me. It turns out that you knew that the indenture in my hand was fake. Ha ha ha. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I might as well tell you the truth so that you can give up." Yu Shu's eyes flashed and she pricked up her ears. She said so much nonsense just to get information from Madame Yin Deng and find out what was hidden in the indenture of the Yin family. "Your mother is an idiot. She had an indenture in the past and stored it with old Madame. Later old Madame gave it to me. I hid it from your mother and only lied to her that once she entered our mansion, she would have to serve old master in the future. So she couldn't be half-hearted and treat herself as old Madame's maid. In order to show her loyalty, she signed another indenture and sold herself to me. At that time, your father hadn't come to the capital, so I kept this trick. I didn't expect it to be so useful." Madame Yin Deng smiled proudly. "Your father is also an idiot. In order to let him take your mother away without worry, I gave your father the indenture she signed later. But he didn't have the guts to accept it. Instead, he went to my master behind my back and burned the indenture in front of him. He swore that he wouldn't leak the secret of him having an affair with my maid in order to escape. So the indenture in my hand is definitely your mother's indenture. You don't have to take chances." Yu Shu was speechless, not because she was shocked by Madame Yin Deng, but because she knew that Papa Yu didn't burn the indenture that Madame Yin Deng gave him at all. So this was how Yu Xiaozai deceived Yin Zhorong and his wife to escape with Aunt Chui. This trick was like a cicada shedding its carapace, but it met with Madame Yin Deng's substitution. It was really hard to say who was smarter. However, now that she understood the cause and effect, it was even more interesting. Even if the two indentures were real, she could make the sinister husband and wife shoot themselves in the foot. Yu Shu was silent, and Madame Yin Deng mistakenly thought that she was timid. She followed up with another attack. This time, the joint trial of the 3 departments will be supervised by Ning Wang. Even if that boy from the Xue family helps you, so what? My master has real evidence that your mother will be judged as an escaped slave of my family. We will capture her and bring her back to the Yin family. Whether to beat or to kill, it will all depend on my decision. If something really happens to your mother, the word filial piety will make you unable to lift your head for the rest of your life and be ridiculed by the world." Yu Shu's face darkened, and she asked her, "You told me so much just to make me afraid. What is your purpose? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." "It's good that you know to be afraid." Madame Yin Deng raised her slender eyebrows triumphantly and said, "Our Yin family is not unreasonable and will force you to the road of death. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. My master and I want to bury the hatchet with you, but it depends on whether you know what's good for you." Bury the hatchet? Yu Shu thought she heard wrong. The other actually came to ask for peace? "Yes, I will show you a way to live." Madame Yin Deng calmly stated her conditions. "As long as you are willing to marry my Yuanbua and become my daughter-in-law, I will spare you and your mother. When the joint trial of the 3 departments is over, I will give your mother's indenture to you and return her freedom." "You want me to marry Yin Yuanbua?" Yu Shu's voice involuntarily rose. Madame Yin Deng sneered and said, "Yes, I want you to marry my son. Serve her son for the rest of his life, and be a widow for him." Ha ha ha. Yu Shu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. and she laughed so hard that she staggered back and forth. She blurted out, "You fool! Do you think I don't know that Yin Yuanbua had his manhood broken and became a eunuch? You want me to marry him? You're talking in your dreams. Ha 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 ha." The reindeer also laughed like her, and flapped its wings in the cage. Madame Yin Deng clenched her teeth, but she didn't curse. She snorted coldly and said, "Are you going to marry him or not?" The laughter stopped abruptly and Yushu said fiercely, "Only a ghost would marry that bastard." Madame Yin Deng clenched her fists. "I will ask you again, are you going to marry him or not?" "No, I won't." "Good." Madame Yin Deng rose to her feet angrily. She pointed at Yushu's forehead condescendingly and said, "I'll only give you one chance. It's you who chose to die. Don't regret it, and beg me when you come to me." Madame Yin Deng was furious. Yushu's eyes were full of coldness, and she grabbed Madame Yin Deng's wrist. She suddenly stood up from the stone bench, and was half a head taller than Madame Yin Deng. She suddenly became aggressive. "My father was a scholar, and he had the ambition to serve the country, but his future was ruined by you, a vicious woman. He was alone, and he couldn't resist the power of your Yin family, so he had to give up the imperial examination, and was forced to return to his hometown. 10 years of hard work were ruined in one day. He was unable to recover from this setback and died of depression. Come to think of it, you evil woman and I have a feud of killing my father. I didn't go to the yamen to report you, but you came here to threaten me. I think you must be tired of living." Yushu's father became an official at the age of 15. Although he was not talented, he could be regarded as a real talent. He went to the capital to take the imperial examination. If he didn't live in Yin Zhorong's mansion, if he didn't get drugged by Madame Yin Deng and have an affair with Aunt Cui, and if his ambition didn't be ruined by reality, he might have had a bright future. If he was a heartless person, he would have abandoned concubine Cui and the child in her belly for the sake of his future, but he did not. Perhaps he was not a good husband, not a good father, but he was certainly a good person with a conscience. "Do you believe that I will kill you now to avenge my father?" Yushu grabbed Madame Yin Deng with one hand, grabbed the small plate with egg yolk in the other, and knocked it on the stone table. She pinched the sharp porcelain piece and used it as a knife, and with a trace of scarlet blood on it, she raised it in front of Madame Yin's face. Her eyes showed a fierce glint, and she looked like a bandit. Madame Yin Deng's face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. She kept leaning back but didn't dare to struggle, for fear that Yushu would pounce on her and scratch her neck. Even if she accidentally scratched her face, it was not a joke. You have something to say. What are you doing?" She turned her eyes and tried to call for help, but found that there was no one outside the pavilion. Even the personal maid she had brought with her was gone. It was like a trap deliberately designed to kill and kill. "What am I doing?" Yushu sneered and said, "Don't you want to force me to the road of death? Then I will drag you down with me first, so that I won't be at a disadvantage. Anyway, I will avenge my father, and when I see him in the underworld, I will have an explanation." "I said that out of anger. You can't take it seriously." Madame Yin Deng's legs were weak. She really thought that Yushu wanted to kill her, so she didn't dare to argue with her. "You can't take it seriously? Then what you said just now, were you joking with me?" Yushu's pupils were extremely black, and the whites of her eyes were extremely white. Being stared at by her coldly, Madame Yin Deng felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. She was terrified and didn't dare to move. Yes, I was joking with you." She followed Yushu's meaning and forced a smile, revealing her nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was unbearable to look at. Haha. Yushu suddenly laughed. She loosened her hand and let go of Madame Yin Deng. She threw away the porcelain knife, winked at her and said naughtily, "I was also joking with you." As she said, she raised her hand and licked her cut finger, making a soft tut sound. Madame Yin Deng trembled all over, and was about to go crazy because of her. Her lips turned blue, and she might faint at any time. At this time, the reindeer came to make fun of her again, and shouted at the top of its voice, "Idiot, idiot!" It heard what Madame Yin Deng said to Yushu's parents just now, so it used what it learned. Madame Indeng was so angry that her heart and lungs were about to explode. Her whole body was so dry that she felt dizzy, and then she passed out. With a plop sound, Yushu saw her eyes turn white and pass out. Yushu squatted down and put her hand under her nose. She was relieved to find that she was still breathing. It was good that she was not dead. "Come on," she shouted. "Find 2 strong old maids and throw her out. Forget it. Carry her out." As soon as she finished speaking, Exine came with 2 strong old maids and carried the unconscious Madame Indeng away. Yushu followed him out and saw Zhou Hu in the front courtyard. She instructed him, "Go make a trip and see that the person is escorted back to the assistant minister's fu. Help me tell that old fellow Yin Zhorong that I told him to look after his stupid wife and not jump around in front of me again. This time she's still breathing, but next time she might not be able to." After saying that, she shook her sleeves, put on her thick cotton shoes, and went back to her room to catch up on sleep with her hair hanging down. When she was far away, Zhou Hu winked at Xian and asked in a low voice with a strange expression, "Miss, why did you knock her out?" Xian secretly rolled her eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? It was obviously warm in the garden and Madame Yin was wearing thick clothes. She fainted because of the heat after walking a few steps. It has nothing to do with you. She didn't knock her out. She was so angry that she passed out. She had learned a lot, but she couldn't tell others about this. Otherwise, how could she marry someone with such a bad temper?" Chapter 738. 3-in-1. Zhou Hu sent Madame Yin back to the assistant minister's residence and conveyed Yushu's warning word for word. Yin Zhorong's face turned green, and Zhou Hu cleverly slipped away before Yin Zhorong lost his temper. When Madame Indeng woke up from her coma, she wept and recounted what had happened to her at the Yu residence. She only hid the part where Yushu revealed that she had drugged Yu Xiucai and concubine Cui. Yin Zhorong breathed his last. Like Madame Yin, he had never thought that Yushu would be so ungrateful. "Master, we can't just let it go like this. Don't be fooled by that girl's young age. She's cunning and vicious. She's certain that even if she loses the case, we can't do anything to her, so she's so arrogant. She keeps saying that you ruined her father's future and wants to take revenge on us," Madame Yin said as she wiped her tears. "Nonsense." The veins on Yin Zhorong's forehead throbbed as he said angrily, "Yu Xiucai was a despicable person. I helped him out of kindness, but he hooked up with my servant girl and almost ruined Madame's reputation. How could I allow him to stay in the capital? If Madame hadn't pleaded for Xiaocui, I would have beaten that lowly servant girl to death. If I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have been so kind. I should have killed that ingrate and asked her to give birth to a little bastard. She's such a bitch who returns kindness with enmity." Madame Yin couldn't stop cursing. "Enough," Yin Zhorong said impatiently. "What's the point of saying all this? Why didn't you scold her in front of her face? I asked you to scare her, but you were scared silly by her." Madame Yin felt extremely wronged. She had suffered such a great humiliation, but he didn't comfort her and instead blamed her for being incompetent. "Then tell me, what should we do now?" Yin Zhorong sat down gloomily. After thinking for a long time, he finally hardened his heart. "We can't just let it go like this. If we don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles in the future. Just like the former Celestial Commissioner, Judge Ji's family, because they provoked this woman Yushu. In the end, they ended up with a tragic ending. We can't follow in their footsteps. Once the joint trial of the 3 departments is over, we will capture Xiaocui and first beat her half to death. I don't believe that girl really doesn't care about her mother's life or death. Isn't that going against father's wishes? How are we going to explain this to him? What's there to be afraid of? I'm his son anyway. If he doesn't look out for me when something happens, will he look out for an outsider?" When Yin Zhorong said this, he had some confidence. After all, they were father and son. Prime Minister Yin had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When the matter came to light, even if the emperor was angry with him, his father would definitely not ignore him. "You're right," Yin Deng was relieved. as if she could see the scene of Yushu kneeling at her feet crying and begging not long after, so she was in the mood to tell Injorong. Today when I went to her house, I saw a huge garden in her house. It was freezing cold outside, but the garden was full of spring scenery. Inside, she didn't feel cold even though she was wearing a thin layer of clothing. It's not strange. She then described the rare birds, flowers, and trees in Yongchun Garden. Injorong was doubtful. If there is such a fairy place, it has long been spread throughout the capital. Didn't you say that her housewarming banquet was very lively? Has no one ever walked through her garden? When did that happen? It's not cold yet. How can it be strange? Indeng curled her lips and said, "Didn't you see that the door of her house is closed all day long? How can there be any guests on weekdays?" Injorong had an idea and said with envy. It said that she had an old immortal as her teacher, who has some extraordinary skills. That garden has probably been cultivated into a feng shui treasure land. It's a pity that she has it. Indeng rolled her eyes and sneered. When the lawsuit is over and we have her, we will ask her to give up the house in exchange for the safety of her mother. We don't have to worry that she won't agree. The couple had a tacit understanding at this time, but at this time they were trying to take other people's money. They didn't know what would happen in court 3 days later. The Supreme Judiciary, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate searched for evidence, understood the case in advance, and made preparations. On the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, a public trial was held. The junior official of the Supreme Judiciary, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Censor formed a joint trial. They investigated separately and tried together. Everyone had different opinions. For example, if the Supreme Judiciary found the defendant innocent through investigation, but the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Censor both thought the defendant guilty, then in the trial, they would attack each other and give evidence to convince the other side. Only then could they decide whether the defendant was guilty or not and sentence him. On the case of Aunt Shui, Shui Rui and Imperial Censor Wang were very firm. One wanted to exonerate Yushu, the other wanted to attack her. As a result, the court hearing today started with a strong smell of gunpowder. Injorong, as the plaintiff, was first brought in for questioning. The other people involved in the case were waiting to be summoned in the side hall. Because it was a public trial, other than Ning Wang sitting at the side, the door of the yamen was wide open. Some people came to see the commotion, and some common people stopped to watch. In a short while the outside of the door was blocked. "Who are you?" Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice was the oldest, so he was the first to ask. Injorong reported his family name and handed over the petition. This was a necessary process. There were 2 registrars in the court recording their every word and action as a confession. Imperial Censor Wang reached out to take the petition, glanced at it, and handed it to Assistant Minister Li. Without waiting for him and Shui Rui to read it, he slammed the gavel and shouted, "Bring the convict slave Cui Ping," summoning the defendant before even questioning the plaintiff. Assistant Minister Li frowned and turned to look at Shui Rui. Seeing the other looking at the petition with a calm expression, he didn't say anything. In a short while Aunt Shui was brought in. The yamen runners on both sides shouted mighty, and she was so scared that she almost fell. She shrunk her head. Moreover, there was the righteous Injorong beside her. In contrast, she appeared to be even more guilty. "You are Cui Ping?" Imperial Censor Wang took the initiative, the one who worked as a servant in the Yin family 17 years ago and later eloped with someone. There was a trap in his words. Aunt Shui only needed to nod, and she would fall for it. Fortunately, Yushu had been giving her advice for the past few days. She didn't rush to answer when she heard Imperial Censor Wang's question. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the person who asked the question. Seeing that it was an old man with a long face and big nose, she didn't say anything. Instead, she shut her mouth and looked at Shui Rui who was sitting on her right. Yushu told her, "When you go to the court, no matter what the ugliest man asks you, you should ignore him. Just stare at my eldest brother and answer whatever he says." Aunt Shui naturally recognized Shui Rui. Imperial Censor Wang didn't see her answer and snorted coldly. He was about to make things difficult but was interrupted by Shui Rui. Official Wang, don't worry. The plaintiff is here. Why don't you let him identify himself? He asked Yin Zhorong. Did this madam you work as a servant in your family in the past? Yin Zhorong answered yes. He didn't wait for Shui Rui to ask and took the initiative to say, her name is Cui Ping. She used to be a servant in my mother's courtyard. Because I got married, I was assigned to live in another residence. My mother was worried that I would be alone outside, so she assigned a few servants for me. Cui Ping is one of them. By saying this, he clearly explained concubine Chui's background and covered up old Madame Yin's intention of sending him a maid who served as a concubine. Shui Rui nodded and looked at Aunt Cui. Is he right? Aunt Cui looked at him and nodded. She said foolishly, yes. Imperial Censor Wang interrupted. Then do you also admit that you betrayed your master and stole his belongings? Aunt Cui shut up and looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui also asked her. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yin Zhorong, accused you of eloping and stealing his belongings. Did you do it? I didn't. Aunt Cui didn't need to look at his face this time to know that she had to deny loudly. I'm wronged. Please help me, he is making a false accusation. Yushu told her that as long as someone asked about her eloping and stealing, she must say that she was wronged. Not only that, but she must also say it loudly. She must not lower her head. When Aunt Cui was young, she yearned for Yin Zhorong. But after more than 10 years, when they met again, the handsome and weak second young master had become a fat middle-aged man in front of her. She didn't have the slightest desire for him. Bang! Censor Wang knocked on the gavel and pointed at concubine Cui as he scolded. Shut up! We are asking you a question, and you only need to answer yes or no. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will slap your mouth. Official Wang, Assistant Minister Li interrupted coldly. Although Madame Yu doesn't have an imperial title, she is an official of the imperial court. Her parents can't be punished before the case is finalized. After saying that, he looked at Imperial Censor Wang with slight disdain. His eyes seemed to say, you don't even know this little bit of criminal law, and you still have the nerve to come out. I feel ashamed for you. Imperial Censor Wang's face turned red, and he turned his head to ignore Assistant Minister Li. He didn't say anything else. Shui Rui took the opportunity to question Yin Zhorong. You accused Madame Yu of eloping and stealing your family's property. What evidence do you have? There is a contract signed by Cui Ping and my family. Yin Zhorong slowly provided evidence. Because she eloped with someone, the contract was naturally left behind. That adulterer was originally in the capital to take the imperial examinations. I took pity on his talent and let him stay in my residence. I treated him with good tea and food. I didn't expect him to have evil intentions and secretly touch my family's maidservant. After the matter was exposed, he was afraid that I would make things difficult for him, so he colluded with Cui Ping and stole some property from the upper room. After gathering enough money, they eloped in the middle of the night. This story was no different from the one he used to deceive Prime Minister Yin. At first glance, there was no flaw in it. Following that, Assistant Minister Li first called the witnesses that Yin Zhorong mentioned. They were the old maid in Madame Deng's room, and an old doctor who lived in the south of the city. The two of them testified that when Aunt Cui was in the Yin residence, she did have an affair with someone. Assistant Minister Li turned his head to discuss with Shui Rui. Official Shui, what do you think? Isn't there another contract? Bring it here. Yin Zhorong took out an old document from his bosom. Aunt Cui's eyes widened. Yushu did not reveal to her that there were two contracts, so she was kept in the dark. She thought that it was a talisman that would bring her death, and her face turned pale. Yin Zhorong glanced at her and laughed coldly in his heart. Now you know fear. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for giving birth to a good daughter. Shui Rui was the first to get his hands on the indenture contract. Yushu had already told him about Madame Yinding's trick of substituting the peaches for the peaches. When he carefully examined the contract in his hands, he quickly noticed that it was different from the one he obtained from the Yu clan. Without revealing his emotions, he passed it to Imperial Censor Wang and said, Official Wang, please examine it. Is this real or fake? Imperial Censor Wang had seen this contract before, but he pretended to look at it. He also ordered someone to take Aunt Chui's handprint and handwriting to verify it. He nodded and said, "I think it's real." Shui Rui reminded him. Although this contract was signed with the Yin family, it was Madame Yin who made the decision. It also has Madame Yin's name and mark on it. We should go to the Prime Minister's residence and let Madame Yin take a look. The slave system in Dan was quite strict. Buying and selling slaves was not only done with a piece of paper. The seller had to sign his name and put his fingerprint on it, but there must also be a legitimate middleman. The buyer's mark would also be left on the contract, and a record would be made at the local yamen. There was only one copy left as proof. No matter who had this contract, as long as it was not returned to the slave, it would always be binding. This was also to avoid the situation where the middleman was cunning and sold more than one slave. Yin Zhorong listened to Shui Rui's words and secretly frowned. He was afraid that Shui Rui would make an issue of this contract and insist that it was forged. Official Shui is making an unnecessary move. There is her signature on it. Is it not enough to prove that it is her contract? Why do you have to trouble Madame Premier? Imperial Censor Wang disagreed. Shui Rui said, "Official Wang's words are wrong. The joint trial of the three departments should be fair and impartial. Moreover, this case was personally supervised by His Majesty. How can we be lazy just because we are afraid of trouble? What do you think officially?" Assistant Minister Li nodded and said, "It should be more rigorous. It is better to send it to Prime Minister Yin's residence to verify it." Imperial Censor Wang saw that they were in cahoots with him, and opposed him at every turn. He was already dissatisfied and was about to say something sarcastic when he heard someone say, "There is no need to trouble. Wai Zumu is ill. There is no need to go through her for such a small matter. Just bring it to me and I will know." It was Ning Wang who had spoken. Shui Rui glanced at him but saw the usual hypocritical smile on Lu Hao's face. He looked like he wanted to muddy the waters. Without saying anything, he took the contract and handed it over to him. Lu Hao flipped it around and looked at it. He raised his head and said to Shui Rui, "This prince can testify that it is real." Imperial Censor Wang raised his tail again, and did not forget to compliment Ning Wang. Wang Yi has filial piety in his heart. It is truly a great kindness. Below, Yin Zhorong gave a sigh of relief and secretly cast a grateful look at Ning Wang. With Ning Wang's testimony, there was no longer any doubt about the authenticity of this contract. Both the witness and the material evidence are here. What else do you have to say? Imperial Censor Wang pointed at Aunt Chui and said coldly, "Do you know that as a servant, you betrayed your master and stole your master's wealth? These two crimes are enough for you to be paraded on the streets and drowned in a pig cage." Aunt Chui's legs turned to jelly. She was counting on Yushu to come out and support her. Now that Yushu was nowhere to be seen, her superiors were going to convict her. How could she not panic? Out of her wits, she immediately looked like she was going to cry. She fell to the ground on her buttocks and could only say one sentence. I was wronged. Lu Hao looked with interest at Aunt Chui, who was sitting on the ground and acting shamelessly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not associate her with the shrewd and experienced Yushu. With such a weak and useless mother, how did she raise such a competitive daughter? Bam! Imperial Censor Wang knocked on the gavel once again, causing Mistress Chui to shut up. He turned around to look at Shui Rui and purposely made things difficult for him. This criminal refuses to confess, and we can't use torture on her. Do you have any way to make her confess? Shui Rui said unhurriedly. What's the rush? I still have questions to ask. He looked at Yin Zhorong. This official found out that after you foreign entered the capital, she stayed at your fu for a few days. Is that correct? There was such a thing. Yin Zhorong had long been prepared to be asked, so he didn't panic and explained. At that time, you knew you had just passed the imperial examinations and she had also hooked up with a noble. Chui Yinyang was fearless and came to my fu to claim kinship. She wanted to marry her daughter to my youngest son, and shamelessly refused to leave my house. In the end, it was Yu who came to fetch her. If Yushu was present, she would definitely spit on his face. At that time, it was Yin Deng who had taken a fancy to her identity as the great Yin Nuzi, and thought that this kind of daughter-in-law was easy to manipulate, so she detained Aunt Chui in her house and sent a matchmaker to Zhao Hui's house to propose marriage. In the end, she was chased out by Yu Shu. Shui Rui's expression turned cold and he questioned him. If that is the case, then you had already seen Yu Foreign. Then why did you not report her at that time? Why did you wait until after the matter was over to bring up old scores? Because my Foreign is kind, so I wanted to let her go. Yin Zhorong answered quickly, but his reason was a bit forced. He really could not find a better explanation. On the day of Madame Yindeng's birthday, Yu Shu and Aunt Chui were also invited. Many people saw them living in harmony. Assistant Minister Li frowned and said, "Then why do you want to report her now?" "It's because that mother and daughter bullied others too much. After the marriage failed, they went around to ruin my son's reputation and ruin several marriages. My Foreign was so angry that she could not get out of bed. Should I just swallow this humiliation?" Yin Zhorong said with a face full of unwillingness and humiliation. Imperial Censor Wang said angrily, "The slave bullied the master, the slave bullied the master. It's simply despicable. How can this kind of wicked slave be tolerated?" Yin Zhorong also pointed at Aunt Chui and sternly scolded her. "You lowly servant. In the past, you shamelessly had an illicit affair with someone. My Foreign and I were benevolent and spared your life. You lowly person do not know how to repay our kindness. Time has passed, and now you come to me to seek revenge. You really deserve to die." Aunt Chui was scared silly by Imperial Censor Wang earlier. Now that she was being scolded by him, she became a bit more clear-headed. She knew that she had been wronged and felt indignant. When she heard him call her a lowly person, she did not know where she got the courage to crawl up from the ground. She wiped away her snot and tears and trembled as she tugged at his sleeve. She cried, "Master, why did you harm me like this? It was clearly Foreign who saw that I was pregnant and didn't want me to announce it, so she sent me away with him. How did it become me eloping? Master, you can't lie like this. You're forcing me to die. In any case, I have served you before. Based on our past relationship, please be merciful and spare me." Yin Zhorong saw that she had rubbed that lump of filth on his sleeve. The yellow and white color was disgusting. He also heard her mumbling about past relationship. He was so embarrassed that his neck and face turned red. He used all his strength to shake her off, and the two of them started to tug at each other from below. "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of relationship do we have? Lowly person. Master, you can't be so heartless. Back then, I served you with all my heart. How could you forget about it? Master, sob sob sob." Aunt Chui was crying her heart out. "Shut up, lowly person. Master. Hearing these cries, the crowd outside the yamen burst into laughter. It was obvious that they were enjoying the show. Shui Rui looked at this scene coldly. Before Imperial Censor Wang could do anything, he grabbed the gavel and slammed it on the table. "Pa! Summon the witness, the female Celestial Commissioner, Imperial Official Yu Shu." A moment later, Yu Shu arrived. The first thing she did when she entered was look around. She didn't know what had happened earlier, but she could roughly guess what had happened based on the expressions of the crowd. "Who are you? What relationship do you have with the defendant?" Assistant Minister Li asked. Although he and Yu Shu were neighbors, they didn't have much of a relationship. Thus, there was no awkwardness in meeting her in court. "I am Yu Shu, the female official of the current Celestial Commissioner's Kuanling Bureau. The defendant is my birth mother." Yu Shu's last 4 words were spoken clearly. She didn't seem to be trying to avoid suspicion, nor did she feel ashamed. This kind of calmness made the onlookers who were snickering outside the door speechless. They looked at each other and actually felt embarrassed. No matter how unbearable that woman was, her own daughter didn't despise her. What was there for them to laugh about? From the moment Yu Shu appeared, Lu Hao put away his smile and silently stared at her every move. No one knew what he was thinking in his mind. When Aunt Chui saw that Yu Shu had arrived, she threw Yin Zhorong aside and turned to pounce on her with tears and snot. Yu Shu didn't avoid her. She hugged her shoulder and took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Assistant Minister Li coughed lightly and didn't say anything else. Just as Shui Rui was about to speak, Imperial Censor Wang interrupted. You say that this is your mother. Then do you know that she and your father had an illicit relationship and later eloped? In reality, she was a servant in someone else's residence? Yu Shu coaxed Aunt Shui and raised her eyes to look at the aggressive Imperial Censor Wang. A few days ago, at the Imperial Court, he had led the charge to impeach her. She didn't defend herself. Today, in front of him, she didn't plan on pretending to be a grandson. I know that my mother was once a Yahuan in the fu of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhourong. As to the illicit relationship, it is not true. Imperial Censor Wang seemed to have predicted that she would quibble. He raised the indenture contract that Yin Zhourong had handed over and sneered. If your mother didn't elope, then why is the indenture contract still in the hands of the owner? Yu Shu replied, that is fake. Ning Wang personally verified it. How can it be fake? Can I take a look? Why not take it to her? Imperial Censor Wang was very generous. When Yu Shu received the indenture contract, she was the same as Shui Rui. She first confirmed a few points and then said with certainty, this is fake. Stubborn, Yin Zhourong snorted coldly at the side. His Highness Ning Wang and several Darren have verified the authenticity. On it, there is your mother's handprint and signature, and also my mother's mark. It really can't be any more real. What right do you have to say that this is fake? Yu Shu didn't even look at him. Her hand reached into the wide sleeve of her robe and took out a scroll. She said, because my mother's real indenture contract is with me. Her words caused everyone's expression to change. Outside the court, there was an uproar. Only Shui Rui calmly said, bring it up. Yu Shu handed it over. Shui Rui held it in his hand and identified it with Assistant Minister Li. Imperial Censor Wang stretched his neck to take a look. He saw that they were comparing the two indenture contracts. It was obvious that the seller was the same person, but when it came to the owner, there was a difference. The contract that Yin Zhourong took out had old Madame Yin's mark. On this contract, there was someone else's mark. Just looking at the mark in the seal, he couldn't tell who it was. Aha, this is obviously fake, Imperial Censor Wang concluded. Yu Shu, you have guts. You dare to forge evidence to deceive the court. How should you be punished? Yu Shu smiled as she looked at him. She turned her head to Yin Zhourong, who had an expression of seeing a ghost the moment she took out the indenture contract. She said, Assistant Minister Yin, dare I ask your wife's name? Is it Yurong? Yin Zhourong's body stiffened. He couldn't answer. The others didn't understand. Assistant Minister Li, who was holding the two indenture contracts, was the first to react. He looked down and read it again. He said to Yu Shu in surprise, could it be that this indenture contract was made by old Madame Yin? Yu Shu replied, Yin Zhourong's wife, Madame Yin Deng. Her surname is Deng, and her name is Yurong. This indenture contract was made by her more than 10 years ago. This commoner girl has grievances. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Imperial Censor Wang widened his eyes, and was about to speak when Shui Rui cut him off. Speak. Actually, this is what happened. Yu Shu gave a simple and clear account of how Aunt Shui was given to the son of a concubine by old Madame Yin. Madame Yin deceived Aunt Shui into signing another indenture contract. When the matter between Scholar Yu and Aunt Shui was exposed, she returned this indenture contract to Scholar Yu in order to send the two away. My father was a scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. He lived in the outer courtyard of his house. How could he get together with old Madame's servant girl? Someone must have deliberately set them up. Regardless of who that person was, after the incident, Assistant Minister Yin drove my parents away. He was afraid that the matter would be exposed and his wife's reputation would be tarnished. My father felt guilty towards Assistant Minister Yin. In order to protect my mother and the child in her womb, he had no choice but to give up the imperial examinations and bring my mother back to the village to get married. However, because he left in a hurry, he didn't go to the yamen to remove my mother's household registration. He was afraid that my mother would be sad if she found out, so he hid her indenture contract. Later, when my father died, this indenture contract was passed through many hands before it landed in my hands. Because of his last words, I didn't tell my mother. According to her description, Scholar Yu seemed to be a good man who was affectionate and righteous. He was not the ungrateful villain that Yin Zhorong had described him to be. Among the people present, Aunt Chui had the biggest reaction. She had never thought that Scholar Yu had done anything for her. When she heard this, she was stunned. Yin Zhorong, on the other hand, was unusually silent. Only the flickering in his eyes betrayed his panic at the moment. Assistant Minister Li looked pensive, but Censor Wang didn't care and reprimanded him. Don't make irresponsible remarks. Do you think you can distort the truth with just your mouth? I think you found someone to forge this indenture contract and made up such a story to exonerate your mother. Unfortunately, your words are full of loopholes. Even if you lie endlessly, you can't cover up the truth. Yu Shu sneered. Then Official Wang, why don't you tell me what I said is wrong? Censor Wang was proud of his intelligence. When she provoked him, he said without hesitation, you said that this indenture contract was re-signed by Madame Yin and your mother. This is a lie. Your mother was originally old Madame Yin's maidservant. She already had an indenture contract. Why would she need to sign another one? Moreover, she was already a slave. If her master didn't release her, it would be illegal for her to sign a second indenture contract. Madame Yin came from a wealthy family. How could she not understand this? How could she knowingly break the law? Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that this was not the right place, she really wanted to applaud him. He really sold out a good teammate. She looked at Yin Zhorong again. He could no longer pretend to be calm. His face was pale. Now that things had come to this, how could he not guess that Scholar Yu had cheated him more than 10 years ago? Official Wang is right, Shui Rui continued expressionlessly. Her old master hasn't been released. Signing another indenture contract is a crime. Knowingly doing it, it is an additional crime. Both master and servant are guilty of the same crime. They should receive 30 lashes and be imprisoned for 15 days. Censor Wang completely did not notice that something was wrong with Yin Zhorong's expression, and continued to sell out his teammate. Exactly. Official Shui is familiar with the laws. Officially, what do you think? Assistant Minister Li was much smarter than him. He still held the 2 indentures in his hand. Looking at the calm and steady Yu Shu, he already had a conclusion in his heart. He only needed one last step to verify it. Come, go to the Assistant Minister's Fu and retrieve Yin Foreign's imprint and handwritten letter. Whether it is real or fake, we will know once we verify it. The bailiffs obeyed. Censor Wang glanced smugly at Shui Rui as though victory was in his grasp. Just now, Ning Wang had verified that the indenture contract that Yin Zhorong had taken out was real, so he was sure that the one that Yu Shu had taken out was fake. Yin Zhorong watched as the bailiffs ran away. His heart was burning with anxiety. He wanted to run back home and tell Yin Deng sure not to take out the imprint, even if it was a futile effort. The evidence collected by the 3 bureaus wasn't something that you could refuse to give just because you wanted to. Yu Shu sensed his anxiety and helplessness. She thought, if Yin Zhorong is smart, he should think of a way out now. Otherwise, when the dust settles, the consequences won't just be a few lashes. In order to control Aunt Chui, Yin Zhorong signed the indenture contract. This was not only solid evidence that she knowingly broke the law, but also solid evidence that she was disobedient and unfilial. Just think, old Madame Yin, as a mother-in-law, gave her daughter-in-law, a servant, and even gave her the indenture contract. However, she wanted to deceive her superiors and make a new one, causing Aunt Chui to change owners. To put it in perspective, she was scheming and shrewd. To put it in perspective, she was disobedient and unfilial to old Madame Yin. Milord. Yin Zhorong gritted his teeth and said, this concerns an insider. Someone forged the indenture in her name. Shouldn't she come forward to testify? Shui Rui looked at him. His eyes seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He let Assistant Minister Li be the good guy. Send someone to invite the Assistant Minister's wife, Assistant Minister Li said. Prince Ning simply closed his eyes and rested. They waited for almost an hour. The Yamen runner who went to the Assistant Minister's mansion to collect evidence came back with Madame Yin. Madame Yin came to the court with a nervous expression. She must have asked the Yamen runner about what had happened on the way here. She stood behind In Jorong without saying a word. She secretly looked in the direction of Prince Ning and suppressed the fear in her heart. Yushu noticed her small movements. A sneer flashed across her eyes. Soon, Assistant Minister Li and Shuirui jointly verified the authenticity of the indenture contract that Yushu took out. At the same time, Censor Wang also burst into a strange cry of disbelief. This, how is this possible? Assistant Minister Li shook his head and pushed the 2 indentures to him. Then, for the first time today, he knocked on the gavel and questioned the people in the court in a cold voice. This indenture contract is real. What do you have to say for yourself? Normally, if both indentures were real, they would have the effect of restraining the servants. However, the 2 indentures were signed by 2 different people. How could a servant have 2 masters? This kind of illegal thing happened. It was Aunt Chui's fault for being stupid. In Jorong and Madame In also had to bear the responsibility. I don't know. Aunt Chui stupidly said the only smart thing she said today. Yes, she didn't know. When I signed this indenture contract, it was Madame who told me that she had torn the contract with old Madame. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to sell myself again. This was the truth. She didn't have the courage. Madame Yin's expression suddenly changed. She pointed at Aunt Chui and scolded. You traitorous B*TCHU? Slap. Before she could finish her words, she was slapped loudly in the face, which stunned her. She looked back at In Jorong, who had raised his hand, and saw that he was looking at her angrily. Well, how dare you do such a shameful thing behind my back? When has mother ever mistreated you? Why do you have to play tricks like this? You didn't even let go of a maidservant. Since you returned her indenture contract, why did you hide it from me? You lied to me and said that they eloped and made me come here to make a fool of myself. Madame In was stunned. Master, I didn't do that. You, slap. She slapped her again. In Jorong was afraid that she would talk nonsense and get him involved if the matter was exposed, so he didn't give her a chance to speak. All he could think about now was that he couldn't let Prime Minister In know that he had lied to him, and he couldn't let his official mother think that he was not filial. As for who would take the blame, only Madame In could take the blame. How dare you say that you didn't? You evil woman, I thought it was strange that Suaping was a maidservant in your yard. How could she have an affair with a scholar in the outer yard? If you hadn't been so careless, how could they have had the chance to do such a shameful thing? I thought you were a virtuous person, but it turns out that you also have evil intentions. The husband and wife had been in the same bed for 20 years, but they suddenly turned hostile. Madame In was shocked and distressed. At this time, she also realized that the master saw that there was no hope of retracting the confession, and wanted her to take the blame, so he was eager to cut ties with her. Yushu stood next to them and watched the husband and wife fall out on the spot. She couldn't say how happy she was, but she also felt a little emotional. She patted Aunt Chui's shoulder and really wanted to say to her, "Look, this is the rich young master you liked in the past." In order to protect himself, he could even abandon his wife who gave birth to his children. Think about Yu Xiaotsai, the pitiful person you despised until his death, but he was willing to give up his future for you and your children. Go back to his hometown and live with you alone. Slap. Enough. Shuirui hit the gavel again and said in a hoarse voice, Madame Yin Deng, let me ask you 17 years ago, when Madame Yu was a slave in your family, after she had an affair with Yu Xiaotsai, did the two elope, or did you release their slave contract and let them go? Madame Yin Deng's eyes were filled with Yin Zhorong's twisted face. She covered her burning cheeks and trembled, afraid that he would give her another slap in front of everyone. When she came back to her senses, she couldn't help but admit, yes, I was the one who sold myself to Yu Xiaotsai behind the master's back. Then you also admit that you later tricked Madame Yu into revising the slave contract you gave him. Shuirui's tone was very sharp. Yes. Madame Yin Deng sobbed. She could have shook her head and found an excuse to drag Aunt Chui down with her, but she wasn't in the right state of mind at this time, so Shuirui took advantage of the situation and exonerated Aunt Chui. After Shuirui finished questioning, he whispered a few words to Assistant Minister Li. and then interrogated Yin Zhorong and the two witnesses separately. He easily overturned the previous confession, and no one paid attention to the dumbstruck imperial censor Wang. Not long after, they came to a conclusion. Assistant Minister Li drew a fire stick from the pot and handed it to Shui Rui, indicating that he would pronounce the verdict. Shui Rui was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. He briefly exchanged a glance with Yushu and Madare and loudly said, "After the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice's investigation, the case of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhorong, accusing the imperial eunuch's biological mother, Madame Yu, of secretly escaping was a false accusation. Now, because Madame Yu is a good citizen, the 2 contracts of slavery should be returned to her. Madame Yin Deng revising the slave contract and giving a false confession will be punished with 30 lashes and imprisonment for 15 days. As for Madame Yu, because she was deceived, she is not guilty and will only be imprisoned for 3 days." When he finished, he looked at Prince Ning and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Highness will supervise the trial from the side. Do you have any objections?" Lu Hao glanced at Yin Zhorong and his wife, and his eyes paused on Yushu for a moment. He slowly stood up and said, "The officials are very perceptive and can be said to be fair. I have no objections. I will return to the palace and report to Imperial Father. Farewell." He walked out with his guards and attendants, not even looking at Yin Zhorong's pleading eyes. Shui Rui threw a fire stick behind him and said ruthlessly, Chapter 739. Whipping was a simple punishment that could be carried out on the spot. The 3 departments had a high power in the trial. Even though Madame Yin had the title of honorary lady, she still received 30 lashes in public, all on her back. Fortunately, she was wearing thick clothes in the cold weather, so her clothes didn't become tattered because of the whipping. As soon as the execution was over, Madame Yin Deng fainted. It was because of the pain, but also because of the humiliation. Concubine Cui hid behind Yushu and watched the whole process of Madame Yin Deng being beaten. She was scared to death and had a shadow in her heart, so she stayed quiet for a long time after the incident. Yin Zhorong was glad that he escaped a disaster, but he pretended to be angry because he was deceived by others. He was afraid that what happened today would spread to Prime Minister Yin and destroy their relationship. Therefore, when Madame Yin fainted on the spot, he didn't come forward to care about her. Instead, when she was taken away by the officials to serve her sentence, he left in a hurry. He had to clarify in front of Prime Minister Yin before others gossiped. Aunt Cui was also taken away. Before leaving, she pulled Yushu's hand pitifully and said, "Don't forget to pick me up." Yushu nodded perfunctorily. With Shui Rui's care, Concubine Cui's imprisonment was almost the same as confinement, so there was nothing to worry about. Yushu, on the other hand, wanted Concubine Cui to suffer a little, so that she would learn from her mistakes. After Madame Yin and Aunt Cui were taken away, the crowd outside the Yamen didn't have anything to watch and quickly dispersed. It was believed that the people of Anling City would have a new topic to talk about in their spare time. The 3 chief judges changed to the back hall to talk. It was mainly Shui Rui and Assistant Minister Li who checked the statements and organized the case to present to the emperor. Censor Wang stood at the side and watched helplessly. It was the complete opposite of his enthusiasm during the trial. He wanted to pretend that he didn't exist. But Shui Rui wouldn't let him get away with it. "Lord Wang, the case is clear now. Do you still want to impeach Yu? Wang Jiao looked embarrassed. Yin Zhorong and his wife had both admitted that Yushu's mother had not eloped, but had returned the indenture. Therefore, Yushu was naturally in the right to beat up the officials who had come to arrest her, not to mention the crime of shielding her. What was there to impeach? But earlier in the imperial court, his words were too firm. Now he had failed. If he didn't impeach Yin Zhorong, he would be slapping his own face. In the end, it was all Yin Zhorong's fault. He was fooled by a woman and made such a big mistake. It's all a misunderstanding. Haha, a misunderstanding. Wang Jiao tried to smooth things over. Shui Rui didn't joke around with him. With a serious expression, he said, "Do you think impeaching an official is child's play? As an imperial censor of the imperial censorate, your actions were careless. As an inquisitor, you only listened to one side of the story. This is unfair. I will write a memorial to His Majesty in full detail. Good luck to you. Assistant Minister Li, who was pretending to read through the confession, was surprised to hear him sharply criticizing Imperial Censor Wang. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at him. As the eldest legitimate grandson of the Xue family, Xue Rui had always had a good reputation. This was inseparable from his smooth and slick personality. Why did he suddenly become so unforgiving? Wang Jiao's expression changed. His embarrassment turned into anger. He said, "Vice Minister Xue, why are you acting like this?" Xue Rui said coldly, "If you have the heart to admit your mistake, then you should personally apologize to Yu Nuyu. After all, you once wrongly accused her in front of all the civil and military officials of the court, and insulted her parents. If you don't feel ashamed, then I can only invite you to explain yourself in front of His Majesty." Wang Jiao finally understood. Xue Rui was threatening him. If he didn't apologize to Yu Shu, he would sue him for dereliction of duty. You don't go too far. After all, he had a guilty conscience. He didn't have much confidence in his words. Official Wang, go home and reflect on your actions. After tomorrow, when I finish writing the memorial, I will return to the palace to report. When the three departments jointly concluded the case, the Supreme Court would handle it. The subsequent punishments would be carried out by the Ministry of Justice. Wang Jiao's face was swollen. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He could only watch as Xue Rui flung his sleeves and left. Ahem, Official Wang, Assistant Minister Li kindly reminded him. If you want to apologize to someone, it's better to do it as soon as possible. Didn't Xue Rui leave a deadline? If Censor Wang didn't personally apologize by tomorrow at the latest, then he would sue him. He wasn't joking. But even if he did apologize, his position as the Vice Minister of the Imperial Censor would probably come to an end. I sigh. Wang Jiao's shoulders slumped. It was too late for regrets. In the end, he was the one who wanted to fish in troubled waters and use Yu Shu as a stepping stone to advance. In the end, he didn't have the ability and stepped on empty air. Who could he blame? Here he would advise those petty people who only cared about profit. There were indeed shortcuts to promotion and wealth, but be careful not to trip over them. In the palace. Inside the peaceful palace, Lu Hao was reporting the results of the three departments' joint trial to Emperor Zhaoqing. The Grand Commissioner was outside the palace asking for an audience. Emperor Zhaoqing interrupted him and called him in. My beloved subject, come and listen as well. What a muddled case this is. When he was asked to recount it again, Lu Hao didn't show the slightest reluctance. He didn't even take a sip of tea and started from the beginning. Emperor Zhaoqing and the Grand Commissioner didn't interrupt until he finished talking about Xue Rui's verdict. Lu Hao didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he exaggerate. The truth was clear for all to see. It wasn't wise to make things difficult for him now. Prime Minister Yin has such a muddle-headed son who was fooled by a woman. He didn't even know what was right and wrong before running to us to complain. What a disgrace. Emperor Zhaoqing shook his head to express his pity, but there was no displeasure on his face. Lu Hao's expression didn't change. It was as if Emperor Zhaoqing didn't belittle his maternal uncle. The Grand Commissioner evaluated. Yu Nuyu is a person of pure filial piety. Her birth mother was so unbearable, but she didn't despise or abandon her. She didn't hesitate to be criticized by others to seek justice for her mother. This subject believes that she can be a role model. Emperor Zhaoqing smiled and said, there were people who accused her of covering up. Now it looks like it's all because of her filial piety. Fine, since you've spoken up for her. We will reward her and let her be justified. When he finished, he turned to Lu Hao and said pleasantly, you've done a good job. Go back and rest. Lu Hao thus took his leave. After he left, Emperor Zhaoqing's expression immediately changed. He slammed the table and angrily said, this Yin Zhourong, does he think that everyone is a fool? Does he think that we are also a fool? Who can he fool with his little tricks? If it wasn't for his old man's face, would we have let him go to the Ministry of Revenue to earn money? Instead, He urged the imperial censors to undermine us. We think that he doesn't want to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue anymore. Prime Minister Een had 3 sons. The eldest son was a bookworm and didn't understand the ways of the world. He could only stay in the Hanlon Academy and compile books. The 3rd son was also born of the first wife. He was neither skilled in literature nor in martial arts, but he was a first-class debauchee. When it came to the 2nd son, Een Jorong, although his aptitude was mediocre, he was more capable than the first 2. Thus, he became the leader of his generation. Prime Minister Een shamelessly arranged for him to be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, and he steadily became the assistant minister. Fortunately, the eldest branch produced Een Yuanrong. Otherwise, after another 10 years, when Prime Minister Een passed away, the Een family wouldn't even have a backbone. Your Majesty, please quell your anger, the Grand Commissioner said. Een Jorong is a bastard son, but he has been better off than the eldest son. It's normal for him to get carried away. This time he's been taught a lesson. Prime Minister Een will definitely keep him in check in the future. Moreover, this is a special time. It's not appropriate to change the people in court. Emperor Zhaoqing frowned and brought the teacup to his mouth. He paused and said, "Has there been any movement in the Prince of Dongjing's residence recently?" Lady Wei and Princess Chunwei are staying in the residence obediently and rarely go out. Lady Wei isn't an ordinary woman. She must have seen the current situation clearly. If she wants to escape the capital, she will definitely plan before making a move. The decree to dispatch troops should have reached Ningdong City. I want to see if the Jiang family will be forced to do something desperate. Emperor Zhaoqing sneered. It was obvious that he was certain that Prince of Dongjing was disloyal. The Grand Commissioner's expression was indifferent. He took out a small ternary luopan from his sleeve and placed it in his palm. He touched the heavenly lake with his fingertip, and the inner compass began to rotate as if it had a mind of its own. Looking northeast, metal restrains wood, and is in charge of killing. The appearance of the star of the left reverses the heaven and earth. He slowly recited with a worried expression. When Emperor Zhaoqing heard this, he asked, "What does this divination mean?" The Grand Commissioner hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, "Prince of Dongjing is destined to bring disaster to the world. The star of the left is his destined benefactor. If we can't subdue him as soon as possible, once the 2 of them meet, the situation will become unstoppable." Emperor Zhaoqing's expression changed. "Can you divine where this star of the left comes from?" The Grand Commissioner activated the luopan again. This time, he focused and observed for a long time before saying in a deep voice, "This child's parents are not fated. If he's a man, he'll be adopted. If he's a woman, both parents will die. Because he has both wealth and longevity, it's not good for a husband and wife. If he doesn't marry late, he'll become a widower." There were too many people who fit these conditions. If he wanted to start with this person, it would be easier to cut off the source of Prince of Dongjing. Emperor Zhaoqing shook his head in disappointment and didn't pursue the matter. In the morning, Yu Shu went out with Aunt Cui. When she returned, she was alone. Seeing that she couldn't hide Aunt Cui's disappearance from Zhao Hui, she took advantage of dinner time. When He Fengji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the medical center, the whole family was present. She briefly explained the joint hearing between the 3 departments. Zhao Hui was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Yu Xiaoxiu asked anxiously, "Is mother in prison right now?" Yu Shu nodded. "She'll be released after 3 days. Don't worry, your brother Shui is on duty at the Supreme Court. Mother will be fine." "Why didn't you say anything about such a big thing before?" Yifengji reprimanded him. "It's not like there aren't any elders in the family. Even if they can't help you, they can still discuss a solution with you. All right, you're just afraid that we'll worry for nothing. You said it yourself. Worrying won't help." Zhao Hui interrupted him. She put food in his bowl and said angrily, "The Een family is really despicable. This Een family is really despicable. They're evil to the core. Earlier on, they actually had the face to ask a matchmaker to come and propose marriage. Now they're trying to harm someone. Luckily, your father had a good idea and secretly hid your mother's contract, so their evil plan didn't succeed. Yushu didn't divulge that Shui Rui had sent people to her clan to swindle her into selling herself, and when she turned around and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's deeply worried expression, she rubbed his head and said, "If you're worried, then I'll take you to the prison tomorrow afternoon to have a look." Yu Xiaoxiu said softly, "Okay." After dinner, Yushu stayed to talk with Zhao Hui. Yu Xiaoxiu went back to his room to do his homework. He was absent-minded the whole night. Bai Ran poured tea for him and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you, young master? You can tell me if you're unhappy." Yu Xiaoxiu had always been close to him, so he didn't hide it. He told her all the grievances between the Yin family and his family. In the end, he said gloomily, "I just feel that I'm useless. I'm the only male in the family, but I can't do anything. I have to let my sister, a girl, do everything. She has to take care of everything. When can I be a man and let her rely on me?" Hearing this, Bai Ran thought that he was a child after all. He was innocent and cute. She looked at him with a smile and coaxed, "Then young master, grow up quickly. One day, you'll be a man of indomitable spirit." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded seriously and said, "If only I had half of Brother Shue's ability in the future." Chapter 740. When Yushu went out early in the morning, she was stopped at the main door. Imperial Censor Wang blocked her way with a sullen expression. Behind him were two servants with gifts in their hands. "I was deceived in your mother's case and made a mistake. I hope, lady, you can forgive me." Imperial Censor Wang was like a duck being forced onto a perch. He apologized and had his servants put down the gifts. He raised his head and gave her an awkward smile. He was just waiting for her to forgive him. Then he would have completed his task. Yushu could tell that he was being perfunctory. She didn't say a word and didn't even look at the gifts on the ground. She walked around him and boarded the sedan. Imperial Censor Wang was dumbfounded. He took 2 steps forward and wanted to chase after her. Lu Hong and Su Qing were quick to stop him and said in a serious tone, "Official Wang, please wait." Imperial Censor Wang couldn't force his way through and could only stretch his neck and shout, "Lady Yu, what is the meaning of this?" Yushu lifted the curtain of the sedan and revealed half of her face. She smiled coldly at him and said, "I heard clearly what that whore said during the morning court session. You humiliated my parents first and framed me for my birth. Do you think you can get away with just a few apologies? Let me tell you, there is no way. Get out of my sight." As she said this, she let down the curtain and left the sedan, leaving Imperial Censor Wang stomping his feet. He was so angry that his eyes were twisted and his mouth slanted. He was the one who came looking for a scolding and there was no one to judge. Yushu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office in a good mood. Everyone in the Kunling Bureau knew about the joint trial between the 3 departments. However, no one was stupid enough to mention it in front of her. Everyone went about their daily business as usual. Jing Chen also came to take attendance today. Yushu and he went upstairs to talk. They first talked about yesterday's case. Although it was not convenient for Jing Chen to be present, he had sent people to the Yamen to listen to the trial. "You are really patient. Since you have your mother's contract, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why did you have to go to court? If I took it out earlier, would Yin Zhorong have the guts to sue me? I want to see him shoot himself in the foot." Yushu muttered in her heart. If Shui Rui hadn't given her a killer move, she wouldn't have thought of counterattacking. Jing Chen was long used to her unforgiving temper. Moreover, the Yin family reaped what they sowed, so they could not blame her for cheating. So he did not mention it again. Today he stayed at the Kunling Bureau to wait for her, because he had something else to say. Even though Yushu kept avoiding this question, he could not mention it. The emperor did not pursue the crime of Prime Minister Shui's offense, and Brother Shui was also restored to his position. Do you think that the Shui family will be safe from now on? Yushu's complexion turned from sunny to cloudy. She shook her head and said, "No." She had a premonition that the emperor was playing hard to get. Jing Chen said, "That's good. You may not know, but the emperor put the Shui family on hold, because he wants to deal with Prince of Dongjing first. Not because he wants to let the Shui family go." Yushu raised her arm and rubbed her chin. She thought. Even Jingchen knows that the Jiang family is in trouble. It seems that the emperor is really determined to deal with Prince of Dongjing. In this way, if Shui Rui wants to help the Jiang mother and daughter escape the capital, he will have to bear a huge risk. I have heard a little about the matter of Prince of Dongjing residence. Yushu did not want to reveal the relationship between Shui Rui and Jiang Huaying. She said vaguely, the emperor ordered Prince of Dongjing to send troops to Dongying, and also secretly restricted Lady Wei and her daughter from leaving the capital. It seems to be to force Prince of Dongjing to cut off his own wings. Fortunately, Jing Chen did not care where she heard the news from. He only told her with a serious expression. Prince of Dongjing has a lot of troops in his hands. Once the Jiang family revolts, the world is bound to be in chaos. I am worried that the emperor and the great advice will make you break your life for me in advance. It is better for you to plan ahead of time. Yushu frowned. The saying of breaking one's life originated from the book of fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. This treasure was now in the hands of Yin Hua. During the trip to the princess tomb, she had a deep conversation with Yin Hua. She knew that breaking one's life for Jing Chen was not like what the great advice said, that she and Jing Chen should get married and have children. She emphasized this point to Jing Chen at that time, so that he would not have any unrealistic hope for her. However, Yin Hua did not tell her what the real way to break one's life was. He only wanted her to be his mouthpiece so that Shui Rui could understand his own life. Although I don't know why the great advice lied to me and said that I need to marry you to help me break my life, I have a feeling that he is not talking nonsense. The real way to break one's life must be related to this. So, Jing Chen paused and turned his head so that she could not see his gloomy face. He said in a low voice, if you don't want to be forced to marry me by them, you have to find my father as soon as possible and ask him about the book of fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. Yushu could not help but smile bitterly. How could I not know that? But he has to be willing to see me. Looking at her expression, Jing Chen said doubtfully, didn't my father make an agreement with you that as long as you help him find someone, he will lend you the book of fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens? Why didn't you find that person? Yushu's expression became gloomy. I found that person. It was Shui Rui. But I went to meet him according to the contact information your father left for me, but I couldn't find him. This was because the scumbag Yin Hua left her with a fake address. Helping him find someone was just a cover, bastard. Ah. Jing Chen looked confused. Why didn't I find him? Maybe he was afraid that I would leak his information. Yushu casually found an excuse. When she saw Jing Chen's disappointed expression, she criticized Yin Hua in her heart. Jing Chen was worried. What should we do? Yushu was also worried. Let's take one step at a time. In fact, it was not impossible to find Yin Hua. The expert named Jin Ku, whom Shui Rui brought back, was said to be Yin Hua's adopted son. He must know where Yin Hua was. But if she wanted to pry open Jin Ku's mouth, she needed Shui Rui's help. She knew that Shui Rui had a grudge against Yin Hua and was unwilling to meet him. So how could she make things difficult for him? So, since Shui Rui returned to the capital, she had not mentioned Yin Hua in front of him, let alone asked him to take her to see Yin Hua. Jing Chen and Yushu stared at each other. Not long after, he suddenly turned his head, looked outside the door, and said softly, someone is coming. Yushu understood and closed her mouth. After a while, she heard footsteps outside the door. Someone outside reported that someone from Taishi Tower had sent a message, and that the master wanted to see Yushu. Yushu turned her head to look at Jing Chen, and her eyes widened. She thought to herself, it can't be so fast. Did this Jinx really get it right? Jing Chen shook his head at her and mouthed to her, it doesn't matter. Go. Got it. I'll go down now. Yushu walked away doubtfully. She carefully went all the way to Taishi Tower. When she saw the master, she realized that she was overthinking. The master hadn't come to find her to force a duck onto a perch, but to deal with the joint trial of the 3 departments yesterday. Ning Wang entered the palace yesterday to report on the proceedings of the trial. I listened from the side. The master did not disguise his praise as he said to her, you responded very well. To deal with people with bad intentions, You should give them a taste of their own medicine, and have them suffer the consequences of their actions. Yu Shu felt that the meaning behind his words was, Yin Zhourong and Wang Jiao, those two cowards, dared to oppose me, the Celestial Commissioner. You were able to give them a hard slap. This seat is very gratified. She lowered her head and pretended to be bashful. She then heard him say, The Holy One knows that you have been wronged this time. Yin Zhourong was too excessive and should have been severely punished, but due to Prime Minister Yin's feelings, he could only privately reprimand him. As to you, the Holy One has other compensations. He hopes that you will not pursue this. She heard the meaning in his words. She knew that Emperor Zhaoqing had seen through Yin Zhourong's plan to escape and was angry. No matter what Yin Zhourong's goal in framing her was, it had affected the reputation of a wise ruler that Emperor Zhaoqing had painstakingly created after the Water and Continent Conference. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. And Yu Shu had protected her own reputation, which was protecting Emperor Zhaoqing's reputation. So Yin Zhourong should be punished, and Yu Shu should be rewarded. The Holy One is wise. Yu Shu bowed in the direction of the imperial palace and then said to the master, This lowly official will obey the Holy One's orders. If he didn't pursue it, then he wouldn't pursue it. In any case, with this old debt, Yin Zhourong wouldn't be able to advance in his career. Yin Dengshi had been whipped and lost all face, and wouldn't be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. Yin Yuanbua had become a eunuch. For a person who was lustful, this was the most tragic end. In short, this family had only themselves to blame, and were not worthy of sympathy. You should not be lacking in worldly possessions. If there is anything you want, feel free to tell me. I can mention it to the Holy One when I enter the palace later. The master once again showed Yu Shu that he looked at her differently. Yu Shu hesitated slightly but did not pretend to refuse. Instead, she said seriously, I do have a request, but I don't know if it is appropriate. Please advise me. Tell me. Yu Shu said, My mother was of low birth. Even though my daughter has become an official and has a title, there are still people who look down on her and use her birth to make a fuss. It's not that I dislike my mother, but I have a younger brother who is growing up. In the future, he will either pass the imperial examinations or marry and have children. I don't want him to be troubled by this and not be able to lift his head. If the Holy One rewards me, I dare to ask that my mother be given the title of Lady of Nobility, so that she will no longer be looked down upon by others, and my younger brother can live an upright life. Aunt Chui was secondary. She was mainly considering for Yu Xiaoxiu. A boy's self-esteem was always stronger. She was not the original body and had no feelings for Aunt Chui. That was why she could calmly face the fact that her birth mother had been a servant, and that her parents had an illicit relationship. But for Yu Xiaoxiu, it was much more difficult. The master's gaze on her became more gentle. I have said in front of the Holy One that Yu Nuyu is a person of pure filial piety. I was right. You can rest assured and go back and wait for the good news. I will ask for this grace for you. Yu Shu gladly thanked him and excused herself. As soon as she left, a person walked out from behind a curtain. It was the junior supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner, Ren Qiming. Why do you have to tease her? Didn't the Holy One intend to confer the title of Lady of Nobility on her mother, so that she can be justified? Ren Qiming said. I just want to test if she is really filial. Then is she? Ren Qiming sensed something and turned his head to look outside the door. Not only is she filial, she is also a good sister. The master smiled with a happy expression. Chapter 741. 8 Yu Xiaoxiu was absent-minded the whole morning. When the headmaster was explaining the scriptures, he stared at the textbook in a daze. Bai Ran looked at him and shook her head secretly. She secretly took a pen and notes on a piece of white paper. She would let him copy it into the book when he got home. Finally, the class was over at noon. The headmaster of the academy collected the homework from the previous 2 days and left. The silence in the classroom was swept away, and it became noisy. Bai Ran helped Yu Xiaoxiu put the books, brush and ink into the book box. She pushed his shoulder and said, Young master, let's go. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu came back to his senses. He looked around blankly, stood up and walked out. Hu Tian'er was playing with a student in front of him. Seeing that the master and servant were about to leave, she quickly grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and asked curiously, "Why are you leaving so soon? Are you playing truant?" Baichuan Academy's tuition fee of 50 taels of silver a month was not paid for nothing. There were 2 classes in the morning and afternoon, and lunch was provided in the middle. There was rice and meat. Although it was not a sumptuous meal, it was enough to make you full. Most students stayed for lunch and continued to attend classes in the afternoon. I have something to do at home. I have to go back first." Yu Xiaoxiu was a little hesitant. In fact, Yu Shu said that she would take him to visit the Supreme Court in the afternoon. "What's the matter?" Hu Tian'er was a tactless person. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and did not let go. She pestered him and said, "I brought new crickets today and want to play with you." Yu Xiaoxiu could not fool her, and he did not want to tell others that his mother was in prison. Bai Ran saw that he was in a difficult situation and interrupted. "Master Hu, my daughter is on a break today. She will take you to meet a guest in the afternoon. Tomorrow, she will play with you again." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly. Hu Tian'er had to let him go. As soon as they left, someone came to Hu Tian'er and whispered in his ear, "Don't get too close to Yu Xiao in the future. My mother said that his mother used to be a servant and eloped with someone. How shameless." When Hu Tian'er heard that, she slapped him across the face and scolded him in a low voice, "You're the shameless one. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense?" He covered his face and shouted, "I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your father and mother if Yu Xiao's mother was a servant at the assistant minister's fu. If she eloped with someone, if she wasn't, I'll twist my head off." Everyone in the classroom heard the shout and turned to look at the 2 of them. Hu Tian'er was so angry that her face turned red. She didn't care about the consequences and pounced on the man, pressing him to the ground and punching him. "If you keep farting, I'll beat you to death." How could he not know about Yu Xiaoxiu's mother? His grandfather was the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Guo Huayan. He even knew about the trial yesterday. But so what? He just loved to play with Xiaoxiu and no one could stop him. The 2 of them wrestled together and knocked over the tables and chairs. 2 girls in the classroom screamed, but no one dared to step forward to stop them for fear of being hurt by them. A clever boy squeezed out of the crowd and wanted to find the headmaster. When he turned his head, he saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing at the back door. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. He rubbed his eyes and thought that he was seeing things. Yu Xiaoxiu walked quickly down the corridor. When he saw the main gate of the academy, he almost started running. Bai Ran followed closely behind him with the bookcase in her arms, not daring to call out to him. Fortunately, he stopped when he reached the main gate of the academy. "Young master." Bai Ran ran to his side and saw him biting his cheek with red eyes. He looked like he was about to cry. She couldn't help but comfort him. That person was talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Didn't young master Hu teach him a lesson? Calm down and don't cry. When the girl comes to pick you up and sees you like this, she will definitely ask. If she knows that someone bullied you in the academy, she will be furious. Yu Xiaoxiu sniffled and said in a muffled voice, "Don't worry. I won't cry. I'm not a girl." He lowered his head to look at his toes and said, "I didn't run away on purpose just now. I was just afraid that Hu Tian'er would look down on me if he knew about my mother." Hu Tian'er was the first friend he had made in his life, and he didn't want to lose this friendship. Bai Ran couldn't persuade him anymore. A person's heart could only be seen after a long journey. Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office in the morning and left. She first went to Wang Jilu to pack 2 dishes. One was for Shui Rui and the other was for Aunt Chui. She changed to a carriage and went to Baichuan Academy to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu to visit the Supreme Court. Shui Rui put aside the case at hand and personally took the siblings to the prison. Aunt Chui didn't commit a serious crime, so she was locked up in the women's prison. From the head of the prison to the jailer, everyone was a female servant. It was worth mentioning that Aunt Chui and Madame Yin Deng lived in the next room. The former madam and the maidservant were separated by a mud wall today. They were both covered in dirt. It was hard to tell who was nobler than who. Madame Indang, who had been tortured, was lying lifelessly on the wooden bed. She looked more miserable than Aunt Shui. Shui Rui called the head of the prison to lead the way for Yu Shu. He waited outside and didn't follow them in. As soon as concubine Shui saw Yu Xiaoxiu behind Yu Shu, she crawled up from the corner of the wall. She was still wrapped in a quilt, and her eyes were full of tears. She grabbed onto the cell door and stammered, "My son, why are you here?" Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his hand for her to hold and said bitterly, "Mother, are you okay?" Aunt Shui cried and laughed at the same time. "I'm okay. What can happen to me? With your sister's face, no one dares to bully me in prison." These words were pleasing to the ear. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Looking at Aunt Shui with disheveled hair and dirty face, she felt a little different from before. She didn't dwell on it. She asked the head of the prison to open the door and took the food and wine in. When Aunt Shui and Yu Xiaoxiu finished talking, she also set the food and wine and asked them to sit down. There was a lot of hay in the prison, but Yu Shu didn't mind it being dirty. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to sit on the floor and poured a glass of spicy wine for Aunt Shui. "Drink it. It will warm your body and sleep well at night." It was a simple sentence, but it touched Aunt Shui's nerves. She burst into tears again. While crying, she said, "I thought about it all night. I let him down." Yu Shu crossed her legs and didn't answer. She just listened to her talking to herself. "Your father was a good man. He didn't mistreat me when he was alive. Even after he died, he didn't forget to bless me. I'm a muddle-headed person who can't tell good from bad. I've been holding a grudge against him all these years. When he died, I couldn't be a widow for him, and I didn't take care of his son and daughter. Fortunately, you two worked hard. Otherwise, when I die, I won't have the face to meet him in the underworld." After saying that, she held the glass of wine and drank it in one breath. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know what to say, so he kept putting food for her. Yu Shu just poured wine and drank it. Thinking of Yu Xiaoxiu's father, she was also full of emotions, but she didn't have the mood to talk to Aunt Shui. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yu Shu left with Yu Xiaoxiu. When they passed by Madame Indang's cell, they looked inside. She was lying on the simple wooden bed, motionless, as if she was asleep. Yu Shu sneered and walked out of the cell without looking back. Shui Rui couldn't leave the Supreme Court due to his official duties, so he sent the siblings to the main gate. Yu Shu had Yu Xiaoxiu wait for her in the carriage. She and Shui Rui walked a few steps away and stood on the side of the street to talk. "This morning, Censor Wang came to apologize and was scolded by me." Shui Rui smiled and asked her, "Did you vent your anger?" He was satisfied when he saw Yu Shu nod with a smile. Originally, he forced Wang Jiao to apologize to Yu Shu so that she could vent her anger. He didn't think that she would forgive him. "This morning, I saw Jing Chen at the Kuanling Bureau." She covered her mouth with one hand, afraid that others would hear. She leaned close to him and whispered. From his tone, His Majesty didn't want to deal with the Shui family because he wants to deal with Prince of Dongjing first. "Didn't Jiang Mia beg you to send them out of the capital? Did you agree to it?" Shui Rui's expression didn't change. He nodded and said, "I have agreed." Yu Shu sighed and thought that if Shui Rui didn't agree it would be fine. If it didn't work, she could refuse. But she knew that he was a man of his word and never went back on it. This time, she had to take the risk. "Then have you arranged everything? When are you leaving? Do you need my help?" She couldn't help but ask. Counting the days, Prince of Dongjing should have received the imperial edict to send troops. Whether he would obey or not depended on whether the Jiang mother and daughter could escape. Shui Rui met her eager eyes and laughed. "It's not a good thing. You don't need to get involved." Yu Shu curled her lips and said, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I don't want to hear it. I'm leaving." She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. It wasn't that she was unhappy. Shui Rui hid it from her not because he didn't trust her, but because he didn't want her to get involved. Shui Rui watched her leave in the carriage, and only then did he put on a solemn expression before turning around and entering the Supreme Court. When he encountered his acquainted colleagues, he didn't engage in small talk and laughter like he did in the past. and he only nodded in a reserved manner before brushing past them. Back at the mansion, Yushu saw that Yu Xiaoxiu had something on his mind. She asked him a few questions. Seeing that he refused to say, she let him go to the clinic to find He Fangji as an apprentice. It was still early, so Yushu asked someone to boil a large bucket of hot water to take a bath. After the bath, the sun hadn't gone down yet. She was a little sleepy, so she hastily dried her hair and lay on the bed to take a nap. When she was in a daze, she felt that someone was covering her with a quilt. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mbekwe, who was gently pulling the two corners of the quilt. Queasy, she yawned, leaned on one arm, and looked at the dusk outside the window with her head pillowed. She asked her, "Didn't you go to Bairan today to learn how to read?" Mbekwe replied softly, "I went and just came back. Don't you want to sleep for a while?" Ever since Yushu sent her to learn how to read and read with Bairan, her Chinese became more and more accurate. Even Erwain could be heard. Yushu smiled and said, "I'm not going to sleep. I'll have dinner later. You accompany me to talk. What did you learn today?" And Mbekwe bent her knees and sat on the foot of the bed. She raised her blushing face and said, "I learned several festivals. There's the Dragon Boat Festival, the Double Ninth Festival, the Laba Festival, and the Lantern Festival." Doesn't your country also have such festivals? As far as she knew, the calendar of Japan was passed down from the mainland. The festivals that de and should have were also copied in Japan. "There is, but it's not the same," and Mbekwe said. "Brother Bai said that we should eat zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival, drink Realgar wine on the Double Ninth Festival, make laba porridge on the Laba Festival, and boil glutinous rice balls on the Lantern Festival. Queasy hasn't eaten these snacks before." Yushu laughed. "So you're the one who's greedy?" And Mbekwe said shyly, "Miss, the day after tomorrow is the Laba Festival. Brother Bai also told Queasy that the rich often give porridge to the poor. Does our residents also give porridge outside?" Yushu was stumped by her question. No one had mentioned this in front of her before. She didn't even think about it. This kind of good deed of accumulating virtue could be done. Chapter 742. After dinner, Yushu called Bairan to the north and asked, "Little Kuei said that you talked to her about the Laba Festival and about giving porridge. Is that right?" Bairan stood in front of her in a slightly reserved manner and answered with his head lowered, "I just mentioned a few words. Before my ancestor was convicted and his house was confiscated, my grandmother was kind and charitable. As long as I can remember, she would build a porridge shed outside the city to help the poor during the Laba Festival every year. I heard that there was a drought in the north this year, and many refugees moved to the capital region. I think there will be many rich families giving porridge, so I talked about it in front of little Kuei. Please don't blame me." His grandfather, Bai Wei, was originally a Jiangzhou Jidushi. Because of the failure in the Northwest War 2 years ago, he was sentenced to death by Emperor Zhaoqing in anger. As a sinner, he was sold into the consecrated institute. Well, Yushu nodded and did not comment. She believed in her heart that he was like her, a person from another world. She did not have the slightest memory of the original owner. Even if he said he remembered when he was a child, it could only mean that he came earlier than her at most. In that case, you should have some understanding of the distribution of porridge. How about this? I'll give you some money and manpower. You go and make arrangements to set up a porridge stall outside the city to provide for the refugees nearby. Is that okay?" Bairan did not agree immediately. Yushu saw that he was a little hesitant, so she asked, "Can't you do it?" "No, it's just that today is the 6th day. If I arrange it, I can only open the porridge shed after 3 days, which is the 10th day. I'll miss the Laba Festival." Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, "If you miss it, then you miss it. Who made the rule that you can only give porridge on the Laba Festival? Besides, it's not just for 1 or 2 days. You just need to come up with a plan and calculate how much money you need to spend every day. And then come to me to get the money. Remember not to be too stingy. You can't do it for 10 or 8 days, so it's not in vain." She understood what Bairan meant. Choosing a rich family to give porridge on the Laba festival was not only to do good deeds, but more importantly, to gain a good reputation. Although it was only 2 or 3 days late, it seemed insincere. However, she didn't care. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. She simply wanted to do something good and spread her wealth. She had earned quite a lot of money in the past few months. Taking out 1,000 or so taels was just a small gesture. Byran raised her head and quickly glanced at her. After confirming that she wasn't joking, she agreed. Go back. Remember to tell Xiaoxiu that you don't need to accompany him to the academy these days. Yushu had long felt that it was a waste of talent to let Byran be Xiaoxiu's errand boy. She seized the opportunity to assign him tasks. With the little spy and Biki watching him every day, she was not afraid that he would overturn the heavens. Byran accepted the task, but he didn't hurry to leave. He hesitantly told Yushu about what had happened in Baichuan Academy during the day. It wasn't that he wanted to stir up trouble, but he was worried that Yu Xiaoxiu would be ostracized in the academy. If he stayed here for too long, it would affect his studies. Yushu listened with a frown. She thought for a moment and said, "What do you think if I don't let Xiaoxiu go to the academy and hire a teacher for him to go home?" Byran didn't expect that she would ask for his opinion, so he couldn't answer for a moment. Yushu continued, "I sent him to study so that he could make a few more friends. He's wholeheartedly focused on studying medicine, so he's not good at writing poems and essays. I don't expect him to pass the imperial examinations in the future, so I sent him to study so that he can understand and understand. Listening to what you said, he is not happy in the academy. He doesn't make many friends, and people always criticize him. It's better to let him go home and hire a teacher to teach him alone. He can be more at ease." She wasn't a feudal family head who forced her children to study rigidly. She didn't force Yu Xiaoxiu to study even though he didn't like to study, let alone go to school. To put it bluntly, letting him go to school was to find a place for him to learn and have fun, not to let him suffer. You get along well with Xiaoxiu. Ask him for me if he wants to continue to go to school, or go home to hire a teacher. Tell me later. Byran understood when he heard this. Yushu didn't ask for his opinion at all. She just wanted him to go home and learn. He envied Yu Xiaoxiu from the bottom of his heart. He had such an open-minded elder sister who made decisions for him, so he didn't have to worry about his future. After Byran left, Yushu said to Xian, "Open the warehouse early tomorrow morning. I remember someone gave a set of good 4 treasures of the study, and a box of tung oil cigarettes from Huiqingjai. Take them and send them to Byran. His calligraphy is excellent, so it's not a waste to give them to him." Since she found out that Byran and she were the same kind of person, she couldn't order him around like a servant. Since they couldn't recognize each other, she might as well give him some preferential treatment. The next day, Byran figured out the cost of setting up the shed to distribute porridge. Yushu roughly looked at it. According to the shed, 3 pots would be set up, and the stove would be heated twice in the morning and in the evening. 15 pots of porridge would be cooked. Rice and flour accounted for most of the ingredients, plus miscellaneous items. It would cost 200 taels of silver a day. Money was a small matter. The key was the lack of manpower. The porridge could be cooked at home and then sent outside the city, but on the day of distribution, there needed to be at least 10 people present. Yushu thought about it, and also found Zhou Hu. She asked him to arrange a shift for the guards, 5 people in a rotation. The next day, they would go to the porridge shed outside the city to help. Xian, and Baikue would help Byran. She also picked 2 or 3 handymen from the front yard. That was enough. Yushu gave Byran a stack of silver notes and a small box of silver ingots. There were more than 2,000 taels of silver. She directly calculated the expenses for 10 days and gave it to him. It was 10 times more than the 200 taels of silver he got when he sold himself. Byran was surprised by her trust. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. He just got a reward this morning. The set of brush, ink, paper and inkstone, as well as the excellent tung oil cigarette. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think it was something to reward a servant. It seemed that it was specially selected as a gift. He didn't feel it before. It seemed that since Xiao Kuei learned to read with him, The girl treated him differently. Could it be that Xiao Kuei said good things about him in front of the girl? Bai Ran could only explain the sudden attention that Yushu paid to him in this way. Write down the daily expenses and show it to me every 3 days. Yushu paid and gave it to others. She didn't want to care about it anymore. In the evening, Zhao Hui learned that Yushu was going to give porridge outside the city. She called her to the room, took out 200 taels of silver, and said to her, "This is the old lady's and my share. Take advantage of your free ride to do a good deed. Don't think it's too little. It's really pitiful that I can still get married and have children at this age. Seeing Xiao Chuan grow up day by day, I want to do more good deeds for him." He Fengji's medical center had a plaque given by the emperor. Although it was cheap to see a doctor and buy medicine, it was stable. It was a lot to be able to make 200 taels of profit a month. Now Zhao Hui and old madam, he took out so much of their private money to add a share. It was also sincere. Yushu didn't refuse. She said seriously, "In my opinion, I don't know how much good deeds Godfather has done to be able to marry a good wife like you." Zhao Hui gently pinched her face and said with a smile, "Then I don't know how many good deeds I have done in my previous life to be able to meet a savior like you in this life." That night, Yushu asked Embark to send 200 taels of silver to Bai Ran. She told him that it was donated by the old lady and the madam. She asked him to buy more red dates and peanuts to make porridge and not to be stingy. On the day of the Laba festival, the entire Celestial Commissioner Mu Xiao, 3 divisions and 2 bureaus were left with only the gatekeepers. Yushu got up a moment later than usual. After casually washing up, she put on a newly made cloak and went to the dining room in front for breakfast. Yesterday, Zhao Hui specially told her to have porridge with the whole family this morning. The breakfast was quite sumptuous. A bowl of laba porridge alone had more than 20 kinds of ingredients. In addition to the indispensable white rice, carrots, and green vegetables, there were also lotus seeds, sweet potatoes, white fungus, and so on. The porridge was soft and fragrant. When one scooped a spoonful of it, it was still shredded, and the smell was enough to make people want to eat it. In addition, there were fried spring rolls, lard cakes, and scallion beef buns as the main dishes. Together with Zhao Hui's homemade red and white radish strips and honey chicken feet. Yushu only stopped after drinking 3 small bowls of porridge. She was so full that she burped. He Fengji and Yu Xiaoxiao were not inferior. Zhao Hui looked happy. When it was time to eat, she said to Yushu, "I asked the kitchen to make an extra portion. Later, you can go see your mother while it's warm. I can pick her up tomorrow. There's no need to trouble yourself." She was locked up for a total of 3 days. She went in on the 5th day of the Chinese New Year. Not counting the half a day, she could come out on the 9th day of the Chinese New Year. Zhao Hui disapprovingly said, "What trouble? Today is the New Year's Eve. It must be uncomfortable for her to be alone in that kind of place. What's the point of making an extra trip?" Yushu really didn't want to go. "Aren't we going to worship today? I don't have time. Exine, or go to the front and see if Lu Hong and Su Qing have eaten. Let them feed the horses and leave in a while." The Yu family's situation was a bit special. After Aunt Chui remarried, she didn't burn paper for Yu Xiaocai's grave. When Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiao left Yang City, they didn't bring their ancestors' memorial tablets. It was only after Zhao Hui reminded them that they carved a few reincarnation tablets and placed them in Ascending Cloud Temple to enjoy the incense. Therefore, on the day of worship, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiao would go to the Taoist temple to burn incense. "Go see your mother first, and then go to the Taoist temple." Zhao Hui put on a posture that said she had to go. Yushu had to admit defeat. She turned her head and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Are you going or not?" Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to go, but he had to go to school as usual today. The academy didn't allow him to rest until the end of the year. Yushu patted his head and said, "Just ask someone to take a vacation. Let's go back to the room to change clothes and see my mother with me." "But there is a test today. Can I not go?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked hesitant. "What are you afraid of?" "I said I won't go, so I won't go." Yushu took his hand and walked out. In order to coax Yushu to go see Aunt Chui, Zhao Hui didn't interrupt. After the siblings left hand in hand, she said to Hifengji worriedly. Is Xiaoyu spoiling Xiaoxiu too much? How can he not go to school just because you said so? Hifengji didn't find it strange because Yushu had reported it to her in advance. After explaining the cause and effect to her, Xiaohui didn't have any objection. She just sighed and suddenly lamented. As parents, you only know how to say that your children are unfilial. When will you think about whether you have done anything wrong to your children? I hope that after this lesson, little Xiu's mother will learn from her mistakes and stop causing trouble for the two children. Hifengji nodded in understanding. Yushu didn't have to trouble Shuirue when she went to visit the prison today. She was unfamiliar the first time and became familiar the second time. When she saw the warden, she stuffed a piece of silver into his hand and smoothly saw concubine Chui. Aunt Chui sat in the cold and damp cell, holding a hot bowl of laba porridge. She drank it and cried. Yu Xiaoxiu comforted her in a low voice. Yushu patiently waited until she was full and cried enough before leaving with Yu Xiaoxiu. The two came out of the prison and didn't go back home. Instead, they went straight to the Rising Cloud Temple outside the city. Today was a festival, so the street was very lively in the daytime. It was even more crowded after passing through Qianyuan Street to the south of the city. Performers, medicine sellers, and prostitutes could be seen everywhere. They were all trying their best to make more money before the end of the year and have a good new year. Yu Xiaoxiu leaned on the window and looked all the way. He temporarily forgot his worries. When they arrived at the city gate, the carriage stopped. Lu Zhong said outside, "Miss, there are many people at the city gate. There is a queue to go in and out." The closer it was to the end of the year, the stricter the security of Anling City was. Only the south side of the city could be used. It opened at sunrise and was closed at night. Yushu pressed Yu Xiaoxiu's head and looked outside. Sure enough, it was too crowded to squeeze through. Then let's wait. But it didn't take long before there was a noise in front. Lu Hong and Su Qing were both there. One stayed to take care of them, and the other got off the horse to see what was going on. After a while, Su Qing came back. He stood under the window and reported to Yushu, "They are disaster victims from the north. There are a lot of porridge stalls under the high wall outside the city. They are all waiting for porridge to be distributed, so the road is blocked." Some disaster victims wanted to sneak into the city, but they were caught by the garrison guards. They are driving people out. The carriage is too big to pass, so we have to wait for the crowd to disperse. Yushu sat in the carriage for a long time and felt bored. Hearing this, she said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Let's get out of the carriage and take a few steps. We can take another carriage after we get out of the city." Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped out of the carriage like a monkey and turned around to help her get down. Lu Hong and Su Qing discussed it for a while. The former followed them, and the latter went with Lu Zhong. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu followed the flow of the crowd and squeezed their way out of the city. Looking around, they saw a row of porridge stalls at the foot of the city wall. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and each stall was crowded with people. The victims, who were emaciated and dressed in rags, were all stretching their hands out, trying to grab a bowl of hot porridge to fill their stomachs. At first glance, they looked like a group of hungry ghosts reincarnated. Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the scene. He grabbed Yushu's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, why are there so many people?" Yushu had mixed feelings. It was also the first time she saw such a situation. 500 years later, there were very few people in the country who didn't have enough to eat. Disaster victims was just a synonym, but this was 500 years ago. In the feudal society, there were exorbitant taxes and heavy taxes. When there were droughts and floods, farmers lost their harvests and their fields. They could only become refugees and leave their homes to beg for food. Even if Dan was said to have been peaceful for 300 years, it was no exception. Don't look. In a few days, our family will also send people to distribute porridge. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and walked forward slowly. Not far behind them, there were 2 porridge stalls connected together. The servant who was distributing porridge with a spoon put his hands on his waist and shouted. Chapter 743. From the day of the Laba Day onwards, Prince Dongjing's mansion distributed porridge outside the city. Because Madame Wei and Jiang Mia didn't show up from beginning to end, the news reached the palace. Emperor Zhaoqing only thought that Prince Dongjing's mansion took the opportunity to buy people's hearts, so he turned a blind eye and let them do what they wanted. This was because every move of the entire Prince Dongjing's mansion was under the surveillance of the palace's secret agents. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family couldn't take a step out of the capital unless they grew wings and hid themselves. Yushu only heard about the Jiang family's big move to help the disaster victims 2 days later. Bai Ran acted steadily. On the 10th day of the new year, she hung the Yu family's flag outside the temporarily built porridge stall outside the city and joined the disaster relief team. When Bai Ran returned from the stall in the evening, she reported to Yushu and told her, "The porridge in our mansion is very affordable. 1 bowl can be half thick. Some people only have a few grains of rice in 1 bowl when they give out porridge. The most generous one is Prince Dongjing's mansion. I've seen their porridge, and they can hold up 2 chopsticks. The disaster victims outside the porridge stall can drown people." When Yushu heard this, she muttered in her heart. The mother and daughter of the Jiang family ran to do charity at this critical moment. It was most likely Shui Rui's idea. However, she couldn't figure out how he would help them escape the capital by giving out porridge, which seemed to have nothing to do with it. Seeing that she was deep in thought, Bai Ran quietly left. Yushu couldn't figure out a clue after thinking for a whole night. The next day, she couldn't help but want to find Shui Rui and ask him about it. However, an imperial edict sent her back home from the Celestial Commissioner's office. Aunt Shui had been made a lady of nobility. Although the emperor had told her everything and she really got the edict, Yushu still felt surprised. The defects of her and Xiaoxiu's birth had finally been completely smoothed out. Aunt Shui was even worse off. She had just been released from prison 2 days ago, and the moldy smell on her body hadn't even been completely removed. Then a big pie fell from the sky and smashed into her, making her dizzy and unable to tell north from south. Yushu did not care about her feelings for the time being. She held the imperial edict and went to the Meridian Gate to express her gratitude. To tell the truth, Aunt Shui was not worthy of the title of Lady of Honor, be it her conduct or her merits. The honor obtained by a child was not as legitimate as the honor brought by a husband. However, Emperor Zhaoqing was exceptionally merciful in order to give her a proper name. She knelt in front of the Meridian Gate. Although Emperor Zhaoqing did not summon her, he sent a eunuch from the Hall of Tranquil Peace to pass on the message. Yushu put on an expression of gratitude and kowtowed a few more times before leaving. Then he went back to the Celestial Commissioner to report to the Great Commissioner, and received a few words of wisdom. There are many civil and military officials in the imperial court, but there are only a few who are highly regarded by the emperor. Since you have this kind of good fortune, you should know how to cherish your good fortune, eat the emperor's salary, and be loyal to the emperor. Don't let down the emperor's kindness. Yushu always felt that these words were to give her a heads up. The other meaning was, in the future, if the emperor needs you for something, you should be willing to risk your life for it. After going around in a circle and returning home, Yushu first went to have a heart-to-heart talk with Aunt Shui and set up a few new rules for her. First, she couldn't go out casually. When meeting guests, she must have Zhao Hui by her side, otherwise there was no need to talk. Second, she couldn't speak without thinking. If any cursing words reached Yushu's ears, then 1 month's allowance would be deducted. Third, Yushu invited the memorial tablets of Scholar Yu and her grandfather and grandmother back from Ascending Cloud Monastery. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, Aunt Shui had to kowtow and burn incense to worship the ancestors of the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Aunt Shui didn't pester her endlessly. She obediently agreed, and behaved abnormally obediently. She carefully asked for her instructions. Your father has been gone for so many years. It's all my fault that I didn't take care of his funeral affairs. Now that you have a promising future, it's not good to let his grave remain unattended. When is it convenient for you to go back to your hometown and repair his grave? Also, let me kowtow and apologize to him in person. It was rare for Aunt Shui to say such sensible words. Yushu couldn't help but look at her and said, "This is a serious matter. Let me think about it." As the saying goes, bringing honor to one's ancestors should benefit one's parents. She was already a fifth-rank female official in the court. She was not inferior to the local prefectural magistrate, and was one rank higher than the magistrate of Yang County. It was completely enough for her to return to her hometown in glory. If Aunt Chui was alive, she could enjoy the title of nobility. Now that Scholar Yu was dead, it was understandable for her to repair his grave. However, the problem was that the emperor and the great advisor would not let her go far. They had spent so much effort to find her, the person who had ruined her life, and could only feel at ease if she was placed under their eyes. However, the grave still needed to be repaired. If she couldn't leave, she could send someone back. As for Aunt Chui, it was a good thing that this troublemaker was gone. I'm busy with official business. I won't be able to leave for a year and a half. Why don't I send someone to escort you back to Yang and repair my father's grave first? When Aunt Chui heard her words, she hesitated and didn't dare to agree. Although she was in charge now, she still didn't have much confidence. She awkwardly said, "Where will I stay when I go back? The old house and the fields have all been sold. Our family doesn't have any relatives to rely on." Yushu laughed and said, "Who wants you to rely on others? If you don't have a house, then buy one. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange everything properly. You don't need to worry about repairing the grave. You just need to go back and help me and Xiaoxiu light incense for father." Aunt Chui was still deeply worried. Then what about the Ji family? If they hear that I've returned and come to seek revenge, as a woman, I will definitely suffer. They dare? Yushu snorted disdainfully. Ji Huaishan is dead. The Ji family has no one to support them in court. They only have an undeserved reputation. The remaining few can only behave with their tails between their legs. The Ji family isn't the only aristocratic family in Yang City. The tea will cool when the person is gone. How can they be arrogant? You just need to go back in peace. I guarantee that no one will have the guts to disrespect you. In the Dian examination fraud case, Ji Huaishan, a third-rank right judicial official, committed suicide to escape punishment. Murder cases were exposed in the Taisher library. Ji Xingxuan, the hideous great E-master, was involved. She faked her death in prison and disappeared without a trace. The Ji family's pillar was gone. They also lost their heir. The remaining generation was not a threat. Yushu considered herself a rising star in court. Her rank wasn't as high as Ji Huaishan's in the past, but she was famous and favored by the emperor. If she returned to her hometown, even the county magistrate would have to visit her. Not to mention a declining aristocratic family that was struggling at death's door. Visiting to seek revenge. Wasn't that the same as seeking death? Aunt Chui gathered her courage and agreed to go back alone. She then asked Yushu when she would depart. "If you leave now, you'll have to spend the new year on the road. The weather is freezing. Don't be trapped on the road. Wait for 2 months. Next spring." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Aunt Chui didn't have a backbone. In the past, she resented Yu Xiaozai for venting his anger on Yushu and always went against her. Now that she was remorseful, she felt that she had betrayed Yu Xiaozai's affection. She became obedient to Yushu and didn't have any objections. This discussion lasted until the evening. Yushu couldn't go to Shuirui to ask questions. When Yu Xiaoxiu came back, she called him to the north courtyard and said to him in person, "Now that I have the title of honorary lady, no one can laugh at our birth, but we can't stop those snobs who look down on us. Let me ask you, do you want to continue to study in the academy? Or do you want to go home and focus on studying medicine with my godfather? I'll hire a teacher to teach you poetry and etiquette." Before Yu Xiaoxiu recovered from the surprise of his mother becoming a lady of honorary lady, he was awakened by his sister. I haven't decided yet. 2 days ago, Bai Ran had discussed with him whether he should continue to study in Baichuan Academy, but he couldn't make up his mind. He wanted to leave freedom, but he was afraid that he would lose Hu Tianer, his good friend, if he left like this. Yushu scolded him with a straight face. "Why are you so hesitant? If you like it, you can stay. If you don't like it, you can leave. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her pitifully. "If I leave, Hu Tianer won't be happy. He fought with others for me. If I leave him alone, I'll be too disloyal." Yushu couldn't understand the childish brotherhood between boys, but she was amused by his expression of "don't force me." She raised her hand and flicked his forehead, joking. "What do you know about brotherhood? You're just a kid. Listen to me, you don't have to go to school anymore. When you see Hu Tian'er tomorrow, talk to him. If he's angry, you can drag him to apologize. He won't ignore you." She could see that Yu Xiaoxiu really didn't like to stay in Baichuan Academy. It just so happened that Aunt Chui had conferred him the title of honorary lady, so he could leave with his head held high. Yu Xiaoxiu left doubtfully. He planned to try it tomorrow. If Hu Tian'er didn't blame him, he wouldn't go to school. That way he could spend more time in the clinic every day. At night, Zhao Hui and He Fangji were lying in bed, having some private talk between husband and wife. "A few days ago, I told Xiaoyu that I was blessed to meet her in my previous life. According to this calculation, Xiaoxiu's mother must have been a great philanthropist in her previous life." Zhao Hui sighed. He Fangji put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. When our son grows up in the future, he may become a great talent and help you earn a title of honorary lady." Zhao Hui gently punched him and said, "I'm not angry. I'm just envious. Chuan is still so young. When he grows up, you and I will be old men and old women. I don't expect anything else. I just hope that we can have grandchildren while we're alive." Zhao Hui was in her early 30s, and He Fangji was already in her 40s. In another 20 years, they would be old. "Haha, don't worry. With me taking care of you, you can live to 80. Not to mention grandchildren, you can even see great-grandchildren." Zhao Hui couldn't help but laugh. She leaned on him happily and thought, "I really don't want to be angry with Xiaoxiu's mother. Having a pair of good children is indeed enviable, but no matter how much wealth and glory they have, it's not as good as having someone by your side. A good night's sleep." The next day, Yu Shu sent Yu Xiaoxiu to Baichuan Academy early in the morning and asked him to go to school. She went to see Academician Song and explained the situation. She didn't mention that Yu Xiaoxiu was excluded in the academy. She just said that because Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to study medicine, it was not convenient for him to study here every day, and he wouldn't come next year. Academician Song felt it was a pity. Baichuan Academy focused on Yishui. It had been established for decades and had taught many Yishui masters, but only a few of them had become Celestial Commissioner. He had hoped that Yu Xiaoxiu could be taught by Yu Shu and take the Dian exam in a few years to win glory for the academy. He didn't expect that the child would give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. He persuaded Yu Shu with a few words. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he didn't want to force her, so he could only reluctantly give up. After saying goodbye, Yu Shu returned to the Kunling Bureau to deal with official affairs. She had not found the next month's book of the universe. She had been busy all day. When she returned to the mansion in the evening, she heard bad news from Bairan before she had time to change her official uniform. In the afternoon, the victims outside the city suddenly rioted and rushed into the city gate. They were driven away by the soldiers guarding the city, and the porridge stalls built outside the city had to be stopped. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Why did they suddenly riot? No one was killed or injured, right? Bairan said in a low voice. No one was killed, but many victims were injured by the guards in the chaos, and several people were arrested. The city gate was also closed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. If little Kuei and I didn't run fast, we would have been locked outside the city, but we didn't take many things with us. Yushu was anxious and anxious. She was afraid that Shui Rui's plan would fail. Zhang's mother and daughter couldn't escape, and he would be implicated. I know. You can go and have a rest. It's just some pots and pans. If they are gone, they are gone. It's fine as long as you are safe. After sending Bairan away, Yushu was restless. She changed her clothes at night. Without eating, she quietly went out and went to Wangji Building. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.